That's a lot of power. All right. Okay. All right. So welcome. Call to order the February 4th, 2020 Goochland County Board of Supervisors meeting. And we begin, as we always do, with the invocation. Let's see, where are we? Begin with the invocation by Pastor Connie Weaver from Hebron Presbyterian Church. Please rise if you're able.
Almighty and gracious God, we thank you so much for the privilege of living on this beautiful earth that you have made. We have fallen in so many ways, and this earth is marred by sin, and yet we see you in it. We see you in the ways that you work in this world through the Spirit, your Holy Spirit, and the Spirit of people who seek after you and seek to serve you for the public good. And I pray that as this meeting proceeds today, that your Spirit would infuse this meeting and this place, that you would cause this body to operate efficiently and well and wisely. And I pray that all of us in this room at this moment might have an awareness of who we are in you and of the many ways that you have blessed us. We so often forget that we are part of something so much bigger than what we can see. And we forget that you have promised to always be with us when we seek your face. And even if we take the wings of the morning and settle at the farthest limits of the sea, even there your hand shall guide us, and your hand shall hold us fast. You've reminded us that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. Please help us to remember that, and to remember that you desire for us joy and justice and kindness and love and mercy. And so let each one of us, regardless of our individual beliefs, Lord, live into those ideals that you have created for humankind. Thank you. We praise you, and we pray all of these things in the holy and precious name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You want to leave that?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, Pastor Weaver. Thank you, Ken Peterson, for leading the pledge. So the next item on the agenda is presentation of a resolution recognizing Charlotte Carpenter upon her retirement effective February the 1st, 2020. Ms. Bisquewitz, would you read the?
Yes. Is she going to come forward?
Yes, please. That would be nice. Yeah, sure.
Whereas it is the desire of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors to give appropriate acknowledgement and recognition to Charlotte W. Carpenter, who has rendered invaluable service to the citizens of Goochland County, and whereas Mrs. Carpenter has served faithfully as Deputy Clerk of the Goochland County Circuit Court Clerk's Office beginning in 1987 as a part-time employee and becoming a full-time Deputy Clerk on November 1, 1991, and whereas Mrs. Carpenter has been a loyal employee in the Civil Department of the Clerk's Office, with the following being some of her duties: helping customers with land recordings, marriage licenses, judgments, financing statements, concealed weapon permits, name changes, civil suits, and filings. She also provided invaluable service in the office record room, helping customers with locating deeds, plats of survey, and other records related to real property. And whereas Mrs. Carpenter has consistently served all citizens with respect and professionalism. Whereas Mrs. Carpenter retired from Goochland County effective February 1, 2020. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, appreciates, congratulates, and sincerely thanks Mrs. Carpenter for her commitment to professional service for over 30 years and her contributions to Goochland County, and furthermore offers best wishes for her in the future.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the resolution as presented.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, motion is approved. We also have a small gift for you as well. And thank you for your service to the county. It's been tremendous. We really appreciate it. Would you like to say a few words?
Well,
Here's your chance.
well, thank you. I have thoroughly enjoyed working at the clerk's office, and it's been just a great job, great office. Thank you all very much.
Charlotte, if you don't mind, come up with Miss Lachelette for just a quick photo opportunity, please.
I get photos, right?
Bring the family up there, too.
Okay. That's the fun stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So next item is request to postpone agenda items and additions to deletions or changes in the order of presentation. Do we have any, board? Okay, seeing none. The next item is the chair's comments. So, I welcome you today to Goochland's board meeting. We have a full agenda this afternoon and this evening. We're excited about the hiring of Mike Watkins, who we just swore in as our Deputy Fire Rescue Chief. Congratulations. He replaces Eddie Ferguson in that position because we promoted Eddie to our Fire Rescue Chief. I'd also like to recognize Senator John Watkins, who's here today. He's Chief Watkins' father, so thank you for coming today. We have some very serious public hearings this evening that will have significant impacts on the county for generations to come. And I know that hundreds of hours have been spent, many, many meetings and phone calls, and a lot of information has been disseminated about these public hearings. So one project in particular has been deferred and revised and deferred and revised again, but today we make a decision. So after we hear from the county's presentation and the applicant's presentation and listen to the citizens, we're going to make a decision on these cases tonight. So we've got a lot on our plate. So thank you very much for being here, and we will continue on. Thank you. Also, I'd like to mention that we have scheduled the town hall meetings, our traditional spring town hall meetings. District 1 is Wednesday, March the 11th, 7 p.m. at Fife Firehouse, which is Company Station 4. Districts 2 and 3 will be Monday, March 16th at 7 p.m. at Central High School. And Districts 4 and 5 will be Thursday, March 26th at 7 p.m. So I hope you can come to one or all of them. All right, the next item is the county administrator's comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a few comments today. One, I think everyone knows that our General Assembly is in session right now. You will hear a report shortly from Mr. Drumright on some of the areas that we are following closely. Things are moving quickly, and we've had to spend even more time this year than normal monitoring bills and looking out for our citizens' interests in the process. So Paul will update us on that. But we've expended a fair amount of time at the staff level. The board's been engaged in these processes. Areas of importance have been shared with our representatives, and we continue to work with our delegation on issues of importance to Goochland County. did want to say, Ms. Flashlight talked about the town halls. Typically in the spring, the town halls are more budget focused. We review our budget in the months to come. Actually, on February 18th, everyone's invited to this room at 2 o'clock. I'll introduce the county administrator's recommended budget. And then we have numerous meetings, February, March, and into April, where the board will hear presentations and deliberate and obtain additional citizens' feedback on the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Our fiscal years run from July 1 to June 30th. And so that's coming up. Encourage our residents to engage and be involved in the county budget process. Last month, we did give an update on some of our efforts as it related to broadband. Did want to share with everyone this coming Friday, one of the phases of the broadband and internet deployment solutions was hotspots for the county. And we have worked with all of our fire and rescue volunteer system. Come this Friday, they will all be live on our website as locations that we're directing folks for the best coverage as they go to the fire and rescue stations. Also, we want to make sure you're safe and secure while you're there. And so those locations have been designated for those reasons. And so it's one step. Some folks have said, well, that's not enough, and we agree. And there's a lot more work that we're doing on broadband for the county, including RFPs that we're working on drafting to put out later in the months to come. But that's just one of the steps. It's by no means the be-all, end-all. It was just one of our approaches that we identified in our 10-step plan. And again, that's on our website, and you'll have those opportunities beginning this Friday. You know, one of the things that we pride ourselves on in Goochland is the beauty of this county. Regrettably, during the winter, when the leaves are all down, sometimes the trash in the county becomes even more apparent than you see in the summer. And if you've been driving roads in Goochland County, I know no one here or watching would purposely put any trash onto our beautiful roads, but it happens every day. One of the things, the county, as you know, the county does not maintain our road system. That is done by VDOT, but VDOT alone cannot solve this trash problem. As a county, we are committed to working with our residents to address trash. Numerous board members, Mr. Spoonhauer in particular, has brought a number of concerns to us on behalf of his constituents and others. We've gotten calls from residents. We see this problem. We are committed to a number of initiatives to help address the trash. The nearest initiative that we're scheduling, and we're looking for volunteers, whether it be community groups or individuals, to assist. On February 22nd from 8 to noon, we are going to have the first of many cleanup days for the county. We plan to assemble at Central High, Byrd Elementary, and the County Administration Building starting at 8 o'clock, and then deploy teams of folks to go out and hit particular roads in those areas. We are looking to identify the areas that we can make the most impact with volunteers. This is going to be an ongoing initiative. We will provide all of the trash bags, the pickups. We want to make sure people are safe, and so we do coordinate these community cleanup days. Also make sure that we're putting and recommending to folks to hit areas that are safe to be doing that cleanup on. And so we'll be working and encourage as many individuals or groups that would like to participate, and there will be more of these throughout the year. We also look forward to some other initiatives and promotions to have our residents help us in maintaining the beauty of this county. And so that'll be led by our General Services Department, but look forward to working with our residents to solve the trash challenge that we have for the county. And so, Madam Chairman, that's all I have here today.
Okay, all right, so thank you, Mr. Podeski. So we'll open the next segment, which is the citizen comment period. If anyone has a comment they'd like to make about county business, please come forward, give us your name and address. Try and keep your comments to 3 minutes. 1, 2.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, county staff, fellow citizens. Michael McDermott, 1879 Spruce Lane, Maidens, Virginia, here to speak about the Hickory Haven Samory Forest sewer project, and again to express my feelings regarding some type of creativity on behalf of the board regarding the connection fees. I've been here before. For those in the audience that aren't aware of the history of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, very briefly, it's a part of the county that was carved out maybe about 20 years ago with a special ad valorem tax it had great intentions. You know, there's a saying, the path to hell, pardon my French, is paved with good intentions. Unfortunately, you know, some parcels in that district have been challenged as far as being able to reap the full rewards of the services provided, mainly, you know, water and sewer. So I own property. I've been a proud property owner in this wonderful county since 1993 that is in that district at 1576 Whippoorwill Road. Myself and the neighbors there's about 70 of us. We kind of represent the part of Goochland that's maybe been forgotten. It's salt of the earth, working class, people raising their families, some people that are retired. It's a lower middle class neighborhood, but taxpayers, citizens, the kind of housing where the first responders and teachers need to live, and we do have first responders and teachers living in the neighborhood. So the point being is we've been paying the ad valorem all along, and now that we're ready to hook up the sewer, we're being asked to pay a full connection fee and not get any kind of relief for that money that the county has benefited from over the years to kind of alleviate the financial impact. So I ask you, I challenge you to think outside the box. And although this is kind of against any kind of official policy, I know Goochland has been in the forefront of being creative, being able to come up with solutions that benefit everybody. And in this case, you know, there's no right way to do the wrong thing. So this just is good common sense that some kind of relief be given on the hookup fees to alleviate this money that the county has benefited from over the years. I know the county got involved in the Bridgewater subdivision. There was an issue there with the roads unfinished by the developer, and the county stepped in and finished those roads, if I'm not mistaken, with some kind of resolution or some kind of financial help. So here was an example, a precedent, where the county as a whole, because I know at the end of the day there's only one wallet, the county wallet, but at the end of the day the whole county pitched in to help a certain area, which is a very upper middle class development of $500,000 homes. You know, Samry Forest, Hickory Haven, I think the median value there is around $200,000. So again, I appeal to you to think outside the box, do the right thing, and kind of give it some consideration for the amount of money. And without getting into the nitty-gritty, it is a sizable amount of money that the county has had over the years. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Do we have any other comments? Okay, seeing none.
Good afternoon, board members, Mr. Badesky, Ms. Beskowitz, Ms. McGee. Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. It's good to see everybody. I've been traveling the last couple of weeks, so I missed some of the budget workshops, but since I did not work, so I didn't miss them. Mr. Badesky tells me I just thought I did. So let me go back to my notes because I'm going to stay under 3 minutes. I want to note that I did receive my assessment, and I'm certainly, again, very thrilled to be living. I'm here in Goochland because I want to be, not because I have to be. I am seeing a 4% approximately increase in my property value, and so if, as the budget process is going on, you keep the tax rate the same, I still will see about a 4% increase in my taxes, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I've also read that there are some rumblings that as the county grows, there is going to be a need, and I'm using air quotes for that, to increase the tax rate. And I would hope that we would give some pause and consideration before we do that. I shared with you a little while ago an editorial from yesterday's Wall Street Journal talking about New Jersey and the issues it's having in retaining business up there and having to go the incentive route, which has created all kinds of mischief and mayhem up there. And so the growth we're seeing in the county is it's immigration is what it is. I mean, I moved here from Henrico in 1990, so I'm part of the problem in some respect. But if we're going to see growth, my understanding is the Tischler-Bice model is to offset those increased needs on services. And if that's not happening, and we are having to now revisit and perhaps increase the tax rate, would we be better off revisiting Tischler-Bice and recalibrating that model? I don't know. I mean, models are models, and they, garbage in, garbage out type of thing. But I would just put that out there for consideration. I do think that the county has done a great job of pursuing economic development. I understand later today we're going to hear an update on that, and that's a good thing. So I'll just let you know that I don't mind paying my taxes for services received, but I do think that we're going to be able to grow our pie by keeping our tax rate low, because that is an incentive for people to come to Goochland. And with West Creek being I think, attractive opportunity for business growth, that would be my encouragement, that we think long and hard before we start raising the tax rate, because we're already, in my case anyway, seeing a 4% increase in taxes just because of reassessments. And the red light hadn't gone off, and I'm sitting down.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Lau.
Madam Chairman, while Mr. Lau takes the seat, I can tell you that I don't want any rumors getting spread. There's no tax rate increase being discussed right at this second.
Happy February. Linda Moore, 2164 Crawford Road, and I got a green light, so I will go. I want to once again thank you all for all your help over the last couple months with the developer. I know it's just as agonizing to you as it is to the rest of us, but we are working in a positive way, and we have managed to not call names and keep our head above water. I also want to thank the Department of Social Services for helping me out with my brother. I moved my brother from Massachusetts down. He's disabled, and my mother passed away in in April, and I didn't know that moving him to Henrico meant that he was under Henrico. So, but they helped me anyways, because I'm a Goochland resident, and I appreciate that I live in Goochland. I'm going to be here all night. I'm a GLE, so I'm going to have supper with y'all. And so you're going to see a lot of me this year. And again, I appreciate you all because my neighbors had lots of questions and for being sweet, as you always are to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Moore. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the citizen comment period. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the meeting minutes from December the 3rd, 2019. I'm assuming everyone there in the board packet have read the minutes.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from the December 3rd, 2019 meeting as they are recorded in our packet today.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. There's no further discussion or amendments. We have vote to approve. Say aye.
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 Thank you. No dissension. All right, minutes are approved. So next item on our agenda are the reports. The first one is the VDOT 2020 report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Podesky, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mark Harlow. I'll be presenting the report for VDOT today.
Okay.
Our maintenance crews, just a quick overview. I think most of you have received the report from us. We've continued to patch and repair potholes. We've had ditching crews and pipe replacement going on. Also daylighting secondary signs and primary signs. We've also, as Mr. Badesky was speaking earlier, litter pickup is a big thing. We're constantly picking up litter. We've had tree pruning contractors in our area that have been doing some tree pruning. We've also had 4 after-hours emergency call-outs. We received 80 work requests this past month, completed 73. The only other thing I wanted to bring up to you guys was Route 250 and 288. I know that's been ongoing, seemed like forever. We've got a pre-construction meeting this week, so that is on track to get that moving. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll see some break ground out there, so.
Wow.
Other than that, that's about all I got. If you guys got anything for me?
Do we have any questions for Mr. Harlow?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lumpkins?
I see on your report, and thank you for your report, but I see a pedestrian crossing study right out here out front. And this may be a question for County Mr. Kilduff or Mr. Badesky, but I know I ask every few weeks, I ask the status on that with VDOT and the developer that's doing Reed Marsh. And so do you have any information on the timing of this study? What, I can assume some things about what it's going to try to evaluate, but.
I know they were talking about the placement of the pedestrian crossing. As of that, Philip, do you have anything?
So the request that I got was for,
This is Philip Frazier. Sorry.
Thanks.
good afternoon. The request that I received was for pedestrian crosswalks somewhere along Route 6, kind of in the town. So what we do is we put a machine out there with a camera that reviews the pedestrian's movement during like a 12-hour period. And then after we get those counts, then we can install like one of the yellow pedestrian crossing signs, and then even pavement markings that would kind of depict an actual walkway. So that's what we are reviewing right now. We're trying to figure out a good place to put the trailer that has the camera on it. And yeah, we've been talking with Mr. Kilduff here about that, and so it'd probably take about 60 days, but as far as Marsh, the other.
Yeah, I was going to say that particular, and Todd Kilduff, Deputy County Administrator for Community and Economic Development, that particular request was for the Economic Development Building, where we're in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and having a crosswalk over near the Bella Cecilia area, just to put it in perspective. When I last talked with the engineer for the Reed Marsh, they didn't have an update other than that they were still coordinating with VDOT. So I'm happy to contact him again, see if he has any more information on that, but that's the last I have for Reed Marsh.
So the VDOT study is for further down the road?
That's further down the road, yes, sir.
Okay, it says Route 6 and 522, but.
That's really not, right?
Right, yeah, I think.
Oh, I
there's
guess
a
it's
mix-up on how
because
it's-
this is technically that road is, that leg is Route 522 and Route 6.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. All right, well, that takes care of it. That's not even,
And I'm happy to contact the engineer again, because I haven't heard from him probably about a month and a half or so on that particular, on the Reed Marsh
on the
question.
corner right out
Yes,
front of the
sir.
building? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kilduff, can you clarify though? I believe when we had interest as well, because we thought the developer was just responsible for coming across 6. We were looking at the greater impact of pedestrian movement, even from sort of across 522 on our side. Our understanding is the developer is going to be responsible for a number of those crosswalks and or definitely full design, but potentially construction as well as a requirement of VDOT?
That's correct. Yeah, we did have an interest from our perspective, because it was our understanding at the beginning that they were only, the Reed Marsh project was only going to do 1 or maybe 2 crosswalks, and they approached us and said, County, would you like the others, and let's have some sort of partnership on that. And they were offering the engineering for free. And I don't want to speak for VDOT, but apparently in further conversations between the engineer and VDOT said you have to do all the crosswalks anyway. So we wouldn't have, we would still have to say, like, we can look at the crosswalks and see what they look like, but it'd be the responsibility of the development to do that. That's the latest we have on that, and I haven't heard anything past that.
Thank you. All right, well, so yours is like 60 days, you're thinking it's going to be 60 days from now for the study that's, I guess, further down the road from here?
That's correct. Typically, whenever we do a traffic study, we say about 60 to 90 days before we get a finalized report.
Okay, so we'll look for, maybe we'll look for, hear something from you in 3 months or so on that. maybe.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Madam Chairman, can I just add to that?
Absolutely.
The only thing I caution you on the study is there are 2 vacant buildings that would be using the crosswalk. They're not occupied right now, so if you do the study now, you're not going to get the benefit of the potential counts, and there's not one there now, so people may not be using it. So I'm not sure if that is going to generate. Usually you need a warrant based on those numbers. I'm not sure you're going to see it if you're doing that in short order. So I'm sure Mr. Kilduff will work with you on.
Yeah, we'll continue to coordinate with him, and maybe if we leave it out there for a week, maybe it's better that way. I even brought it up with our traffic engineering group and said, hey, is this really the right time to be doing it? Being February, if it turns around and it's 35 degrees next week, it might not be the best time. So we'll just continue to work through it, and it makes sense, but you're right, we do have to see numbers.
Thank you. We're doing a Biggest Loser contest here, so we may just have a new route to walk to help you with your study. So.
We talked about that.
All right, does that answer your question? Good. Any other questions? Good. Okay, so, well, thank you very much, Mr. Hawley. Appreciate it. All right, the next report is Fire Rescue, Chief Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just wanted to have a few comments. I know you guys have the fire rescue report that was submitted in the meeting agenda. Be happy to answer any questions about that. Have a few brief comments to share. Once again, we welcome Deputy Chief John Michael Watkins to the Fire Rescue Department. We are certainly delighted to have him. He brings a tremendous amount of skill and talent to the department, and we look forward to his help going forward. I'd also like to thank our HR department for all of their hard work, that they help us find the right candidates and the hiring processes and so forth, and also to the clerk of the circuit court, Ms. Dale Agnew, who helps us with all the swearing in. So we are grateful and appreciate that. I also would like to give a shout out to our fire rescue administration team for their hard work over the last year. We've been down a position for a full year. And while time has gone by really fast in some respects, a tremendous amount of work has been done. Beth Campbell, Angela Merciers, Liz Haney, Daniel Sprouse, Doug Davies, Blake Markey, Chan Rowland, and Deputy Chief Tony Gordon, and now Deputy Chief Mike Watkins, and of course our members and our officers and leadership in the field. We appreciate everyone's support to be able to have the department that we have. I just wanted to mention to you, I know there's a lot of information on the TV about the coronavirus, and I just wanted to reassure you that as a fire rescue department that we're working in close concert with the health department as well as VDEM, local hospitals, as well as Old Dominion Emergency Medical Services Alliance. We're sharing information. And I want you to know, thank you for your support, that we do have the right equipment here in the county to protect our fire and rescue volunteers and also career staff who go out and answer these calls. We have N95 respirators and all of the personal protective equipment that we need to be prepared for that. While we hope this stays a very low risk, as has been portrayed to the folks in the county and citizens of the country and so forth, I just did want to say that one other aspect of something that you've supported recently is working as well, and that is the emergency medical dispatch. There's a protocol in the emergency medical dispatch field that helps us identify things like this. It's actually a surveillance tool. It asks the right questions for screening that gives us the right information to know travel history and things of that sort when we're dealing with a situation like this. Our medical director, Dr. Ernst, met with Major East and the members of the Sheriff Department and signed off on that protocol last week. So while we hope this stays small scale, we are prepared. I just wanted you to know that. A couple things else to share. We are beginning to look at our dry hydrants in the county. I know we have talked in the past that some of our dry hydrants that we inspected last year need some minor miscellaneous repairs, and we are beginning to look at that and see how we can move forward with that. We actually participated in Lobby Day. Goochland Fire Rescue provided 2 ambulances and a quick response vehicle, assisted the Richmond agencies on the 20th of January, and we were glad to be able to be of assistance, and we were thankful for such a nice, calm event, and we were not too busy while we were there. So we've received some letters of appreciation for our attendance and support. We've been busy with training recently. We had a basic and advanced airway training at the Fire Rescue Training Center a couple of Saturdays ago. We had a pre-hospital trauma life support we hosted for the region. And I would also like to thank our county attorney, Mrs. McGee, for the social media training that she has provided to our department and has made convenient to our members at their time of availability. I'm also happy to report that response times continue to trend down with the staffing in the fire stations. We ended 2019 with a slight increase in call volume, 3,250 incidents in 2018 and 3,284 incidents, almost an identical call volume, but just with a slight increase. In closing, I would just like to recognize all the people who composed the fire rescue team, including the firefighters and the EMS providers, as well as our dispatchers, law enforcement officers, and everyone for their dedication and skill. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Any questions from the board? Mr. Lumpkins?
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
You probably know where I'm going to ask the volunteer rescue hours. I see that in your chart.
Yes, sir.
Does the numbers in there, the declines, 18% on rescue duty and 15% basically on fire duty hours, does that represent a consistent trend over the last few years, or is it accelerating?
Well, you know, in 2013, we noticed quite a decrease and a downturn in those hours, and then last year the hours were actually up. And in 2019, we took in 34 new members, and of course there were some resignations. And what I would like to say is that the volunteer duty hours is only one snapshot of activity. Many of the members pull duty and run calls from home, and so we have another segment of our workforce that responds from home that doesn't necessarily pull duty from the station or figured into the duty hours. So I looked at that also, and we're going to look at that a little closer. But I think it's and people's availability has changed as well. So, but we'll take a look at that. I did notice that as well, that they're down compared to last year.
Is the comparison of rescue to fire, I noticed there's like, 12,000 more hours of fire than rescue. That's
Well, the fire duty hours are our East End stations. Many of the members who volunteer at the East End fire stations reside outside the county. So they come to the county and they schedule their duty and they pull their hours from the building. But as you move further into the county, into the more rural areas, again, you have the home response component that's more prevalent and more common. And so all combined, it equals our ability to answer calls and keep the calls answered with both workforces.
good.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Chief. Oh,
I'm sorry, just more of a comment. I just wanted to thank you guys. Over the holiday season, it was just amazing to see the teams out. I live in Mill Forest, and the excitement about when Santa Claus comes, it's really amazing. That and the breakfast, it's just a real great sense of community, so thank you for that.
Well, thank you for mentioning that. And it's an opportunity for us to engage with the community during a time where there's not an emergency, and to make those relationships with the children in the community. So I appreciate your support to
It's
continue
super
doing that.
impressive to see that all the lights and come through the woods. You're like, holy moly, that's pretty impressive.
And I know that in some cases, some residents can be alarmed, and we try to advertise that well in advance, and we go to the extent of placing social media posts and placing signs throughout the neighborhood to do that. But we've received some really nice compliments and appreciation for that, and yours as well. Thank you, sir.
okay. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Chief. We
Yes,
appreciate it.
ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so the next report is introduction of new county staff by Kelly Parrish, who's our HR director.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Badesky. I'm Kelly Parrish, Director of Human Resources, and I'm happy to present new staff to you in General Services and Fire Rescue. On January 2nd, we had two new custodians join our staff, Anthony Jackson and Steve Mills. Due to a resignation, Jason Cox joined the Fire and EMS Department, and he, I believe, is here today. Jason, would you please stand?
Okay.
Jason joined Fire EMS as a paramedic on January 2nd. Jason previously worked for Emergency Services Solutions as a paramedic and has volunteered for the Powhatan Volunteer Rescue Squad since 2013. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome.
And as you know, before this board meeting, we had a swearing-in ceremony for a new deputy fire chief. So I'm going to ask that he stand again, and I'll do a recap for those of you who weren't here or weren't listening in then. Mike, would you please stand? Due to an employee promotion, Mike Watkins joined Fire EMS on February 3rd as the new deputy fire chief. Mike comes to us from Hanover County, where he has served for the past 23 years. He has worked as a firefighter medic, EMS supervisor, fire company officer, and training officer supervising EMS programs in the J. Sergeant Reynolds paramedic program. In 2014, he was promoted to battalion chief and led the training section, which oversaw volunteer, career, and high school academies. Since May 2018, he has been serving as an operations battalion chief. And we are so glad to have you join our staff as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome.
And that concludes the new hires. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parrish. All right, so the next report is planning and development activity. The report is in the board packet. Are there any questions, the board members? Okay, and then also the accounts payable report is also in the packet. Any questions on that? Okay, moving right along. The consent agenda, we have none today, so we'll get past that. And then new business items. The first is a presentation on the county website redesign by Randy Buzzard, who's our IT director. Hi, Randy.
Switch to PC. Good afternoon, thank you. Mr. Radesky, members of the board, thanks for having me. Allow me to present the redesigned website for the county. So as part of our contract with our website vendor, we're entitled to a county website redesign every 4 years. And this is the first one we've embarked on since the brand new site with that vendor went live back in, I think it was 2015. We started this redesign this past fall, and we formulated a core county redesign team that was made up of members of IT, county administration, and the sheriff's office. And I just want to recognize Janet Newby, because without her, the redesign wouldn't have happened at this time. And we worked with our vendor, and we identified some sites around the country and around our state that we liked, and we took some ideas from each of those sites, and we formulated a look and feel that we think best represents the county. The new site went live last week on January 28th of 2020, and the new site, not only does it have a new look and feel, but it also has some additional functionality that the older version of the site just did not have. And I'd like to do a brief demonstration and walk through some of those highlights with you. As you can see here, we have a new color scheme. Our old color scheme was mostly green and white, and now we're mostly blue and white with some green sprinkled in. We have new photos in the background of the site, and if you launch a new browser, close the browser, and go back to the site, or if you just hit refresh, a new photo will come up in the background as well. There we go. Also, the social media buttons are more prominent, and we moved them up to the top of the page here. Our calendar, if we go scroll down a little bit, our calendar is now more prominent and larger. And we also, back up here, these are called our graphic buttons. We used to have 4 graphic buttons, these 4 on the left. We've added 2 new graphic buttons, and we added those based off of site visits for the past year on which pages were getting hit the most. And 6 is the most we could have, so we wanted to make those prominent. And also wanted to point out, if you go to a sub-page, the look and feel feels the same, and the graphic buttons now follow every sub-page where they did not before. There's also a new county spotlight section. If you scroll down here, this is new. We didn't have this before. And then also one other thing I wanted to point out is some improved accessibility options. So you see this little icon over here on the right, this little guy. If you click him and you use the toolbars down here, for people who that need some help and to stay in ADA compliance, you can use this toolbar and you can do things like make your cursor bigger. You can use this reading guide. So if you're reading and you have some trouble reading, use the lines. You can. It's hard to see with that lighting, but this is an emphasize button here. You can even change the contrast and the color a little bit if you're having trouble with that color scheme. And it gives you some different options. And there's some highlight features you can use. You can highlight one thing, more than one thing. You can always go back. You can increase text size for people who have want to increase text size. Make it bigger. You can increase line spacing and text size. You can do multiple things at the same time. And you can even change the font if you have a problem with the font that's there. There. And there's also over here, and I don't know if we can hear this or not, but there's what's called a player for people who are having trouble reading. You can press the player and highlight a section.
Accessible label. Welcome to.
And it will.
Goochland County has a rich agricultural history. Welcome to Goochland.us.
Turn that off. One other thing I wanted to mention is the administration of the site has not changed at all. So the people who manage the site and put content on the site, they don't have to get retrained or anything. That's all the same behind the scenes. And a couple other things. We do have planned what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a citizen photo contest in the next month or so to help us get some more pictures that we can use on the site in various places. And there'll be more details to come on that, but the gist of it is that citizens who maybe are also amateur photographers or otherwise can submit county photos, whether they be outdoor or business parks or recreation or tourism, that may or may not be included on our website if we choose them. Again, more details on that. So things such as, what the requirements are for photo quality, et cetera, will be coming on the website or social media. And then the last thing I wanted to remind our citizens that while I have this platform is that you can sign up for very important county announcements and updates and website notifications through the Notify Me module, which is right here, and it's one of our prominent graphic buttons on the site. That concludes. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Buzzard. Any questions? Comments? Okay, well, thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate the work.
thanks to the whole team that stepped up to do that work. I know it was a lot on top of everything else, but I think it really is an added benefit to our residents. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so our next report is Economic Development Calendar Year 19 Report, Todd Kilduff.
Good afternoon. Todd Kilduff, Deputy County Administrator for Community and Economic Development. And I have the pleasure of providing you with the calendar year 2019 report for the Economic Development Department. Let's see if this one works. Here we go. Starting out, we actually had an updated strategic plan back in June of last year. And in that, we actually have a few statements, and I wanted to make sure I was very purposeful in putting these first in the slideshow. We have a new vision statement, and I'm not going to read the whole statement, but we wanted to be very meaningful in actually putting in what we're actually trying to do as far as a vision goes. So this was run through the Board of Supervisors. It was also run through the Economic Development Authority, and everyone blessed this vision statement. But we do have in here economic growth through commercial and industrial development. But also we wanted to put in there something about our agricultural heritage. So again, we wanted to be very purposeful in how we marry those two in one vision statement, and this is what we had, and this is what was adopted in the plan. That mission statement is actually, or the vision statement is actually supported by the mission statement here that's also in the plan. This actually provides us a little more guidance on what we're trying to focus on. And if you see the bullet points, we have new business, existing business, tourism, and workforce development. Again, not going to read it word for word, but these are two things that we wanted to put first in the slideshow because they are very important to us on the economic development side of the house, as well as the Economic Development Authority. This slide we're actually proud of. We've been very, very busy this past year in the Economic Development Department. We're actually, for the first time, fully staffed. We have Sarah Worley sitting behind me. She's our Economic Development Coordinator for existing business. And Casey Verberg's been with us a little over a year now. And she's actually our Economic Development Coordinator focused on new business. And these are all the memberships, boards, councils, meetings, and things we've started to attend and become members of just in this past year. We used to attend some of the Chamber of Commerce meetings. Now we go to all of them. And there's several other things on here that we're doing more and more in engaging with some of our neighbor localities and building the relationships in that department. And Casey's actually a member on she's a program committee member on the Commercial Real Estate for Women, which is CREW, which is near the bottom. So we've been very busy in going to some of these memberships and boards. Moving into the data side, we have a few slides on some of the data. We put both of these on the same slide. It's capital investment and new commercial square footage. They're not exactly apples to apples, but they are sort of similar. What I mean is somebody may have some capital investment. It may be a new sign on the outside of their building or something like that. So it is an investment in their business, but that doesn't really equate to new square footage. However, we do have a significant amount of square footage that has happened in 2019 if you look on the far right side there. But one of the reasons why we've been tracking this for several years, but we have the 4 years on there, is to look at the trend lines. While the graphs go up and down, you can see capital investment has a slight decline, but new commercial square footage has an incline. So this is something that we look at frequently and analyze, and we pull the data just to see what it looks like overall for the county. This is another data point that we look at. Actually, this exact slide you're going to see again when Mary Ann gets up here and discusses the assessment report with you. This slide actually came from her, but it is something we look at too. It's really important to her. It's important to all of us. But on the economic development side, we really keep our eye on the assessed value of things. But the chart is really the 2020 data as of January 2020. You see the commercial as 19.24, residential as 80.76, and just to the right of that, we wanted to show you also the 2019 numbers. So there's a slight decrease on the commercial side, slight increase on the residential side, but again, Mary Ann will go a little more detail into that when she does her report. Vacancy rates, another data point that we look at frequently. This one we're actually comparing Goochland to the Richmond MSA, the Metropolitan Statistical Area, and also against the rest of the country. There's sort of two sides to this, two explanations. One, if you see the vacancy rates are low, that could imply that we're filling everything, which could be perceived as a good thing, which it is. But what we know in the ED house is that we receive calls frequently from somebody looking for 10,000 square feet of spec space, 40,000 square foot spec space. What that's telling us is we actually don't have the inventory. So we have some inventory, very little of it right now, and it's being filled. We just don't have the inventory available. And all the spec space that we do get is filled almost immediately, and that's actually shown on another slide here in just a little bit. Job creation. As you can see, these data points, this is quarterly over the past year. We are trending higher than Richmond MSA, Virginia, and the U.S. Unemployment is also something we look at. As you can see, we're fairly similar to the state, almost comparable to the state, but we're a little bit lower than Richmond in the U.S. I mentioned earlier that the strategic plan was just updated. Pretty much the rest of this presentation, I want to focus a little more on that and all the good things that have come out of that plan, because there's been a significant amount of work associated with it, not just from the ED staff, but the EDA as well. But there's four main goals. The first one focuses a little more on new business. Second goal is existing business. Third is tourism. And fourth is effective economic development department. I'm going to go into each one of these goals. Out of all of the objectives and strategies that we have, out of all the objectives and strategies that we have for goal number one, focusing on new business, we've actually completed over half of them. And we're very proud of that because there's a lot of work that's been done with it. Just a few of those goals, just to let you know, was engaging with 20 commercial brokers, increasing the leads that we have with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. I actually have a visual on the next slide for that, and creating and managing a social media page. We started that probably about 6 months ago, maybe a little bit longer, and we've actually had a pretty good presence on social media when it comes to our new businesses and promoting some of the new businesses that have come to the county. So I mentioned the VEDP leads, Virginia Economic Development Partnership leads. There's a lot of acronyms. It's a little very similar to VDOT. They have hundreds of acronyms. But buildings and sites, if you can see on the left side, those numbers in that box, start of 2019, we only had about 44 sites in Goochland that were listed. That's not all the sites we had. We had more. We just only had 44 that were listed in the VEDP website's VA scan. That's what they call it. That's where somebody that's looking for a property, they can go and see what's available on the market. It's one of the first places they go. Casey was hired in January of 2019. As you can see, she immediately got to work and jumped us up to 68. And then by the end of December, we had over 106 properties listed in VA scan. So there's a lot of legwork. It's not just putting a property in there. It's all the attributes that are associated with that property that somebody would be interested in is where that work lies. Marketing, as you can see, we have an info flyer here. I asked Lisa to pass out an info flyer for you. It's really more geared towards this calendar year update. But that's just a snippet of some of the things that we do in the ED department, is putting out a lot of this marketing material and just really having more of a presence in the Richmond region, more than we ever have before. When Matt Ryan was the previous director, he was just one person, and now we have 3 people. So we can just do a lot more than what had been done previously, just by the sheer fact that we have some more people. We get asked a lot how many leads we have and what we're actually working on. So I asked Sarah and Casey if they'd put together some of this slide in particular that shows we had 53 total project leads last year. 6 were from VEDP. And then Casey had provided me with the 21 active leads number. And I said, well, if we have 21 active leads, if we were to, we don't know if we get all 21, but just assuming if we did for 1 second, what does that actually mean? So she dug into it and found that all 21 together would equal about 507 jobs and about $65 million worth of investment. So these are some of the things that we look at frequently. As you may know, in 2019, we have a few new businesses. Drive Shack was a big one, Kitty Academy, and all the tenant upfits. Those are the spec space places mostly on the right side there. They were all completed just in the past 12 months. So this gives us a lot more legwork to go out and reach out to these companies and let them know who we are and what we do. The shed is listed on there. Virginia Axe Company. Actually, if anyone wants to see the video, there's a video of me and Mr. Lumpkins in slow motion throwing our axes at the wall and hitting the target. I can't remember who was closer to the middle, but we'll have to look. We have to review the video. Some of the projects under consideration that we have. And when I say projects under consideration, that means either the company has announced that they want to move into Goochland, or they're actually actively going through our POD process or some sort of permitting process. One of the companies that you see listed, Performance Food Group, is already here in Goochland. They just want to do some interior renovations. And we do have several projects under construction. Some of them are very big, actually. The Avery Point, that's the continuing care retirement community, and the Notch, about 1,400 units. Residence Inn should be completed probably in the next 3 or 4 months. Sheltering Arms wants to be completed in the next 2. And last I heard, they want to have their first patient ready by June. So they're moving. And last I heard from our building inspections department, they speak very highly of that project. It's going very well. Everything's gone very smooth, and they've had almost no issues with the project just in general. So they're doing a really good job. In Tuckahoe Pines is the retirement life community. I think it's about 130 units on Patterson Avenue on the southeast end of the county. Moving into the existing business side, so this is a similar pie chart to the new business one. We've completed a little over half of those tasks. Some of them are just creating a list of all of our businesses. You know, that's something we didn't have before, and it sounds easy to kind of pull that together, but it's not. It's a lot of work talking to the assessment department, talking to the commissioner, and trying to get all this information and find out what businesses we have here in Goochland so that we can reach out to them and let them know we're here to help them with any issues that they may have. Another thing we completed was a business walk. That was huge. It took a lot of coordination, and we ended up visiting about 11 businesses in one day, so we're very proud of that. So when it comes to actually visiting the businesses, what are those numbers? What do they look like? Well, so far we've had 25 business visits. We've had 87 business touches, and that can be anything from social media posts to welcome letters. And when we say welcome letters, we have like a little just a little postcard, so to speak, where when we find out there's a new business, we just send it to them and let them know we're here if they need us for anything. We've actually had some positive feedback. There was one person who said, I just moved here from another county and they've never talked to me, and you guys did. This is great. I can't thank you enough for just letting me know who you are. Now I have a contact with the county. 3 business park networking events. I mentioned the park walk. We go to a lot more chamber events than we've ever gone to before. We've helped the chamber with some of their grand openings and held one ourselves, and we've had about 27 different training opportunities. The next 2 slides are very interesting. When we go and meet with these businesses, we're not just there just to say hi and here's our contact information. We want to know a little bit more about them. And one of those things is some of the challenges that they're faced with. And this is a chart that we're putting together. It's a dynamic chart. So every business, the more business we meet with, the more these percentages will change. But as you can see, we related it back to the words on the right side there of what challenges they're actually seeing. We're not shocked to see the infrastructure as the largest one. Right now it's 35%, and that ranges from everything. At first I thought it might have just been maybe broadband or transportation, but it goes to natural gas, it goes to power, it goes, I mean, it's water and sewer, I mean, it's across the board. So it's really interesting to start to compile that data for the first time and see what's challenging our businesses. Some are having workforce issues. We know that, and I think everyone's having workforce issues in the region, that everyone that we've talked to, but we do have several of the other challenges that they're faced with listed farther down. The next slide is something that we're extremely proud of. And while I'd love to talk to you for an hour about this and talk about each and every example here, this is just what we've done to assist those businesses that have had issues. We haven't been able to get to everyone just yet, but some of them we have. And I did want to highlight two in particular that we actually assisted with. There was one business on West Creek Parkway that's in operation 24/7. And we didn't know this until we met with them, but they said, we are not on Dominion Energy's 24/7 emergency list, meaning if the power goes out, Dominion doesn't go to them first, they go to whoever else is on that 24/7 operation list. So it wasn't necessarily simple for us to connect A to B, but we were able to connect A to B after several phone calls and emails on getting this business on Dominion Power's list. So if there's a power outage, Dominion would, in theory, mobilize to them first. Another one, this one's very interesting, it has to do with broadband. There was a company that had a broadband issue. They didn't have any broadband, and this was on the east end of the county. And before we had contacted them, they had already contacted a broadband company, and that company said, we can get you the broadband, but you got to install the infrastructure. It's $50,000. Then we went and met with them on our existing business tour, and they said, well, one of our challenges is, $50,000 for broadband. That's really, really expensive. So through several emails, phone calls, and several weeks later, that company replied, all right, we'll drop that number from 50,000 down to 6. So that was huge. Then after a few more phone calls, few emails, and a little bit more coordination, they actually dropped their number to 0. So it's 0 cost to the business. All they got to do is, the company obviously hasn't, they haven't installed their infrastructure just yet, but they may have run some numbers in that area and found that maybe it's a little more beneficial for them to drop it down to 0 and have a little bit more expansion for them. So we're very, very happy to say that that's something that we were able to do and accomplish on the ED side of things. Had we not gone with that business, we may not have known. They may have either paid $50,000 for that connection, or they just would have gone without. Goal number 3, tourism. That's actually right now in the Parks and Rec house, and they are working very diligently on compiling a lot of this information. Last we spoke, they were looking to have something for you in about a year, and there's more exciting news to come on that.
Todd, just to clarify,
yes.
it'll be within months.
Within months? CY21. Thank you. I'm still on the, yeah. Goal number 4, the effective department. A few objectives here that we've accomplished, and we're very proud to say we're about 75% complete with just that goal alone. This one really has to do with tracking appropriate information for reporting purposes. Basically, this entire presentation is filled with a lot of data that had been tracked in some sort, but not all of it has. I just mentioned some of the business challenges and the business outreach that we've done. That's new information for us. This is the first time that we've really stepped out and started compiling this data from a massive amount of businesses here in Goochland, and we're going to continue to do so and continue to build those lists. But that's one of the things that was one of our goals. One of the goals that's underway is the business center. We mentioned it a little bit earlier when VDOT was here, but opening up the business center just down the road. Right now, our Economic Development Department is here in this building. They would actually move to that building down the road, and the Chamber of Commerce would also move in. So that would create a lot of synergy between those two organizations. So we're excited about that. And I believe that'll happen probably the next 3 or 4 weeks, last I heard. So next year we can say it's a completed task. I mentioned building up our relationships. This is very important to us. It's not just going out and meeting the businesses and everything, but it's also building the relationships and building up trust with them. So we've, as well as the Economic Development Authority, I can tell you just in the past year and a half, with all this new information that we've been providing to them, you're hearing it now in this calendar year update, but they're hearing it every month in our monthly updates, a lot of this information. They're so much more engaged. They're just loving all this information, and they're just ready to start doing some of the tasks and things that are in here, and they're just so appreciative of everything we've done so far. So I did want to give some kudos to them, especially for their support, because they've been extremely supportive of us and everything that we've needed to do and wanted to do. Building up relationships with our utility providers. Another big one was schools. We actually worked with them on their business roundtable that they do twice a year. As a matter of fact, I presented at one last year at this time. So we've built up that relationship as well. I mentioned our social media presence. This is also new to us, something we didn't have before. We had a website, yes, but we were not on Facebook or LinkedIn or any of those social media pages. We have about 150 followers right now on Facebook, and one of our biggest touches on Facebook was when we posted about the Drive Shack grand opening. I think we got like almost 3,000 people that reacted to that, so that was very interesting. I'm almost wrapped up. With the agricultural side, this is one thing that we didn't want to get lost in all this information. This is a large part of our county. This is 85% of our county as identified in the comprehensive plan. And we want to make sure that's not lost in the mix of maybe some new business that goes in on the east end of the county. This is something that we're focused on. As a matter of fact, the first bullet point there, Casey Verberg and Lisa Dearden, the chair of the EDA, they attended an agritourism conference last year, and we're going to continue to go to that. It serves us well because it creates a lot of relationships. We get to know a little bit more about some of our partners that we didn't know before, and we're just learning, and it's educational for us just on the surface. And Lisa, when she came back, she said she had a really good time and learned a lot more about agritourism, not just in the state, but in Goochland as well. We also attend all the VDAX meetings, which is something we weren't doing before. And also, as you're aware, there was a grand opening at the county's agricultural center, which is Central High School on Dogtown Road. So where does that leave us? Again, this past year, we've been very busy, as you can see. There's a lot of information, a lot of things we're doing, but there's still some work to be done. The first one, we get asked this question a lot. What are we targeting in Goochland? We haven't quite figured that out yet, but we're still working on it, and that's one of our priorities for this coming year. We want to attend a lot more of our existing business visits, knock on a few more doors, get to know a few more companies that may not have known that we can do something for them. We might be able to help. We might be able to maybe help with a transportation issue. If they have a driveway issue, we can contact VDOT. There's a lot of things that we can do, and we want to let them know that we're here for them for those things. Conduct business park walks, evaluate a regional partnership. And the last one is probably the bigger task, is sustaining everything that we just did this past year. There's a lot of work that's been done, but we want to make sure we can maintain that and still continue on that path. So with that, I know it's a lot of information, but happy to take any questions that you have. I'll do my best to answer, but I do have Sarah and Casey here that can help me with any questions I may not know the answer to, but happy to take any questions if you have them.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Kilduff.
Oh, I'm sorry, this pamphlet we handed out, Sarah, did you put them in the back yet? Okay, we're going to have this handout for the citizens in the back as well.
Oh, wonderful.
Sorry
Thank you
about
very
that.
much. So any comments or questions from the board? Okay. Mr.
Yes, ma'am,
Howard?
sure. Todd, thank you for your presentation. I know the first time we ever met, sort of formally, we talked about the kind of looking at existing businesses and recognizing them, and I'm seeing a lot of movement in that place. I just want to thank you and your team for that, because while getting the big new business in is the sexy work, helping these businesses grow is really important. So thank you for your team's efforts in that.
Sure. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay. All right, any other comments? Mr. Lumpkins?
I'll just say that, thank you. I mean, I look forward to digging into this a little bit more. I think some of the information kind of showed me that a little bit deeper dive. I think we can be a little clearer on how we can better support what you're doing.
Sure.
How many LinkedIn followers are you hoping to add this year?
I don't think we set a, yeah, we didn't have it as a targeted goal technically. But what I can tell you as a sort of around the bush answer is that everyone that we talk to, we let them know we do have that social media page. So whenever we post something, other businesses can see. I know that was a positive impact on the Drive Shack side. From some of the other businesses like Virginia Axe Company, they saw that and liked it. So it's really sort of building that network. And I don't really know when that actually takes off. You know what I mean? Like you can say it took off already, but when does it actually take off and you get the 1,000 followers?
Right,
and the
right.
10,000?
I was kind of being facetious
Yeah,
with
I
the
don't
number of
really-
followers, but I do think it's going to pay off. And I appreciate, y'all do a good job. When I see those, I try to like them or comment. I probably haven't commented.
Sure.
But I like them. And you probably sometimes, I'm sure you look at it as like, is this yielding anything? But I think that's just something that you keep it up, it will. And y'all are doing a good job on that front. But I'm looking forward to digging in and finding out. But do you have any, can you do, again, there needs to be another time to dig into this a little bit more, but one thing that, one of your last slides that caught my eye was regional partnerships. Can you give a little bit of a tidbit more of what you're thinking there and how that might?
Sure, Mr. Badesky can support me on this, but right now we're not a member of a regional, the GRP, the Greater Richmond Partnership, is an extremely expensive organization to be a part of. As a matter of fact, the membership fee is more than our entire ED budget. So we're not a membership there. So, but there are other regional partnerships that we could pursue, create one ourselves. So that's just something that it's in the works. We're talking
So
about.
very-
It's really
very preliminary, yeah.
very preliminary. Yes, sir.
Good.
If I can add to that, one of the challenges, and the benefit of some of the work you saw from partnering with Virginia Economic Development Partnership, I mean, really, some of the folks that came out here thought Goochland was like another country.
West of Charlottesville.
And trying to have them appreciate the assets we have here, the access we actually have here, the availability of product, and building partnerships. But VEDP, their main way they distribute their leads is through regional partnerships. And so we've had to sort of scratch and chew for some of those that are normally typically only given down through regional partnerships. Not being part of one, we've sort of been theoretically at a competitive disadvantage. I can't tell you which products we didn't get compared to maybe Hanover or one of our competing counties, but I think that is one of the areas we need to look at it. That does not mean you have to join and make that large of investment, but there's other partnerships we're exploring to bring back to you to increase our potential leads here.
One other quick comment, if I may, Mr. Chair. The space thing caught me, because I think in the beginning of your presentation, or earlier this afternoon, we were talking about, we don't have the inventory, or we were talking about vacancy rates being real low, but you do get calls. But then I noticed in your pie chart, it was like I think it was 2%, so it was a small, as a percentage of challenges for existing businesses, space was very small.
Oh, right.
So my brain was thinking, okay, space is not significant challenge for existing businesses, but you're getting a lot of calls, and we have, a low vacancy rate, and
I mean,
so
it could
do y'all
be.
drill
It could be
into
an
these-
issue for.
Do y'all drill into these calls? Because if we, particularly, and again, I didn't want to get too off track here, but if we're looking at incentivizing spec space, which was floated in some stuff I've seen, then that's telling me that that's probably, the data you're showing me now is saying it's probably going to be new businesses more than existing businesses.
I mentioned two calls that we received. I know we've gotten more, but the two that I mentioned, they weren't from here, so they were looking for
Right.
new.
I guess, I think it would be probably important for you all to if you just take a call, and I know you all do follow up, but I think we're really going to have the data. How serious are these folks about looking at Goochland? And I guess what I'm asking is if we could have a good sense of the measurement of the level of that demand, not just, I mean, you can get a bunch of calls, but, you got to dig a little bit further to get a sense of, are these people really serious, or are they just shopping around for the best rate or something like that?
Yeah,
You know,
there's
I
always
don't
that,
know.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Some, they will give us more information. Some they just hold it tight to their chest. Do you have 40,000 square feet? Well, what is this for? Do you need water and sewer? We just need 40,000 square feet. If they're not going to tell us, then we can't really help on certain fronts.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
it's
dig in as best we can.
I know y'all, it's a
Yeah.
lot of moving parts, but there's, again, this is an introduction to a lot of good things that I know y'all are digging into, and thank you for your
We're pretty excited
work.
about it. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Kilduff.
Thank you.
Next report is, where are we? Oh, reassessment. Reassessment report, Mary Ann Davis, our assessor. Oh, Ms. Davis.
Members of the board, you should have a updated presentation at your dais. It's consistent with the earlier presentation. We just updated two of the charts.
Yep. Gotcha.
Well, good afternoon.
Hi.
How y'all doing?
Oh, good.
Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Dusky, I'm Mary Ann Davis, the county assessor, and I am presenting the 2020 reassessment report. And some general overviews and so forth, I usually like to put in these screenshots. Assessments are made at market value as of January of each year. Assessment notices are mailed out the 15th, and property owners have until Tuesday, February the 18th to appeal their assessments. And it seems like it's longer this year, but because we have the holiday and the 15th falls on the Saturday and so forth, we extend it past. Okay? All right. The 2020 assessment value changes, a summary of that is the total assessment net of land use and new construction is 5%. And of the 5.6 billion total taxable value of 66 million is new construction, which is 1.3% of the overall value increase. New construction consists of 8% commercial and 92% residential, while the TCSD fair market values are at 1.3 billion and the land use assessments are at 613 million. Okay. Just an overview of our assessment appeal process. When the property owner first contacts our office between the January 15th and February 18th deadline, we review property characteristics, we conduct an interior field inspection, we review sales and equalization, and then after that, the taxpayer is notified of the outcome by a results letter. And from that point, if the property owner is not satisfied with the informal appeal outcome, they have 30 days from the date of that results letter to make application to the Board of Equalization, and these forms are available upon request from our office. And then if they're still not satisfied, then they can go to the with the Board of Equalization. The next final step is to the Goochland County Circuit Court. Okay. Now to get on to the graphs here that shows a little bit of the progression of the total taxable assessed values, which includes residential and commercial. It's at 5.6 billion. Okay. We have the real estate assessed values of new construction this year at 66 million, and with the 36 million being in the county and the 30 being in the TCSD. And this is that pie chart that we saw earlier, with the commercial versus the residential, showing the 2020 inside the pie versus the commercial and residential outside. The commercial being 19.24 for this year and 80.76 for the residential. And this is all based on the fair market value countywide. The Tuckahoe Creek Service District has that $1.298 billion in assessed value. That shows a growth of 14.7%, which includes the new construction of 2.3% and the 12.4% reassessment. The land use deferred value is at the $613 million, which that's of January 2020, and this amount equates to $3.2 million in deferred revenue. And in summary, the January 2020 reassessment value change of 5% is different than we had anticipated in November of about 4%. This increase is still due to increasing construction costs and lack of improved properties for sale, making this a seller's market. And we're still looking at 2021 revenue projections, assumes an additional increase of 3 to 5%. I'm still a little conservative because you still don't know what the market will bring or what the forecast is. And then we will have a new report in April giving you the appeals activity, and which right now we have 32. All right, any questions?
Okay. Oops. On here. All right, thank you, Ms. Davis. Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Lumpkins?
Just real quickly, thank
Sure.
you. Yeah. On your slide 7, you don't have to go back to it, but it's the total tax, or I'm sorry, it's the pie chart. And we saw that in Mr. Kilduff's presentation.
Yes.
And you probably have enough numbers in here that I could do the math, but instead of doing that, I thought maybe I'll just ask. Your footnote and your presentation, you made it clear, and it was the same thing in the slides, based on fair market value countywide. So that tells me that these percentages are not taking into account land use, or 613 million. So I'm wondering how much the pie chart changes in the balance if we were to take out that 613 million or 3.2 billion. Well, again, you're talking valuation, so it's 613 million.
Yes. Well, land use is all ag, so it'd be under residential. Would nothing be under commercial?
So how much, if we take out 613 million out of the residential, how much is that pie chart going to change in terms of what percentage of our actual, I know there's a deferred revenue component, but
I'd have to get the numbers together to give you the actual amount. I'd hate to quote you something that'd be off.
and I guess I would just ask the board, I know we talk about wanting to hit certain targets in this, and I'm just wondering what numbers should we be looking at when we're talking about a target that we would like to achieve in terms of the balance between the two?
Madam Chairman, one of the
Yes, absolutely.
goals in the board's strategic plan is to increase this balance of commercial versus residential. I think the industry standard is usually 70-30% is what a long-term target is. Moving the commercial number even 1% is a major task whenever you're looking at growth in your commercial. What this chart doesn't illustrate is that commercial percentage has grown within the past 10 years several percent alone. And so we have some more work to do on balancing more commercial versus our residential. But I think the long-term goal would try to be at that 70%. As you mentioned earlier, what's our incremental strategies on where we can move that? And you have to bring billions of dollars on to move that that needle on there. But we have been able to do a pretty good job in that within the past 10-year window. But that's going to be incremental at best over some time. I'm curious to see what the numbers play out with, as you suggested, just moving that out of there. But typically, just so we have comparison data, we've used it historically, so we continue to leave it in.
So the trend is, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the numbers in terms of showing the trend. I'm just kind of curious how much it moves and.
Oh, yeah, well, we've been doing that for several years. I could certainly plot it. No problem.
And like I said, you're probably close to having just enough, I just don't know, well, you probably have enough numbers in this slide for me to figure it out. I just wasn't going to try to
We
do that
actually
on the
have done
fly.
that in the past, so we're glad to share that.
Okay,
Just curious. Thank you.
okay.
Madam Chair, if I can ask just
Yes.
a follow-on question for that. In terms of the classification, commercial versus residential, I know we have a lot of projects now, either turning dirt or going vertical, and they're in the mix. Could you just enlighten me or let me know, or at what point does, like, say, a commercial development enter that pie chart? Is it at approval, drawing permits, certificate of occupancy, first dollar of tax flows? At what point along the construction?
It's when it's been finalized. When it's been finalized out through the building department, then we pick it up.
So certificate of occupancy, it gets on our tax rolls and it starts flowing tax dollars, that's when it gets in there?
Yes, I mean,
So-
just like Bristol Apartments, so as soon as they were finalized, I picked them up. I mean, that's why you saw the big increase last year in new construction. We had Bristol Apartments and we had the Alley dealership. This year, we've had Drive Shack and maybe a couple warehouses, not a lot. But, Sheltering Arms, I don't know if Sheltering Arms is still going to be maintained as tax exempt or not. We had talked about that. I haven't heard anything more from them. But then we've got,
The Residence Inn by Marriott and
yeah,
a few others.
Residence Inn, yeah, them coming
So that's
on
part of
board.
my question, is whether or not those are in this pie chart
No.
yet. It sounds like
No,
they're
they
not.
won't be until next year.
Okay, good, thank you.
That's a good question.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis, appreciate it. Okay, so the next report is the 2020 General Assembly Legislative Update. And Mr. Pauldron, right? Oh, boy.
He just reports on it. He's
Yeah.
not,
Nothing to report.
responsible for it. Especially not shoot the messenger.
Yeah, remember, he's on our side, right?
Exactly.
Not this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I work for the county.
Don't start with me.
Good afternoon, Paul Drumright, Administrative Services Manager, and it's my duty to bring the 2020 General Assembly Legislative Update. It may not be a pleasure. You'll see as we go through this is not a exhaustive list of everything that the county is tracking from different departments up even through county administration. So this is more going to be of a high level of what we're looking at right now. There's a whole lot of other bills out there in different forms that may have, impact if it becomes law or
it could become an option for us. Copies of the presentation are at the back of the room as well. Have a copy up at the dais, and that is hot off the printer as of this afternoon. And some of these may have changed while we're speaking.
As we speak.
Yeah. To start, so we're going to just talk about the General Assembly session, look at the county's priority request, and then hit on a couple bills of interest associated with some of our policy positions. We're definitely not hitting on all those, just because I do believe you want to go to dinner tonight and you want to go home before midnight. So, interest of time, we're going to save, we're going to go quick. General Assembly, they convened on January 8th. In 1 week, crossover comes. That day cannot come fast enough.
Amen.
For those who are not familiar, that is the day when the House, the individual houses have to act on their bills. That's the last day they can act. After that, they can only act on the bills from the other house. So that kind of shrinks down the number of bills that you're then starting to track. And those that you've been hoping would die, hopefully have died by then. They then will adjourn on March 7th. I have here on this statistics just to kind of show you where we are right now, both where it was introduced in 18, 19, and now in the 20 session. In the House, there's 1,733 bills. That's the largest amount I've seen so far in my time tracking the General Assembly. In the Senate, there's 1,095. Again, same amount, larger than I've ever seen before. You'll look at the bottom total, and the total's down, and that's because they still have time to introduce resolutions, both joint and just their House resolutions. So that number will tick up as the session continues on. And then this past column only focuses really on past that individual House, so past the House, not necessarily past the Senate yet. And same thing for the Senate. So looking at our priority request, expand broadband, related to, second one was related to restoring funding for staff positions with Virginia Cooperative Extension, and then the reimbursement for the compensation and expenses of the Electoral Board and the General Registrar. Related to broadband, one of the priorities on that was asking the Commonwealth supporting additional funds towards the Virginia Telecommunication Initiative. This is the grant program that the state has had for, I believe it's now 3 years, where they will put up state funds that are used as matching funds to what localities will put up to work on a project to get last mile to homes. Right now, this year, in the current budget that we're under right now, that they just awarded out, was $19 million per year. To give you a kind of a sense of the need, when they had the folks submit for the grant, they had over $48 million in request for aid. They were only able to grant $19 million of that. So the governor, as part of his budget, is proposing $35 million per year in the budget, which is really great to see. That's $70 million that will be put to work, and the county is looking at that as we work on our proposals as one of the sources we may tap into and try to pursue. We've already tried to pursue and partner in the past on it. Didn't have success like we would like, but so we hope to in the future. Related to that, there's actually some amendments in there where the money would increase. There's one House budget proposal amendment that would increase it up to $70 million per year. And then another one would add another $20 million in the final fiscal year 2022. Moving on, related to broadband, there were a number of bills related to trying to address a concern about broadband running in electrical easements, so utility easements. And so there have been 3 bills, both in the House and 3 bills in the Senate filed for that. On the screen are the ones in the House. The first two have not been successful, as you can see right now. This third one relates to the electrical projects that Dominion Power and Appalachian Power have to do related to middle mile broadband. And so with that, it would allow them to lease out that space, kind of give them some legal cover that there was some concern that did not exist today. That one's already passed the House, so that is a good sign. As I was talking about, so there were some in the Senate, 3 in the Senate. If you look at the one in the middle, that one's actually starting to move forward. The other 2 on top and bottom have been rolled into that middle bill, SB 794. So that's something to just keep and watch on, and that can be beneficial in the future. Moving on to our second priority, we have about the cooperative extension and restoring funding. Delegate McGuire put in a budget amendment for the county at our request, and they are restoring for $11.2 million if his budget amendment goes forward in both fiscal years. And so this would bring back the balance for cooperative extension that used to exist in federal, state, and local funding, which was a concern we had, was we had positions that were not filled, and so we were not able to offer services in the agriculture realm that we would really like to do for our citizens, because that's, again, part of one of our major focuses is in agriculture.
Paul, just to be clear on that one, that's for a statewide budget, so
Yes.
Gibson wouldn't necessarily receive all 11.2.
No, yeah, no,
But a
but-
proportionate share.
That's correct. Moving on to the third priority request related to the electoral board and the general registrar. The governor did not include in his budget any funds to increase their compensation. As you can see on the screen and on your sheet, if you're following along in the audience, the General Assembly members took it upon themselves to do that. There are over 8 budget amendments by more than 8 senators and delegates to restore that at $3.5 million. This is now statewide again, but per fiscal year. So that looks like it may be successful if budget negotiations go the right way. Moving on to another area of interest that we were looking at, we have in the county's policy positions about supporting regional transportation priorities. Related to that, there are a number of different bills in the session right now dealing with different aspects of transportation and different scoring mechanisms and funding mechanisms. On the screen, we're focusing on really right now funding mechanisms. There are really 4 bills that could have a potential to bring new funding mechanisms that the county would be able to benefit on different levels. The first 2 listed up there, HB 1414 and SB 890, that is the governor's transportation bill, or the omnibus transportation bill that touches a whole ton of different programs and justice funding levels and safety priorities. That is moving forward right now. You can see it's been referred to the House Committee on Appropriations, and then it's also in its Senate version, the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. This one in the middle, HB 1541, focuses on the Richmond region and would create a Central Virginia Transportation Authority similar to the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority and the Hampton Roads Transportation Authority. This is a bill that the county has been tracking. We've been participating in providing input. The county has not taken an official position on this. We've not taken an official position on any of these bills, but we continue to stay in contact with the folks working on the regional transportation bill. This would provide ability for funds to come local that Goochland County would be able to use, as well as then the region would be able to use. And so that really has a lot of promise to it. The last bill, SB 452, actually wraps in another one, a similar Senate bill, and they focus on increasing the motor vehicle fuel sales tax in counties that are not currently in a transportation district. So this would affect us if we were not already, if HB 1541 did not go forward. We would not have the similar say and where that transportation funding and how much, that we would not have that ability with that one as we would with HB 1541. So we will continue to track these as they move through the process and advocate as the county's interests require. Moving on, there is another policy position that we're looking at for the county. We have about equal taxing authority for counties, cities, and towns. And so there's actually 3 bills right now that would focus on bringing that equal taxing authority back in that has not existed for a long time. The first one at the very top, HB 785, actually has some momentum right now, but I understand that the other 2 Senate bills, there are potential amendments that would be putting caps on where those taxes, when they're created, where they could be raised to. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. And then one last area that we were just focusing on recently, collective bargaining. It was brought to the county's attention through our regional partners and our state partners about some collective bargaining bills that could affect the county and affect certain employee groups of the county if these were to go forward related to collective bargaining. And so we have already reviewed those. Human Resources, the county attorney, county administration all have provided input that we have now funneled back to our delegation and shared with them. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okey dokey. Thank you, Mr. Drumright. Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Lumpkins?
Thank you. So, I don't know, but just, should we dive into a little bit on, where 1541 went out of the House appropriations with a substitute? I'm kind of curious what that substitute did, but 15-2, so that's pretty good. It's on its, and there's no parallel bill in the Senate, right?
No, sir. That bill is the only bill. I will say on that, that bill has the support of Henrico, Chesterfield, City of Richmond, both the mayor and the city council, and that is one feat in itself. If you can get those 2 groups together, as well as then the Realtors Association, the Richmond Chamber, GRTC, as well as then Virginia Transit Association. So that really has, in looking at regional cooperation, that bill has been a long time coming for folks to come together to the table instead of fighting.
Well, that's a great segue to it, because, and I would add the Richmond Times-Dispatch. I saw on Sunday that they had an editorial, and so just
Crazy.
Talking out loud, and you said the word regional cooperation, and that's what the Times-Dispatch seemed to, in the editorial piece, hung its hat on. It's like this, it's about time to get regional cooperation. I don't know that this fosters that. It's just another pie that we're going to be fighting over in a different way, in my humble opinion. Potentially. And so that's why I'm thinking, is there some, because we've remained neutral, I believe. We tried to stay neutral. I just question everybody racing to say this is regional. It's just a regional tax. I don't know that that means regional cooperation, in my humble opinion. So I would love for us to explore, if we could, obviously not today, but maybe there's a way we could take a look at this, and because I know transportation is truly a regional problem, and doing transportation should be done with a regional view. I don't know if we should take the time to dig into this a little bit and see if there are things we can suggest that would maybe craft this to truly foster the regional cooperation that everybody thinks this regional tax is going to automatically manifest or create.
Too late. Too late. This bill's going.
Well,
that's my opinion.
Yeah. Anyway, it's good to have these open discussions, and I just cringe to see everybody jumping on board, to increase taxes on our citizens, but it's kind of easy to, this is just my candid opinion, I think it's easy to support this when you're not the one having to vote to raise the taxes. And we're not, the locality's not being asked to raise taxes. We're asking the General Assembly to do this. And so in SB 452, is that something that is likely to go away if 1541 makes its way through? And I know that's
If
opinion.
1541 were to make its way through, I think SB 452, Edwards bill, will probably still continue on, because that's focused on the entire Commonwealth.
Everybody else.
So everybody else. So right now, you have two transportation authorities. You have Northern Virginia, you have Hampton Roads, you have an alliance along the I-81 corridor. That bill says everybody outside those areas
Okay.
would have their fuel tax raised.
So let me, a little weeds question, but this is important. That 452 starts out, it's an amendment, it says levy a tax in certain counties and cities. In addition to all other taxes now imposed by law, there is hereby imposed a tax on every distributor who engages in the business of selling fuels at wholesale to retail dealers for retail sale in any county or city in which a tax is not imposed pursuant to the provisions of 58.1, 2295, or 2295.1.
Right.
If we create the Central Virginia Transportation Authority, is that going to be created under one of those sections that would not thereby impose that additional tax?
I have to go back and look at the language, but yes, I believe it would. So we would then be exempted
We would be in
out.
that bucket with the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, Hampton Roads Transportation, and
And with the Regional
they can.
Transportation Authority, we have specific percentages of where those funds collected go. And it's 50% of the funds collected would come back to the localities to focus on locality transportation priorities and projects. Whereas with SB 452, it goes back to VDOT to use in your region, but VDOT takes their cut of it.
I understand. So I guess if we're looking at two things that are on a track, maybe we should get behind 1541, just so at least we're kind of picking the better of the two things that are coming at us, right? We can say, let's join this transportation authority, because at least it'll keep us from getting taxed where we get nothing directly out of it. Anyway, it's stuff to think about, and it's really impactful to our community.
Yep. Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-on on that one,
Yep,
just to
I've
build
got
on
follow-up
that?
too.
Sure. You're touching on contrasting and comparing how we would be treated differently or under each of HB 1541 and SB 452. As I understand, one of the other differences is a sales tax increase under HB 1541. SB 452, it mentions motor vehicle fuel tax increase, but it doesn't mention, will there be a similar sales tax increase in 452? It says in certain counties and cities. Could you just touch on that?
I have to go back and read the final language, especially since they just came out with a
moving a little.
substitute today,
They're moving
if
a
you
little.
look at that date. But I don't think it does have the sales tax piece to it. Don't hold me to that. We need to review the actual language, and especially since they rolled another bill into it to make sure. But so I'm inclined to say I don't think SB 452 would have that sales tax.
As we're trying to pick the lesser of evils.
You make a good point. I'm comparing apples and apples. There's a different tax. One's a sales tax, entire retail sales tax bump, and the other is just fuel tax, right?
Well, one could be both.
Yeah, there's a
both.
substitute.
They're both.
But are there, so my concern, my question is, what little I know about this, just to be dangerous, is just because we're collecting the money doesn't mean that we get the projects done through VDOT. So what is what happens to the money that's collected if we're not prioritized by VDOT to actually complete the projects?
I don't get it.
So where does it go?
Madam Chairman.
Back to
Under
the
Bill
fund.
452, it goes into a pot and we compete just like we do today. And it just means it's a bigger pot that you're competing for and trying to rank against. Under 1541, 50% comes back to the locality. Locality could choose to locally administer. Many will just use it to match and leverage the state funds even more. Right now, it's sort of a zero-sum game for us. We don't have any money to leverage, and that is a major component in how we qualify for road funding. And so for us, the 50% that would return back to Goochland gets to be leveraged for additional, you can either choose to use it on a project or leverage it against grants. Another 35% of 1541 goes into the pool just like today. And they're suggesting that a group similar to the TPO would be the reviewing body of the allocation of that 35% for the region. The only part of 1541 that I think is somewhat more in question is the remaining 15%, because it's currently targeted towards transit services. We don't offer or support today existing transit services. Some could argue that there's a need for that. We're currently not in that game. That may mean that we have a lesser opportunity for that 15%. And so at least in 1541, this is sort of which pill do you want to swallow? None of them are as solid, but at least in 1541, it has the highest return back to Goochland County for potential leverage for additional road projects. If the others, the governor's is more similar to 452 in the sense that it just creates a bigger fund for people to compete on projects. I still say in 1414 or 452, if we don't have local funds to match, we're always going to be at a competitive disadvantage to leverage those other grants. And so I think at least in 1541, we're better positioned. None of these, from a taxing standpoint, yes, it's an additional tax not only to Goochland residents, but residents of the Commonwealth. And so I think that there is an increase, it's fair to say there's an increased cost somewhere to transfer these funds for these projects.
Does anybody think that 1541 is going to make, we talked about we're better able to compete, but the competitors we're competing against are getting the same benefit. So are we really improving our position in the pool that we're competing against? I mean, if the Richmond region is competing against the other regions, that's one factor. But if we're competing for something going in the Richmond region for a project here in Goochland, I don't know that, at the end of the day, it's just an additional tax on our citizens.
That's exactly right.
I'm really scratching my head if it's going to get us more competitive. Now, it does change the dynamics of the decisions when we talk about smart scale. We can maybe just say, hey, like James Holzhauer on the Jeopardy, all in. We can put all of our money into something and say, we'll put it all on this, contribute to this to make this project super competitive. That maybe is, it's just going to change the calculus of the funding game, I suppose. It gives us a little something to play with, right?
I think it's a fair assessment. I mean, there's a couple ways to look at it. From a regional standpoint, we're going to be in a much better position. For instance, 288, when we submitted that project, it ranked so far down the funding line because we didn't have any matching fund, but that's a project that was a benefit to Chesterfield, Powhatan, Goochland, and I dare say Henrico. So there was some more regional benefit that I think we would have been able to leverage the state and federal monies a little bit better. I think we're always going to be at this. The challenge is none of us wants to impose a tax. We've calculated Goochland road needs, and they're about $555 million that we have identified today. If we look at what we just got in the past 5 years from VDOT for projects, if you total it all up and include the road projects that are pending, I would dare say it's not even 10 million. And so with that kind of need at this point, if no additional funds are identified somewhere, and that's just Goochland needs, so you start to multiply that against 98 counties and 38 cities, the collective need for roads throughout the Commonwealth is far greater than the available funding that's available. I don't think any of us like any of these solutions, but it also is one of those areas that's a major concern to our citizens to have these problems addressed. So I think it is, I understand the board's challenge of getting to a yes or having concerns on these bills as well.
I guess to sort of piggyback onto that, Mr. Badesky, is by saying yes or staying neutral or no, what weight does that hold? What does that get us?
Nothing, not much, not much.
So what's the benefit?
Well, I'll tell you the benefit of not saying no.
Yeah, that's probably.
You know, we'd be, and it's always this board's prerogative, and we take your direction. We're there, and part of the reason I think they're touting regional cooperation is you don't have you have some coalescence around, we don't have major detractors from this particular bill. The majority of the counties in the Richmond region have signed on to it. We, and I believe Powhatan, have decided to stay neutral in this particular bill. And that's the direction we have provided to them. I think, you know, from a staff standpoint, we're going there, and Paul and I have spent many quality hours at the General Assembly, but we're not standing and giving comment to these bills, but looking out to make sure there's any concerns that, one of the concerns that we had is as these bills go through, and you see there's been substitutes or amendments that come through, we're also looking out to make sure there's nothing that's going to cause harm as this bill furthers its way through the process as well. And if there has been interest in, I think at the retreat, one of the questions was, how's this bill going? There was concern at that time that the transit folks had major concerns that 15% was not enough. They felt that they deserved at least 25% of this pot. And so there are detractors to this bill, especially from the transit side, that we're aware of. And so Hanover County is not necessarily in the transit game either. They have expressed interest in this bill, but they have concerns about the transit side as well. Henrico's not a part of the RMA right now. They're considering joining to leverage the benefit that they'll have, because some of their money would go to this as well. I'm not suggesting that for Goochland. But I think there are parts of this bill that will certainly increase our investment in roads. The one thing I do know is as we look at what projects over the past 3 years, 4 years, when we're competing against areas that have transit authorities, Richmond region loses every time. Northern Virginia and Tidewater have received a disproportionate share of the available state funds because they've leveraged their local tax to receive more money. I'm not sure I agree from a tax standpoint, but that's how they set those programs up to work. And so and I think everyone knows, Richmond did not get back in 2013, did not step up and join and create their own authority when the authorities were given. In fact, there's what we're not talking about here is there's actually thresholds.
And this goes through, does it just go over to the Senate and they start
this
time to improve this? Are there any areas of potential improvement where we could go to the senators and say, hey, we will get behind this, and maybe with some of the other smaller in our TPO, some of the other smaller counties? Because again, my fear is this is everybody's touting and I understand, but again, even you said why they're touting cooperation. It's just cooperation in agreement to add a tax. Is it cooperation in a way that's going to facilitate a different, more cooperative way to do transportation projects in the region? So I don't know if there's an opportunity to explore ways that particularly the less populated counties in the TPO can do something to maybe get this bill in a little bit more of a truly cooperative way. And again, I say cooperative because it's going to be the big boys against the rural counties.
It's certainly welcome guidance from the board on what that would be. I will tell you, we will have limited influence at this point.
Yeah.
Partly because many of the other jurisdictions, only Powhatan and us have not supported the bill in its current form. To make an amendment when it's this far into the process, maybe, and I'm not saying we can't, we can always bring thought to the process. I just think as an individual county, it would be very difficult, and we'd have to convince those that have already taken positions to modify their positions.
Or because that's why I'm asking in the Senate, can they look at it and say, hey, we like this, but with an amendment of some sort?
This bill will go through the exact process as it's gone through the House, so it will go through going to a committee.
Some committees on the Senate side?
Now, with the Senate, they don't have subcommittees, so that will just go directly to a committee and go through that process. And they will give consideration to it But as Mr. Badesky is saying, a large majority of the localities in the Richmond region have already signed off in support of the bill.
Sure, but I think if there's something we can highlight, so Mr. Spoonhour and I will be at the TPO meeting Thursday. Maybe we can talk to our colleagues in some of the other rural counties on Thursday. And see
Well, Mr. Lumpkins, this is not a work session and probably not the place to do this, but you should be aware there's significant opposition to what you're saying on this board. So before you go off talking about what this board's going to be doing, please,
significant opposition to
working with this 1541.
or just trying
Let's
to
have a
understand
discussion before you go and talk.
before. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I understand.
Any other questions? Nope,
No,
thank you. I do have a couple of things. Right to work.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we watching the right to work? Because that's significantly going to impact our business climate.
We're trying to watch
Well,
that.
Well, it's both. It's the collective bargaining and the right to work laws. So we are watching those as well, right?
Yes.
I don't have the bills in front of me.
And I don't have, obviously, don't have it all with
I mean, there's
me.
a bunch of them. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chairman, just, when Paul and I were up there, I mean, I don't, I think that the Right to Work Foundation is going to be maintained, but from some of the feedback we got up there, there is some traction on some of these collective bargaining bills. So I think it is certainly something that we're going to need to continue to watch to understand and weigh in potentially once we actually understand the impacts to our organization. Some of these are written very generally, and so, some of them allow for collective bargaining amongst employee groups, but it doesn't say at what part of a process, how that's weighed in, how many of those can exist. In some organizations, especially local governments, we have so many different business kinds of units. You could have 5 to 6 unions, if you will, that want to negotiate with you. And so I think it is an area that we do need to follow. Some of that's, having employees engaged in and understanding their benefits and compensation is not a bad thing. Just understanding what it means for us as an organization is important to
Absolutely.
to follow.
Well, and by some people's assessment, some of the a right to work bill coming from the Senate Commerce and Labor Committee, what's today? Thursday? I'm not sure. I think my committee date's right. Right now, the estimate is it's a tie vote in committee. So I think that thing's still got a real good chance of going through. That's all I'm saying. That's an estimate. I mean, who knows, right?
I'll say I was down there actually yesterday afternoon and talking with some other folks from some of the other localities and regions, and we'll say some of these bills could use a little more time in the oven. They're not really fully fleshed out. There's, as Mr. Badesky was saying, significant concerns with a number of these that are out there.
But go ahead.
Madam Chair, Paul, thank you for all the effort you do down there. I know it must be a crazy task to try and track 3,000 bills all at once, but thank you for all the work you do. And this won't be your last time updating us, because I'm guessing the dust hasn't settled yet down there. It's still pretty dusty. So
No, sir, it really doesn't settle till really April.
So we'll look forward to your continuing updates on this. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much. I know how much work it is. Okay. All right, so next up will be Ms. Horlacher to give us the second quarter projections and transfers. Let's see, where's my notes? I lost them. Yeah, the second quarter projections for the general fund and general fund and CIP budget transfers. Ms. Horlacher.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, Barbara Horlacher, Director of Financial Services. I'm here to present the second quarter projections and to ask you to consider several budget transfers. I earlier this afternoon presented these to the Finance and Audit Committee, and I will let you know what they, how they approach these. The second quarter projections show that we will the revenues will exceed the budget by approximately $2.8 million. And that is primarily because of higher than budgeted real estate tax, personal property tax, and sales tax revenue. This is the first year where we're seeing some really fairly significant growth in our sales tax. So those are all really positive economic signs. Overall revenues are expected to exceed operating expenditures by approximately $4 million, and that's what we call our operating surplus. Transfers out to other funds are estimated to be $6.4 million. That's our transfers to the Office of Children's Services and also to the capital program. So overall, the fund balance would end the year, like I said, estimates right now, but at approximately $33 million. And we would look then at exactly how those balances would be allocated. We would keep our unassigned steady. Our assigned would be what we have left over to assign to future uses. We would keep our revenue stabilization within policy, and the other two are mandated categories. The policies we look at the most often are the debt service policy. We expect to end the year, estimating the year at spending 6.1% of debt service on general fund expenditures, which is 3.9% better positive variance over our 10% policy or under our 10% policy. And then the unassigned fund balance, again, a very rough estimate at this point of 28% of the subsequent year's budget, and our target is 25%. And as I mentioned earlier, we will keep the revenue stabilization at 3%. So good, positive results at this point in the year, and the third quarter results will be presented in May. I do have several transfers to request. The first one is a general fund transfer request to increase the transfers to the EDA. Our transfers to the EDA are the general fund passing to the EDA are rebate or economic incentive funds that we have allocated. And this was actually just a budget error in when we were doing the FY20 budget. We didn't forecast the fact that we would begin paying the Hardywood incentive. So, and the Hardywood incentive was about $40,000 this year that we returned to them in property taxes. So this year it is included in the budget, and it will be continued to be in the budget in future years. The other two transfers are related to our capital program. So we ended and completed our courthouse security fund with some extra funds. We under budgeted there about $12,500. And then we also have some extra funds. We were able to sign a contract for a lower than expected amount to do the epoxy on the Fire Station 6 roof. So with those two amounts, the $12,500 and the $19,000, and I think Mr. Kilduff talked earlier about the Goochland Business Center that's going to open in about 3 or 4 weeks. We would like to transfer those monies. We completed the Goochland Business Center renovations out of our facilities improvement funds, so we would like to transfer those excess funds from other projects to that fund where we have been doing those improvements to the building that sometimes we call the old library or various other things. So does anybody have any questions on either transfers or on second quarter projections?
Yes, absolutely.
Madam Chair, I'll move that we approve, that this board approve the transfers of $40,000 to the EDA for the reserving contingencies, the $12,500 from the courthouse security project to the Goochland Business Center renovation, and 19,000 from the Station 6 roof funds to the Goochland Business Center renovation. And I'll have some questions if that motion gets a second.
We'll have a second? Second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. Badesky wanted to clarify something, so if you don't mind.
One of the things that came up in the Finance and Audit Committee prior, we wanted to clarify on the two project funds. Just, I think Ms. Horlacher mentioned it, but why do we have excess funds in those two projects, first of all, and how do we do the projects? I thought it was good to explain. The courthouse security project, we obviously awarded a contract and we always budget a contingency. That project ultimately had a savings because we did not need to use all of the contingency. That's the remaining 12.5. We did an estimate originally for the roofing funds. When we went to procurement, we had a savings from what we ultimately had to procure. That's why there are funds available in both of those. On our renovations, over the past few years, we've done a number of renovations. We started in this building with the Community Development Office. We did the Assessor's Office. We did some of the renovations upstairs to GIS and IT. And we took the space plan recommendations, and we originally didn't have a capital improvement fund to do that. We used year-end funds to start creating the fund to do these space plan renovations. And we actually have used our capital maintenance funds and what we've created out of these year-end funds to do that. I think in the future, as we move forward, we're going to come back to you. And some of these projects have been typically under our $50,000 threshold that we would create a capital improvement project for, if you will. I think in the future, we actually may create some projects, even if they're not at our threshold. So we're budgeting to a project and not budgeting towards a fund. And so, for instance, the Commissioner of Revenue and Treasurer's Office will be the next one we will hopefully award. We'll actually come in and create a specific project budget for that project to manage within. Obviously, it's a cleaner way to show the project's overall expenses. We already can do that with the ones we've done, but I think it'll be a cleaner way for this board to understand where the money's coming and going for, and obviously increases our level of transparency that we always try to do. So I wanted to just provide that. That came up in our earlier meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Lumpkins, you had another comment or a question?
Well, just a question.
Okay, sure.
I was sat in the sidelines in the audit committee meeting earlier, and I see that, with the positive revenue to budget and the positive expenditure numbers, you get the 3.7 million.
Correct.
I think that's your projection, or that's a current variance, right?
That's the current operating, yes, the budget variance.
One thing I heard that just for my own education is we're looking at the CIP. We're in the middle of looking at the CIP. One of the things I thought Mr. Badesky said in response to, I think, Mr. Spoonhour's question, we're looking at 3.7, but I thought I said that the CIP we're looking at has a 3.4 number in each year. Did I hear that correctly?
If you look across the next 5 years of the capital improvement plan, we've budgeted a cash amount for each year. And I said 3.4 was about the average amount of cash that we were using annually, give or take. And so while we are showing a positive variance, those funds are planned expenditures in future year CIPs.
So my question is, the 5-year CIP, which you prepared with the guidance from the board that it be balanced, that is, it includes the 3.4 million that comes to us with these variances we're seeing today?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're putting it into balance.
I understand we're doing that this year, but if there is a decline, if there's a decline in revenues from the deltas that we're seeing now, then that's going to throw our CIP out of balance pretty quickly.
We always have shared that those are projections and assumptions in our 5-year balance, but we also have 5-year reverse trends. And so our reverse trends are not too dissimilar from the 3.4 that we've budgeted, and that's what gave us a comfort in using that. I mean, there are growth assumptions in all of our budget projections based. Now, if we have a downturn in the economy, things change. That will change our ability to do that collective 5-year CIP, because over 5 years is $3+ million. We got $15 to $18 million worth of cash going into that. That does have an impact on what can or can't be done if those projections are not realized.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, so can we have a motion?
You've got the motion in a second. Mr.
Oh,
Sharp
so we do,
seconded.
okay. No other comments or questions? All right, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Horlacher. Okay, the last item before our dinner break is appointments. And we have two of them to recommend two alternate members to the Board of Equalization, Rachel Parker and Robbie Bridges, for the term of January 1, 2020 to December 31st, 2022. And that is a recommendation to the courts. And this is, the second item is actually kind of a cleanup from last time, is that the primary members of the Richmond Regional Planning District will be Supervisor Neil Spoonhauer and John Lumpkins, and that I would be the alternate, and that's also effective January 1, 2020, and runs with our terms of office.
Madam
So,
Chairman?
yes.
Chairwoman, excuse me. If I could just comment on the Board of Equalization, as you noted, that is a recommendation to the courts. We have noticed a little bit of a slowdown in getting our orders signed back from the courts.
Okay.
We followed up on some appointments that were made in August, and I just want you to know that it appears that there's a glitch in the process, but we do follow up on that and try and get those orders back and the appointments made just as soon as we can. I did ask the courts if they could enter those with only the signature of our sitting or presiding judge, and the court feels it's more appropriate for every judge in the circuit to sign. So we tried to make the process quicker, but in any event, we'll get them, whatever recommendations you make, we do follow up as quickly as we can to get them appointed.
Right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Madam Chair, I move that we recommend to the Circuit Court the appointment of Rachel Parker and Robbie Bridges as alternate members of the Board of Equalization, and that the Plan RVA TPO appointments be made as indicated on our agenda.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
I have one question. Are we still looking for a Board of Equalization? Do we still have an opening for Board of Equalization?
I want to say there is an opening, but I don't have the chart in front of me.
Okay, I think that, I believe there is one, at least one more. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if you have someone, get them.
I do.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Being no other questions or comments, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, so we will now adjourn for our dinner break. We're scheduled to have dinner with the Goochland Leadership Enterprise graduating class at the Culinary Arts Lab at Goochland Tech, right next door. So we will see you back at 6 p.m. Thank you. Okay, call to order the 6 p.m. session of the February 4th Goochland County Board of Supervisors meeting. The first item on the agenda is citizen comment. I have two items I'd like to speak to before we open it to the citizens. The first is I'd like to recognize Pete Williams. Where are you, Pete? There he is, okay. And this is the Goochland Leadership Enterprise. This is their 22nd year of graduating a class. How many people have you graduated from 22 years, Mr. Williams? 300. That's awesome. So you do a great service for the county. I would ask that the students stand up, but I think a lot of people are already standing, so. But thank you very much, and we appreciate everything that you do for the county. So, thank you. Secondly, we have Boy Scout Troop 710. Would like to address the board regarding their annual spaghetti fundraiser. So whoever is the spokesperson for Troop 710, please come forward. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miles McCrae, and I'm the Senior Patrol Leader for Troop 710. Troop 710 has been active in the community for decades. We currently have 70 boys and 5 girls in our organization. As one of our annual fundraisers, Troop 710 hosts a spaghetti dinner in the Cub Scout Dining Hall at Camp T. Brady Saunders. As a token of our appreciation of your support through schools, parks, and other facilities, we'd like to invite you to attend our spaghetti dinner. We really appreciate the opportunity to do service projects for the community. Thank you. Yeah, I have an
And
envelope.
when is that?
That is February 22nd this year.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
I have tickets for you guys. Yeah.
To Ms. Biskowitz. Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is.
Take your time.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
My.
Yeah, don't make us laugh now.
I am so sorry.
We'll laugh with you. How about that?
All right. My name is Maggie McCrae, and I'm speaking here on behalf of the girls' troop. We are tiny but mighty with 5 members strong, and today is our 1-year anniversary.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank
Yay.
And every single one of us would like to thank you for your support with the parks and the facilities and the schools. And I say that very truthfully. I've spoken to each one of them, and they said, go tell them how much we love the parks.
So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Right. Okay, so now we'll open the citizen comment period, and this is for any item that is not on tonight's agenda, which we will have a separate comment period for each of the items on the agenda. So if you have anything else you'd like to bring to the board's attention tonight regarding Goochland County, please come forward, give us your name, your address, and please keep your comments to about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. Rebecca Murphy, 12898 Holly Lane, Mannequin Sabot, Virginia. Good evening. Thank you for being here. Glad we had a good turnout. My concerns are with land use and planning development in Goochland County. My question is, first question, how many of those in charge of making decisions for land use and development have actually taken a course in land use and development practices? What are the advantages of continuing to develop Eastern Goochland at the rate that we are developing it? What will be the difference between Short Pump and Eastern Goochland? And 50 years from now, what will be the difference between Central and Western Goochland and Short Pump? How are we to distinguish ourselves from the congestion and growth if we're not careful? What is the price of development long-term when we overdevelop? And what values do open space and parks add to a community versus developing the whole area? If we continue to develop Eastern Goochland at the rate we are, how are we going to have first responders available in adequate time? Right now, the sheriff's office is all the way in Goochland, and as traffic and congestion continue to get worse, it'll take longer for responders to get to Eastern Goochland. Furthermore, with land use planning and development, there's a sewer line coming into Hickory Haven and San Marie Forest. And there's been a question about an ad valorem tax that has been paid by the citizens for years, yet they've only received water service, not sewer. So I have a few questions about that too. What is the total that residents of Hickory Haven and San Marie Forest have paid into the ad valorem tax to date? What has each individual property paid since the ad valorem tax started? And what is the average amount paid per property for the ad valorem? And why are we being charged $6,000 to connect when you look at that amount? Those are just a couple of my questions. Roads are going to be another issue. We could save that for another day. Why did it take so long to get a light put at 288 in Broad? How many deaths occurred lifetime injuries. When will the speed limit be lowered on Hockett Road between Broad and Reader's Branch, where it's now 55 miles per hour? Those are just a few of my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Murphy, I would say you've asked a lot of good questions, and I encourage you to meet with county staff and become part of the process. Virtually everything you've mentioned has been thought about and discussed and planned, but it's always good to have more input. So I encourage you to stay in touch, and let's try to answer some of those questions for you. Thank you very much. Anything you want to add to that? Okay. Anyone else? So, everyone's ready to get on with the public hearings, right? Okay, and end of the citizen comment period. All right, so, first up is Big Dog Resources. Conditional view, a CUP for mining operations at the old Moss Mine on Shannon Hill Road. So, Ms. Hunter?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Burdesky. This public hearing, as Ms. Lasclette indicated, is a conditional use permit for a mining operation. The property is about 45 acres, and it's located all the way in the western portion of the county, right near the county's boundary. Property is zoned A1, and it's located at 4835 Shannon Hill Road, and that property and all the surrounding properties are designated rural enhancement area. So you can see the property highlighted in red. It's mainly a wooded parcel. There is an old access road through the property. The one building that you see on the property is the white building there is an old mill building that will be taken down through this process. We did have somebody go out to see if it could be salvaged, but it was too far gone. And then the circled areas indicate where some of the mining activity will occur. So the history of the site, this is known as the Moss Mine property. In 1835, gold was discovered at this site by John Moss. It was mined for both gold and silver between 1835 and 1939, off and on throughout different periods. In the past, they did shaft mining techniques where they dug down into the ground. Several shafts were created on this site, and those shafts have been filled under the watch of the Virginia Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy supervision, and we'll reference that as DMME, so that will come up later in the presentation because all the permitting is through the Department of Mines, Mineral, and Energy. This is a map that's in our comprehensive plan, which identifies our quarries and mines. You can see in the western area of the county, each one of these symbols represents where a known gold mine had been processed in the past. This property is located right about here, but definitely along that Shannon Hill area and our western boundary, there was previously numerous gold or silver mining operations occurred in the past. So what this applicant is proposing to do is when the previous mining activities were much more invasive, so they would dig shafts up, they would lay the soil on the ground. What this applicant is proposing to do is to not dig down more than 10 or 12 feet. What they call is the workings, the soil that they had brought out of the ground for the shaft when they build the shafts was spread on the ground. So they will work those they're called workings. What they will do is they will remove that the workings of mercury, because that was used in the old mining process, and when they separate the mercury, there'll be some remnant gold, and that's what the process is trying to get at. So they're not creating any new pits or shafts. Again, it's just using the workings on the ground. A centrifuge would be used, so what they would do is they work in small areas at a time. They would take about the top 10 feet of soil, put it in a centrifuge, which is a large spinning industrial equipment. It spins the soil, the heavy metals spring to the sides, the soil, the sediment drops down, so then they can go along the side and pick up the mercury and gold. All of these activities would be regulated by the Department of Mines and Mineral and Energy. They will not be using any acids or blasting. The removal of the mercury would be monitored by DMME. That would be taken off-site and be disposed of. And this is supposedly a very environmentally friendly process, and it would also clean up the property of any of the contaminants that have occurred through previous mining activity. We did have a similar application come through in 2014 that was approved for a mining operation. They were planning a different type of extraction activity for the mining. They were going to separate the gold from the rock through crushing and gravity separation. They were going to drill down and get additional depth of 75 to 100 feet. Again, this one's just at the 10 to 12 feet level. And large volumes of water would have been used to facilitate the gravity separation. And then the site would have been restored to a wetland type environment because so much water was being used. So this one is much more environmentally conscious, and the site would be basically, they would take the soil out, put it in the centrifuge, and at the end of every day, it goes back and spread back on the ground, so you don't have a lot of open pits and things like that. This shows there is an adjacent residence to that property, which is to the west of the property. There is a code provision that no new mining activity can occur within 1,000 feet of a nearest occupied dwelling. We have shown the measurement here from the house to the old mill is about 900 feet. We didn't want to show you where that 1,000-foot boundary is, but we believe both of these sites that they're proposing are outside of that. We will have the applicant survey that line, and that line will need to be clearly delineated on their plan of development and on the site, so they know they have to be outside of that area. We did have a community meeting back in November. Former Supervisor Mr. Alvarez and 10 citizens were present. Some of the concerns from the attendees was the depth for the excavating and safety measures to ensure security, potential of additional contamination of soil, how the mining process would work, the environmental studies, environmental monitoring, mercury levels in the soil, and the construction of a retention pond. So there were some general questions. The applicant was able to address most of them, and there was no significant opposition to the application. At the Planning Commission meeting, this was approved with a 3-0 vote. There was one citizen who spoke during the public hearing with a question about groundwater protection. The Planning Commission did have the applicant come back up and as he explained the process, because he's really only working on the surface level, anything he does would not get down to the ground level, groundwater. So there's a number of conditions. Most of them will be dealing with regulations, and again, DMME would be doing the main monitoring of this permit. So number one is it establishes the use as a mining operation. Number two, they will have to get a plan of development. As I said, that 1,000-foot mark would need to be delineated on the POD. They'll have to be in compliance with all the state and federal regulations. No off-site materials can be disposed on the site. No toxic, hazardous substances or acids can be used in the mining operation. No trash or debris can accumulate on site. They will have to clearly mark the boundaries of where the mining activity is located, especially when it's 100 feet from a property boundary. So we want to make sure it's clearly delineated so people know not to go on there. They will have to get a access road entrance approved by VDOT. No impact to natural drainage ways is allowed unless approved by the DMME or DEQ. They do have to have a 50-foot buffer zone along any of the undisturbed areas and along the streams. Topsoil storage and drainage control. Prior to any land disturbing activity, temporary sediment control measures must be properly installed. So again, this is just dealing with making sure the topsoil stays on site. Screening, mining activities must be screened by either 100 feet of undisturbed forest within the permit boundary, use of natural topography, constructed burns, or tree plantings. Because this is set so far back from Shannon Hill Road and that is wooded, they would not need any additional screening on that side, but to the, behind the rear of the property may need some screening. Upon completion of the mining operation, they must close off the road. They have to do a groundwater protection plan that will be reviewed by the state and the federal agencies. They have to submit a copy to the county of all their permits. The DMME permit process, it's literally an application that's about 3 inches thick. It is very detailed. They do have to mark that 1,000-foot buffer from the residents, and that has to be delineated on site. They also have to mark the boundaries of the property to make sure they stay on site. No blasting can occur. The hours of operation are limited from Monday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. This would be a 5-year permit until February 28th, 24, and then our standard transfer or lease condition. Be happy to answer any questions. Both the applicant is here and also a representative from Department of Mines and Minerals and Energy if you have any specific questions for them.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hunter. Board, any questions or comments at this point? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hunter. The applicant is here. Would you like to make a comment or statement?
Paul Bush, 5134 Cartersville Road, New Canton, Virginia, 23123. Just wanted to thank you all for the time and the consideration. Look forward to cleaning up some more properties in the county. There's some real bad mercury contamination all throughout the county, especially Shannon Hill Road. So I'm looking forward to getting out some other properties and cleaning them up and improving the environment over there. So I appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so at this point, we'll open the public comment period. Anyone who would like to make a comment on this particular application, please come forward, give us your name, address. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tick, 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 tick. No, no one? Okey doke. All right, then we'll close the public comment period. Ms. Hunter, I do have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if the applicant would be the better one to answer, or you might want to tag team this. I'm just not sure which one of you. Okay. So you're cleaning up mercury. Is it other heavy metals as well that might be in the soil?
As far as I know from all the testing, there's only mercury.
Okay. Only mercury, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Problem is it doesn't go away.
Right.
And when they did the original reclamation, there was other issues there with cyanide. So that was where the focus was. Well, now that stuff has been spread over the field that contained the mercury, so we're going to remove all of that. So it's a further cleanup, really.
Than what has started.
Yeah, than what's been done.
Right, what's been done, okay. The mercury where does it go? When you clean it up, where does it go?
Gets recycled. Goes to a recycling facility that handles it.
Okay,
Unfortunately, it probably goes back into something else somebody will buy someday.
well, maybe a thermometer or something.
Light
right?
bulb.
Okay.
All the toxic light bulbs that they sell now.
Yeah,
most
right,
likely.
exactly. Okay, so, all right, so the mercury is taken out, and the application says that you would not be using large volumes of water. Could you talk to me about the water usage and where that comes from and how much you're going to use?
Well, there's going to be a retention pond. That's where all our water that we use will come from. Everything's recirculated back to that pond.
Right.
There will be a wash plant with a sluice box, you know, your standard gold mining type
Right.
operation. That will catch most of it. From there, when it comes off the end of the sluice box, there's what's called a sand screw or dewatering screw, which is basically a big box with a corkscrew that takes all the dirt and stone out and lets the water go out a different way. I take all that water, that goes through the centrifuge. Get anything that's left in the water before it gets put back to the retention pond. And then we test the retention pond daily to make sure that mercury levels in the pond aren't high. If they are, it goes back through the centrifuge and gets cleaned again.
Okay, so you're taking the water from the retention pond,
And
run
it
it
just
through your
constantly
process,
recirculating.
and then put it back in the pond, and then you test it.
Mhm.
So what happens if you get a high number on the test?
It just keeps getting, we run it again.
Oh, okay, run it back through the process again.
Haven't had that happen yet, so I'm hoping
No?
it doesn't happen.
Okay, well, let's hope that's not the case.
Now, typically what happens, the old timers use mercury because mercury and gold
Sure.
are attracted.
Sure,
So once it goes through that wash plant the initial time, most of that mercury is gonna grab gold,
right,
if it hasn't already in their process.
right,
So most of it gets caught in the sluice box.
right,
It's not dissolved necessarily in the water.
okay, that makes sense. The machine that you're using, the centrifuge, I tried to do a little research on the internet, and not really having expertise in this area, so I'm not sure if, I mean, these look like pretty big pieces of equipment.
Oh, no, smaller than this desk.
Okay, see, I
3
told you,
foot by 3 foot.
told you I didn't know what I was
And
looking
it
at.
processes 10 tons an hour.
Okay, so, all right, so that definitely changes my opinion on that.
If you saw it, you wouldn't believe the price tag that's on it. The price tag's a totally different thing.
Really, okay. So what about noise levels? How loud is the thing?
Oh, that thing runs off electric. It's electric motor. You can't even hear it.
Okay, awesome.
Very slight hum. It's
Okay.
the same thing the EPA uses. It's actually their recommendation.
Wow.
And I'm
Okay.
part of the UN treaty where they're now doing stuff in South America for mercury reclamation for artisanal miners. And I'm involved with a couple of companies helping them out. Different mining designs
Okay.
and that sort of thing.
Okay,
Same stuff they use down there.
right. And the last question I had is the comment about taking the building down,
Mm-hmm.
the existing building down, and it sounds like it's not salvageable.
No, one of the hopes that the landowner had, and myself, because I mine, was to try to preserve the old building. It's just too far gone.
Really?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay,
Beautiful piece of history,
yeah.
but it's
It
just,
just
it's
can't be
rotted.
saved.
It's, yeah, termites took care of most of it, and it's gone. It'd be too dangerous to even try to fix any of it.
And you're with American Strategies, is that right?
No.
Who
That's American Strategic Metals and Mining is the owners.
is the
landowners.
owners?
Yes.
Okay. You're gonna be the operator.
Mhm. I'm doing it for them.
Gotcha, okay. Let's make sure who I'm talking to here. Those are all the questions I have. Board, any other questions or comments?
It sounds like you're
Mr.
pretty experienced in this, so this isn't your first mine. Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
I've been doing this for 27 years. I have a master's from MIT in engineering. I've been through all the EPA mercury removal classes. I've done it in Arizona and North Carolina. Was trying to get into doing it in California, but they shut it down till recently.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I had a real quick question. Again, I'm not sure if this is a question directed to you or directed to Joanne. This is I guess, a renewal of a previous CUP.
No, sir, the original CUP was issued in 2014, and since no activity took place, the expiration date was 2019, so that 2014 permit has expired. So this
Okay.
is a brand-new permit, same operation, but a different applicant and a different permit. So
Okay,
we're
so
starting
staying
back.
on that, 2014 to 2019 is a 5-year period.
Mhm.
As I see CUP condition number 9 here, it's a 4-year expiration. It's February 2024. Is there a reason why 4 years, not 5?
No, I think that's something we all missed.
Well,
It
that's
was
what I'm
probably
here for.
2019 when we were thinking about this.
That'd be my guess.
And we counted 5, so.
All right, well, I think you've answered my question. So the applicant would really be for a 5-year of the,
Yep.
Okay, so if we do move to approve or deny it for a 5-year, is that the,
That's
Okay.
appropriate. Yeah,
All right.
that's,
Thank you.
that's consistent with
Good
our
catch.
policy.
Good catch.
that's what I'm here for.
Does answer your question?
Yeah, that
Okay. Any other questions,
Sure.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Mr. Bush, thank you. So did you, when they were talking about that, did you say you don't even need 4 years? Is that what you said?
No, to do what I'm looking to do there, because it's all spread over the top of the field, it's actually only 2 feet deep. That's going to be scraped off and re-ran. There might be going into some of the old shallower shafts, if anything exists there once I test it, but otherwise it's just going to be surface mostly. So you're talking roughly 6,000 tons. Would take me less than a year.
I'm just curious, because you offered, it seems like your motivation is to clean up, and we saw on the diagram lots of other mines. So this is the first one in Goochland for you?
Yeah.
right?
It's a win-win for everybody because, you know, it gets cleaned up. The landowner makes something, I make something.
So what's Big Dog's connection to American Strategic and Precious Metals Mining? Company?
They're the landowner, we just have a mining agreement.
And Big Dog's a fairly new entity, but is that your entity?
Yeah, that was specifically for this.
For this project?
Yeah, the gentleman that had the previous CUP, he couldn't find an investor. And there was some, you know, they were trying to get it going, it just wasn't happening. The state mining inspector called me and asked me if I'd give him a holler and try to get involved, and then we got this whole process rolling.
I'm just kind of curious, because you said you're interested in going forward. What are, just for my own education, what are some success measurements that you can have that said, hey, this was successful, so we'll look at doing this again? What kind of?
It's basically the testing, the water testing. You could do soil sample testing. But I'll know by how much actually comes out. It'll be substantial what comes out.
Gold.
Gold and mercury.
Okay. So there's a market for the mercury as well?
Oh, no, that just gets recycled.
Okay. But the gold is value too,
Yeah, that has value.
and that's why you're doing this.
Well, for 2 reasons. One, I love mining, so it's a win-win. I can stay in Virginia where I like to live without going out west with rattlesnakes. I get to mine, I clean up the environment. It's a win-win for everybody. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do what I love to do.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, board. Have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would move that we approve the application by Big Dog Resources LLC requesting a conditional use permit for mining operations at 4385 Shannon Hill Road, with the exception of, with noting the 5 years amended.
Condition number 9 would be amended to 2025.
Is that your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, so all in favor, please say aye.
This is a roll call.
Oh, roll call, sorry. Okay, all right, go for it.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Spooner?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes. Okay. So have your permit, CUP. Okay, next item is Ms. Hunter, is the tower.
The next public hearing is the conditional use permit, CU 2019-018, filed by Beacon Towers to construct a 199-foot telecommunication tower at 966 Hermitage Road. You can see in the vicinity map, it's on the east end of the county. This is the comprehensive plan map. This is the parcel. It's at the intersection of Hermitage and Mannequin Road. The blue dotted circle is indicated of where the tower would be located on the site. This is designated rural enhancement area in the comprehensive plan, and across the street, across from Hermitage Road, is single-family residential low-density uses. This is also part of the comprehensive plan. This is the Deep Run Hunt County community, excuse me. The circled area generally shows the portion of this property, and it does show that it falls within that, that community in our comprehensive plan. This is the zoning map. Most of the properties are A2. There are some RR subdivisions nearby. To the north, you have Broad Run subdivision. To the south, you have Cedar Run Estates. And then Dover Branch is across the street, which is an 8-lot development. And you can see there is a significant wooded boundary along the property. There's an existing home on the property that's located right here, and significant tree coverage on about 2/3 of the site. This is a map showing where we have towers and antennas in the county. So all the green dots are either a tower or an antenna. Typically, towers generally need to be about every 3 miles to provide consistent coverage. So you can see that Deep Run Hunt community, which is located here, is devoid of any towers in this area of the county. The applicant did do a balloon test, which floated a balloon at the 199 feet of the tower. The yellow is where the balloon test was done, and there's, I believe, 13 locations, all of the red dots of where they went and took pictures to see if they could see the balloon and determine the visibility of the tower. Of all of those red dots, those 13 locations, was only visible from one location, and that is the green dot, which is directly standing on Hermitage Road looking to the tower. So you can see it right there. It's circled where you can see the balloon. And this is a fairly new house that was just constructed within the last year or so. This is a conceptual plan. So again, it's at the intersection of Hermitage and Mannequin. The existing home is located here. This is where the tower is proposed to be located. In response to a concern from the citizen who lived in that greenhouse that we just showed you, it's located here. The previous conceptual plan had a road that really ran adjacent to their property and back this way. The applicant, based on concerns identified by that adjacent property owners, they did push the road more towards centrally between that parcel along Mannequin Road to reduce the impacts on that adjacent property owner. So this shows the tower and the distances to existing residential. So that greenhouse was under construction during this aerial photo. It's about 300 feet to that house, 300 feet to the house to the rear, 370 to a house on Mannequin, and about 850 to the closest house in Broad Run. The subject property has one dwelling and is mostly wooded. The tower would be located approximately 500 feet north of the intersection of Mannequin and Hermitage Road. Access to the tower would be by a 30-foot easement and a 12-foot gravel access road off of Mannequin. The tower compound would be screened by existing trees, and the tower would be designed to fall within the property that it's located on. There was a community meeting held on June 26th. Board members, Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Peterson, Planning Commission members, Mr. Myers and Mr. Rockacharlie. The applicant and about 20 citizens attended. Citizens were opposed to the tower. Their concerns included the visual impact, the impact on housing values, health concerns, and that the area already had adequate cell coverage. We have also received a petition with 27 signatures from residents in the area, primarily Broad Run residents, who indicated they had concerns with this tower and that it should not be located in a residential area and that it would have negative visual impact. At the Planning Commission meeting, this request was approved with a 2-to-1 vote. During the public hearing, 14 citizens spoke in opposition to the request. Concerns were similar to what I had just identified in the community meeting concerns, citing that within a residential area, the visibility of the tower, access to the site, which the applicant, I do believe, did address that since the Planning Commission meeting. Request is not necessary because there's already coverage in the area and appreciation of property values. There were 2 citizens that spoke in support of the tower request at the Planning Commission meeting. So the recommended conditions, and these are our standard conditions for all towers, is number 1, it's allowing the use of the communication tower. 2, they'd have a conceptual plan, which was shown in the presentation this evening. They would have to get a plan of development. The height of the tower would be limited to 199. That would be a 195-foot tower and a 4-foot lightning rod, which would allow for 4 co-locations, this applicant and 4 co-locators to locate on the tower. The tower will meet all FCC and FAA regulations. The tower base would be secured and protected by a fence. The tower could not interfere with any other communication systems. The color would be non-reflective. They would provide a buffer around the base of the tower if it's determined to be retired during the POD review. This is a long condition, but it basically says that the county has rights to, before they lease to another provider, to check with the county to see if we need it for public safety purposes, and we have 30 days to respond. The construction of the shall commence within 2 years of final approval. The access road would be 12-foot wide with a 4-foot of clearance, and be compacted gravel, able to support 75,000 pounds, which is the fire rescue. The cut would expire 90 days after cessation of the use, and our standard transfer or lease condition. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hunter. Any questions at this point?
Quick comment on
Ms.
your,
Dawkins.
it was on the screen on number 13, immediately prior screen. Yeah, right there. Property owner shall be responsible for moving the tower prior or within, they have after they stop using it, they have 90 days to remove it? Is that the
They have
idea?
to remove it during that 90-day
Okay.
period.
So maybe take out the word prior, I guess, but thank you.
But there's no comments. Ms. Hunter, on the application, they talk about, under the section necessity of use, it's page 156 of the board packet, wireless communication facility to provide voice and advanced broadband coverage to the surrounding area. Is that broadband coverage provided via wireless, or is that fiber, or talk to me about that?
It's wireless coverage.
Okay, through the providers on that tower?
Yes.
Thank you.
One thing to point out, there's also, this is an AT&T tower, so there's also FirstNet service on there. They have the federal agreement to provide all the towers with FirstNet. That is a dedicated broadband line that's for public safety throughout the country. It was initiated by Congress. So there will be a FirstNet on there. Our particular radios and towers are a Verizon network, so we don't use FirstNet. However, the chief did indicate that several of the responders or volunteers may use FirstNet on their phones as they're going to a accident or fire or issue or something.
To a call, right.
So.
Okay. Any other questions at this point? Okay, is the applicant here? I do. Make any comments? If you'll give us your name, please.
Which one is it? This on Beacon Towers presentation? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Get you set up. Go forward and back, and if you want to hot.
He's going to be manipulating.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Jonathan Yates with Beacon Towers. We're so glad to be before you tonight, and we thank you. But before I get started, I have to say we do these towers all over the southeast. Never have encountered staff like Ms. Hunter, Ms. Barnes, and Ms. Sherry. Particularly Ms. Barnes, I asked her 101 stupid questions. She never laughed at me. So I want to thank them. They're professional, and they helped us to get to where we are tonight.
Thank you.
What we're going to talk about tonight, we're going to try to answer some questions and give you a little background to what we're doing. Ms. Hunter gave a beautiful presentation. We know it's for AT&T. We know it's a monopole-style tower. A couple other hits, it doesn't have air navigation lights on it. It has been approved by the FAA. But what we're going to discuss tonight is why it's there, and we're going to first turn to my good friend Nick Wyndham with Beacon. He's going to discuss, and Ms. Hunter brought this up, about the hole in coverage, the fact that in that area, there are no towers. What does that mean? That means they do not have adequate wireless infrastructure. They might have one carrier that works, but there are several other carriers in the market, and not everyone has that one carrier phone. In selecting the property, we're also going to hear from my good friend Richard Rosenfeld. He was the site acquisition specialist on this. I do a lot of towers. Very rarely do I get to do a tower on a 25-acre piece of property with that incredible tree cover. With us tonight are our landlords, Bernard and Pat Manitou. They have a long history in this property. This property has been their family since the 1860s. Bernard's father was born in the old house on the property in 1914. Briefly, Bernard's father planted some corn on the property. That was many years ago. Since then, the family has let it grow back in trees. It's an incredible growth. Walnut, oak, hickory, and pine. We're going to get into some more details. Nick is going to talk about why the site needs to be there, why it needs to be there for AT&T and other broadband carriers. I think Ms. Hunter addressed the FirstNet issue, the First Responder Network Authority. This will also be a FirstNet site. And then Richard Rosenfeld is going to come up and talk about how he selected this site. He was given the assignment. What AT&T does is they issue a search ring. In order to make their network work, they gave Richard a circle. He was to come up with a site in the circle. Having looked at the circle and talking to Richard, he not only came up with the site, he came up with the best site. We're then going to turn to Nancy Dove. Nancy Dove is with Valbridge Property Advisors. She's going to talk about a big issue. The issue is diminution in property values. Nancy has done work on this elsewhere, and she's looked at the site, and she's going to address it. Mr. Peterson was at the community meeting with me, and others were at the Planning Commission meeting. We have some people who do not want this tower. I understand that. They are nice people. They were polite to me during the community meeting. We talked again at the planning meeting. What we want to show you tonight is we hope we can answer a lot of their questions and make them happier with it. But what we want you to look at tonight is, did I make the ordinance? Did I meet your rules? That's all we can do at the end of the day. We're trying to provide this infrastructure. It is important 20th century infrastructure. Statistics are out there, and they're important statistics. Almost 55% of all households in America have gone wireless only. Only 8% have a landline only. Folks are depending on us for their primary communication. I'm not from Goochland County. You can tell by my accent. I'm from Charleston County, South Carolina. In my home county, our 911 consolidated dispatch, 84% of all 911 calls come from a wireless device. That's an important statistic. If someone is in trouble, they need help, versus the old days you had to run, find a phone, you pull it off your belt. What we're trying to do for Goochland, and what AT&T is trying to do, is provide the most robust wireless infrastructure possible. We need to fill in that hole. What we need to prove to you tonight is that we met your ordinance and we did it in a manner that is appropriate. And that's why we're going to first hear from Nick. He's going to talk a little bit about the radio frequency, why the site had to be there, how it connects to the other sites, and why it's there. Then we're going to get Richard to talk about site selection, and Nancy. What I want you to keep in mind, I have a very tough job. My job is to go around the Southeast working on towers. I often walk into rooms like this with folks. I always have next door neighbors. In no way do I denigrate or diminish their concerns. It's their home. I understand how important that is. But I want you to consider tonight, did we, under the guidance of your ordinance, do our best job possible to fill in this hole? With that, I will be quiet, and I'm going to turn it over to my good friend Nick Wyndham. Nick, go ahead. You know how to work with it.
Yeah, I do. How are you? I'm Nick Wyndham from Beacon Towers. Our objective is to enhance wireless coverage within the Mannequin Hermitage area, including but not limited to the following neighborhoods: Broad Run River, Cedar Run Estate, Dover Branch, and Fairway Estates. Currently, in-building coverage, outdoor coverage, and in-car coverage in the area is limited at best. Our solution is to install a wireless structure off of Hermitage Road. Allowing our structure to be placed at this location will provide the following benefits: in-home coverage, cellular voice data, and data usage for all carriers, including AT&T FirstNet, which we mentioned, and other carriers. Improved safety throughout the community and ability to ensure access to 911, because this is a FirstNet site. And as mentioned before, FirstNet is a nationwide public safety broadband network that utilizes public safety entities and first responders, allowing them to gather information more quickly to help them make faster and better decisions. Our site proposed would allow the opportunity for FirstNet to be utilized within the Mannequin Hermitage area, which would enhance safety throughout the community. Wireless voice and broadband data coverage is minimal at best within the Mannequin Hermitage area. This infrastructure would allow the opportunity for incumbents, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, to co-locate, which would tremendously improve the performance and ability to use wireless devices outdoor, indoor, and in-car. We had a third-party study done by CellPlan, which is, sorry, it's switching, which is this study right here. It shows the existing coverage. The red star is where our proposed site is, and in-car coverage is just being able to use your cell phone in your car. So the next slide shows what it would look like after the site was there.
Nick, what's that blue color?
Blue coverage is the ability to use voice data. And then the next slide is indoor coverage. And this is the current indoor coverage for all carriers. The red star is where we're proposing the site. And this is what it would look after we added the site to the network.
So the blue would give me in-building?
In-building,
Extra coverage.
yeah, the blue would give you in-building coverage. All right, I think I'm all done here.
Richard? This is Richard Rosenfeld with R&R Mountain Living. Richard, for the past 25 years, has worked mainly, predominantly in the Southeast, but other parts of the country. He is hired, he's given what we call a search ring, and Richard's job is to go out and bring back a site that meets the requirements of your ordinance, but is also within the ring, so it can connect to the other existing towers. Richard, talk about the application as it was to this site.
Hi, good evening. I'm Richard Rosenfeld. I've been doing site acquisition work or real estate work for cell phone towers for the past 25 years. This specific site, as Jonathan said, we were issued a search ring or search area, and that's typically about a quarter-mile big. So I have, they pinpoint a spot, and then I have about a quarter-mile to go north, south, east, or west. In this location, a Mannequin Hermitage Road, all the way up to the entrance of Kinlock, which is Long Pond Road. That is where I had to look for locations. So it's not really that far. And if you really, as it was pointed out earlier, there's a lot of subdivisions. There's a golf course and other things in the area where there are restrictions on the properties to where it is residential only. It's not just zoning from the county, it's within the own neighborhood. So you really can't have any commercial use inside of a neighborhood. So that eliminated a lot of properties. So that I was only left with really about 3 or 4 large properties to work with. One of them happened to be right at the entrance of Kinloch. And I've worked with those property owners. We just decided that the property owners, that they weren't moving forward at this time, but they would talk to me later. During that time, I found this other property where we're focused on now, which ended up really being a better piece of property just because it was larger, had 25 acres, a lot of woods, and just felt like it was out of sight, out of mind from the previous location that I was looking at. Other than that, that's all we had was a couple property owners to work with, and that's where we are.
Richard, this site, in terms of your search area, almost dead center? Or pretty-
Yes, this was a little on the south of the dead center bullseye, but it's within the search area that I was given from the radio frequency engineers. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to call up Nancy Dove with Valbridge to talk a little bit about property values.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Dove. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Great. I'm a real estate appraiser. I've been appraising in the Commonwealth of Virginia for about 25 years. I'm also licensed in North Carolina. I appraise all kinds of different properties. I did look at this particular site and looked at the neighborhoods surrounding the site, and it is my professional opinion that these homes will not be diminished in value by the cell tower. And let me tell you the basis for my opinion. About 2 years ago, T-Mobile hired me to do a market study, a pretty in-depth market study in Raleigh, North Carolina. So I headed down to Raleigh. Fortunately, I have family down there, and I had access to MLS. So I got a lot of details on a lot of sales in Raleigh. We were looking at single-family homes, and we were looking at cell towers, particularly monopoles. The ones that we ended up analyzing, there were 5 specific ones that we focused on. They were all in the outer ring, like in the suburban area of Raleigh, but further out near, I think it's Interstate 540, if I have my numbers right. And those monopoles were between 100 feet high and about 275 feet high. So some of them were substantially larger than this one, but some of them were closer. And single-family homes, and what we ended up doing was we looked within a quarter-mile radius of the cell towers and found sales of homes that occurred between 2016 and early 2018. And then we tried to find paired sales. We tried to find other homes that were very similar, that were further in a half a mile or a mile out from the cell tower. So we used concentric rings, and we found sales within a 0.25, and then we found sales that were similar outside. The analysis took me over a month, and I had an assistant helping me with that. So it was very in-depth. I spent a lot of time in Raleigh and analyzing the sales and the market data there. Overall, conclusions that we found after a good amount of adjustments to the sales, because if you have a paired sales analysis and one house is 100 feet larger than the other, you might need to make an adjustment for that. Or if one was built in 1972 and one was built in 1982, you might want to make an adjustment for that. So certainly there were adjustments made in my analysis to make sure we were comparing apples to apples and not just saying, well, this house looks similar to this one and they're about the same, and one's close to the cell tower and one's further out. No, we did. We made adjustments. We looked hard at the sales. Overall, my analysis concluded that the homes within a close proximity to these monopoles were not worth any less than homes outside of within a half a mile or a mile range. The data varied, of course. There were some houses that were actually appeared to be worth more that were closer to the monopole than the ones outside. And then there were some outside that were worth a little bit more. But overall, my findings for all 5 areas that we studied in Raleigh, there was no market evidence that those homes were selling for any less, that those homes had been diminished in value by the existence of the cell tower. Another important part of that study that I want to tell you about is I had to talk to a lot of brokers and a lot of realtors in Raleigh because I needed to ask the question specifically to them. Do people ask about cell phone coverage? That was my first question. And overwhelmingly, yes. My buyers are interested, does their cell phone work when they get into the house? Most of my buyers look at their cell phone. They call their husband, they call their wife. If they can't call somebody from their home, they're automatically on alarm. And I've actually heard of deals ending because they didn't have enough cell coverage. And so they said, forget it, I'm not going to be able to call my husband. I'm not going to do a landline. I'm not going to buy this house. So cell coverage is particularly important, the realtors and the brokers. And I also asked the question about proximity to cell towers. Do you get questions? Were people concerned with the cell tower that's within visible range? Overwhelmingly, no. There were some people that were concerned if it was in their backyard. Otherwise, they said they're more concerned about cell coverage, and specifically because they need to be able to contact their loved ones and be able to do their business in their home. Overall, all of that study I brought with me to this property, and analyzing the subject property, I felt it was generally consistent with the suburbia area that is here as a suburb of Richmond, and I feel strongly that these homes aren't going to be diminished, and I believe it is also reasonable. It's reasonably probable that these homes may even see some appreciation if they have better cell phone coverage now, or once the tower is there, they may even see some appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dove.
Thank you so much, Nancy. At the end of the day, what are we trying to do tonight? We're simply providing choice and infrastructure. We want to provide a platform where AT&T and 3 other broadband carriers can come in and adequately cover this area. And by adequately, I don't mean having to go outside to use a phone, to use it in the safety and comfort of your home. We hope we're doing it in the correct manner. We're coming in with a monopole style, the most expensive, but visually the most pleasing. We're coming in with a tower that the FAA has approved and further said no lighting will be required. If the tower was there right now, you couldn't see it. It's dark outside. Richard did a fabulous job selecting a 25-acre property, heavy tree cover. As you work your way through your ordinance, in every instance, we tried to do a little extra. The ordinance requires a 6-foot fence. We're coming in with an 8-foot fence. In every instance, we tried to go the extra mile. When I first started consulting with staff, we had another location on the property. Staff recommended, let's do it 500 feet from Mannequin, 500 feet from Hermitage. We did it. At the planning board, there was a recommendation that we move the driveway over. We did it. In all cases, we worked hard. What we want at the end of the day is for those with phones other than a carrier presently there, they can use their phones in-home wherever they need them. They can access 911. They have the advantages. We're here for any and all questions. I did not mean to overdo it tonight, but we have Nancy for any evaluation questions. We have Nick on the radio frequency questions and Richard on the site acquisition questions. I'm just going to close and give a minute to our Virginia counsel, Chris McKenzie of Sands Anderson. He had just a small housekeeping detail he wanted to discuss with the board.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm Chris McKenzie with Sands Anderson. Mr. Yates had just asked us to come in, provide a little help and guidance as Virginia counsel for the project, look over everything. And the only comment I have, because I know that we're short on time, was actually on the same condition that Supervisor Lumpkin cited. He caught the language that I had noticed as well about deleting prior. To me, in general, I think this is intended to square up with a provision of the zoning ordinance about removal of abandoned facilities. It's 15-288B15. And also for the record, I think Beacon Tower's application came in a couple weeks before you recodified your zoning ordinance, and they did a detailed analysis of every stage of the zoning ordinance and provided answers on all the requirements. But those are under the old codification, so if you happen to see that, if it's on record with the county and you see it, it's going to be a little off because it was right before you moved everything to chapter or section 15. But back on the condition number 13, those are your staff recommended conditions. It says, this CUP shall expire 90 days after cessation of use of the tower for telecommunications facilities. My read is that that is intended to dovetail with subsection B15 of section 15-288, which is what governs this application. And it says that any telecommunications facility that's not operated for a continuous period of 12 months is considered abandoned and must be removed within 90 days. So what I just wanted to do was clarify for the record that that section is intended to dovetail with this zoning ordinance requirement. Obviously, that exists independent of the CUP. And so my suggestion would be, in addition to that tweak, to either just replace the condition 13 with that provision of the zoning ordinance, or to revise it to state that the CUP shall expire 90 days after any abandonment of the tower pursuant to section 15-288B15. The other benefit of that, I think, would be, as I'm sure you're all aware, there's that relatively new law out there about Virginia wireless telecommunications structures, zoning for wireless telecommunication structures, and it has a variety of strictures that have to be complied with. I think that there's one in there about not placing a limitation or duration on here, I'll just read it. Not limiting the duration of the approval of an application. I don't think that's doing that here, but just to clarify for the record, I think either of those two suggestions, again, either just using the language from your zoning ordinance about removal or updating it as I had read, would just clear things up for the record and not cause any confusion down the road. Other than that, I'm here to answer any questions on the Virginia law if I can help out with that. But I think that's all I got for you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Board, any questions or comments for the applicant, Mr. Yates and his team? At this point? Okay.
Well, thank you very much, and we reserve our right to ask questions later.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll open the public comment period. Public comment period. So if you have a comment on this application, please step forward, give us your name, your address, and please try to hold your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stan Korn. I live at 200 Clark Road, Mannequin-Sabat. Also 878 Mannequin Road, same location, 2 addresses. I have a prepared statement, but a question came up that hit me as I was listening to these gentlemen and this lady that I would like to have you ask later, after I'm done speaking, and that is, I see the in-car usage. That's if you have AT&T. I'm a low-voltage contractor. I spend a lot of time in rural Virginia. You don't have AT&T if you travel in rural Virginia. You use Verizon. Will Verizon be on that tower? That's my question. You guys can deal with that later if you would. First of all, I live within 2,000 feet of the tower, and we'll have a great view of the tower from my property, but I do support the tower with reservations. If I was paying attention to earlier decisions, I would have been able to influence getting most of the tower developer out of the tower developer to benefit county residents. Most importantly, the path the pipe takes, which is the fiber that feeds the feeding internet to the tower, can possibly provide high-speed internet to residents, developments, businesses along the way from the source of the internet to the tower. Second, the fiber needs to be multi-strand so that more than one provider can utilize the fiber. Third, the fiber needs to be poppable, which means multiple points of presence along that path. This would allow fiber to be accessed by new users without interruption of the existing users. Consider the benefits to having high-speed internet available in competition for Comcast. I realize that the idea of tower in my neighborhood is tough for many residents. You are going to hear tonight that they fear loss of property value. I believe that having a great cellular service, LTE, or eventually 5G high-speed internet that will also come from that tower may raise property values. As far as aesthetics, human nature is that items, when first installed and you hate them, eventually you don't even notice them. If tomorrow it was announced that you could paint your front door purple with a 2-foot round ball hot pink painted in the center. You would not be able to buy purple and hot pink paint anywhere in rural America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corn.
Madam Chairman? Madam Chairman?
Yes.
If I might, it may be helpful for the number of people here on the tower if I just speak to a portion of Mr. Corn's remarks with your permission.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to comment, the locality does not have any right to tell this business owner how to operate their business or what specific services they should offer there. The decision before the board is one of land use. Should this parcel of land be used for the use as proposed by the applicant? So while this board wants nothing more than broadband service across the county, talking to this applicant about how he should provide fiber and should allow people to connect is not within the purview of the case. So much as the board would like it, that's not something they can legally do on the application tonight. So I just want to make that clear for the applicant, perhaps, and for the members of the community.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McGee. Would anyone else like to make a comment? Yes, please.
My name is Barbara Pollard, and I live on 2489 Mannequin Road. I have a tower. I think everyone in this room would agree. Towers are ugly, absolutely ugly. My husband and I have been out west, and not just Goochland, but Virginia needs to step up. They cover their towers to make them look like trees, and that's an awesome remedy to the ugly towers. Thank you.
Thank you. Just anyone else, just come on. Yep.
This is quick. Scott Wilson, I live in 705 Taylorsville Court, probably 2 miles from the proposed tower. Love the fact that when we first moved in here, they only had an Altel. If you went Verizon, you had to stand in the middle of the cul-de-sac with your leg up here. So anyway, my main question is there any sort of definitive results on our cell phone towers, any sort of harmful activity? Basically, we're not allowed to, I guess, discuss that, but basically, is there any sort of ruling on the field that says, yes, they do, no, they don't?
There is a ruling on the field, if I may.
Okay.
The ruling on the field is the Telecommunications Act of 1996 that says that no locality shall take into account any potential health effects of a tower in deciding a land use application. So that's not before this board by federal law for decades now.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to? Yes, just please come on up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Barbara Hughes. I live at 1018 Mannequin Road, have lived there for 26 years. I am not opposed to cell towers, but what I am adamantly opposed to is carving out a commercial area in a rural agricultural enhancement area in our community. I have a Verizon cell phone coverage. I have never had a problem. Problem I have is with Comcast more than anything. I noticed that it said up there that they had a community meeting in June. When I was building a residential garage apartment on my property for my children, I was required under the CUP to have a community meeting. I had to write letters to all of my surrounding neighborhoods, inviting them to this community meeting, and to the Board of Supervisors, and to Mrs. Hunter, who was there at the meeting. A lot of people came. They could look at our blueprints, they could look at the property, they could look at the housing. I never received any notification of a community meeting for this piece of property. My property is 1/10 of a mile from this area. And just to say that the average height of a telephone pole is 45 feet. 45 feet. This is a 200-foot tower. Can you imagine setting 4.5 telephone poles on top of each other? Do you know how high this is going to be? Also, I'm going to see it, and a lot of other people are going to see it. The intersection at Mannequin Road and Hermitage Road right now is very dangerous. The speeders on Mannequin Road and Hermitage Road have gotten to be, they're there all the time. We have problems at that intersection because The surrounding trees on every corner blocks the view of people coming up Hermitage Road and going across, and they come halfway into Mannequin Road. And I know there's only been 3 accidents there this year, but 3 are 3 too many. I don't care if they put up a cell tower, but I want it in a commercial area. And we have plenty of commercial areas out there. We have West Creek. We have where they're building Mosaic, Reader's Branch. Scott Gazer has a lot of commercial property. It does not have to be put where the residents who move to Goochland to be in a rural area are going to see it. And I do not believe it's going to enhance my cell phone coverage. I don't know whether it's going to increase my property value or devalue it. I'm not a professional, I can't say. But I just don't like the way this has been presented, because we as the residents who live on that road were never informed of that community meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hughes.
Good evening. My name is Rhett Townsend. I live at 359 Perrow Lane. I'm not a real estate appraisal, just happen to be a business guy. Happened to do a Google search today, and the Environmental Health and Trust folks have done quite a bit of study and compiled this document for y'all, and I printed a copy for y'all to review, with multiple opinions of value and some facts as well as to property values. And there's quotes in here from folks that have been in the real estate business appraising properties for 32 years. I know we heard one from the other side, but the other side's obviously paid to be here, and we all actually live here. We pay taxes here. I magically bought that house in 2010 with 0 cell coverage from the inside of that house. Amazing that transaction occurred if you listen to what these folks have told you tonight. Apparently it shouldn't. Apparently it should have been impossible. The other thing that's really magical is I'm still alive and standing here today talking to you. And for years, I didn't have a cell phone capable of producing a call inside my house. I had a landline, I still do, but I magically am alive. This morning, I left my driveway for a meeting. Granted, I have Verizon, to the other gentleman's point. If you want to do anything in rural Virginia, which I happen to run a business that has trucks that go all around Virginia, you have to have Verizon. I have to get data from those trucks all the time, and Sprint wants my business, but I won't give it to them because it won't work. So you only really have one coverage provider, and that's Verizon, if you actually want to run a business or do anything requiring a cell phone. So this morning when I left, I magically made a call. I made a right turn out of Perrow Lane. I turned on a Mannequin. I went up to the very corner where this cell tower is proposed. I made a left turn onto Mannequin Road, and I continued up to Fire Station number 1, which I actually happened to volunteer at for about 15 years. Never dropped the call. So I don't think there's a need. I think there's better places to put this. They mentioned tonight Hermitage Country Club and Kinloch. Both of those are pretty commercial. Have we looked at avenues of putting it there? We could hide something within the Hermitage Country Club property where residents don't necessarily see it. They have their commercial buildings there. And then the corner really at Hockett and the Kinloch area, right at the corner of West Creek, there's plenty of commercial stuff going on there. The gentleman with Beacon Towers indicated that was like the absolute most perfect spot. So why can't we put it somewhere over there where we have a huge problem about to explode? Y'all need to visit that at night at about 5 or 6 o'clock and try to make a left-hand turn or just go straight on Tuckahoe Creek Parkway. There's going to have to be a stoplight there. As much as we don't want to have stoplights, something's got to change because every night Capital One lets out and it creates all those problems. So this would be perfect for that area that's going to have to drastically change, in my opinion. I appreciate what y'all do. Lastly, in closing, if we could make it look like a tree, as somebody else has suggested, I've seen those in my travels, and they really do look better than what they have suggested. Thank you for what y'all do, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Anyone else?
Thank you. I am Robert Perot. I live at 905 Hermitage Road, which is very near the intersection of Mannequin and Hermitage.
I kind of looked at this as what this board is supposed to consider in ruling on these proposals. I believe the number 6 general placement standard and policy requires the board to discourage towers in areas zoned or planned for residential uses. And we're in a rural enhancement area. In my 12 years living on Hermitage Road, I've seen increasing residential development from Kinlock all the way up to Mannington Road, south to Mannington Road. A number of nice homes right across the road from where this tower would be. And as you saw, the tower's going to be in the backyard of one of them. I don't think Beacon has showed a need in this rural enhancement area to serve the area in which the tower is being proposed to be built. They talk about the deep run. We've heard talk this tonight about the Kinlock area. I think I know approximately where they were talking about maybe a better area. I think there are other areas. What gets to me is I have cell service. I've had cell service for the 12 years I've been in there, been living there, never had a problem. There has to be a tower somewhere serving this area. It's not anywhere in the neighborhood. Beacon could look for areas not in the neighborhood. There seem to be a lot of areas on Route 6, east and west of Hermitage Road where it intersects. I just think they just stopped looking. They stopped looking for alternatives, and they only looked for what they thought was their prime spot. I don't think they gave much consideration at all to the requirement that these towers should be discouraged in this area. So I started thinking about, well, what does it mean to be discouraged? That doesn't mean you can't put a cell tower in a rural enhancement area. So the only reasonable thing I can think of is there a need in that area? I went to the community meeting, I went to the planning commission, I've been here tonight, and I haven't seen anybody say, I really need AT&T in my backyard. This area is being served, there is cell service. And I think that should be considered. The other requirement, I believe, or standard that you consider is, will the conditional use be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity? That's somewhat personal to each landowner. I, for one, think it will be injurious. Others may or may not. But that's for you to consider. I can't imagine that they're not. And lastly, I think I'm running out of time here.
Yeah.
Well, I would respectfully request that you consider, when you consider the rural enhancement area and where this tower is proposed, that it's not suitable for the area. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Alicia A. Kaiser. I'm at 5015 Shannon Hill Road, Kent Store, Virginia. So I'm on the western side. And I just wanted to say that I actually had to change from Verizon. I know a lot of people are in here in support of Verizon and know that they have coverage because of Verizon, but I actually had to drop Verizon because they couldn't cover me at my house and pick up AT&T. And frankly, Goochland needs as much coverage as they can get from all carriers. And just because maybe some of the people in this vicinity don't have AT&T, that doesn't mean that other people in this vicinity don't need AT&T coverage. And having the tower there will bring more Verizon coverage, possibly more T-Mobile coverage, and it'll also provide internet for, you know, kids that don't have, and families that don't have maybe broadband internet like Comcast or, you know, an Xfinity or whatever, because we're also lacking that in this county. So it will bring more benefits than it will minuses. And also, when I went to buy my house, I actually almost didn't buy my house because we had such poor cell phone coverage there, and we don't have any broadband internet. We have to get it via dish. So just some things to consider. So I'm in favor of the tower. I think it's a good idea. It'll bring in more carriers hopefully in the future, and it'll give more capacity to the area, because as people come in, there's going to be more demand on the network, and so you're going to need more towers so that you can support the people that are there and people coming in. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser.
Hello, my name is Tony Owens. I live at 824 Summit Court, Mannequin Sabbath, right here in beautiful Goochland County. I might borrow a minute or two from my neighbors Ron and Sharon Haley at 628 Cedar Run Road. I'm here today with many of my fellow neighbors to state my objection to this proposed cell tower. This large commercial structure has no place in the heart of our residential neighborhood. To help illustrate the magnitude of this large commercial structure, I brought a photo of a similar tower. Unfortunately, I don't have a PowerPoint slide. Yes. So I'd like to point out a couple things about the cell tower. When equipment is added to the top, it actually increases the profile of the tower, making it more noticeable. We talk about more than half of the cell tower is above the tree line, making it visible all year long. The half below, or the portion below the tree line, will be visible for at least 6 months during the year when the leaves are off the trees. When the balloon test was done, I believe it was done in the summertime. This tower is going to be visible all day, but also at night, it was mentioned, it's not going to be visible. Actually, if you look at the nighttime sky in Goochland, it's beautiful, and you have the silhouette of the trees. This will be disrupting that view of the tree line when this tower is seen against silhouette with the trees. I'm not opposed to cell phones. I have one. I'm not opposed to 911. We use it, and we've heard at the last meeting in the Planning Commission there was no issue there. I'm not opposed to the hundreds of thousands of cell towers across the country. It's worth noting that most of those are in urban or commercial areas or along major roadways. I'm opposed to this specific cell tower. It's not needed. It's not wanted. Also, there are other technological solutions available to this company, including co-locating other towers and structures. We keep hearing that there's service available. They can co-locate with other providers, just like they say they'll be able to offer that co-location service to other providers if this tower goes up. This tower, to help put it in perspective, is 10 feet taller than Cinderella's castle at Disney World. I still wouldn't want that commercial structure in the heart of our neighborhood either. I mean, I love Disney, I love Cinderella Castle, but I wouldn't want that. It was an eye-opening experience with the Planning Commission. I would suggest that we need a better zoning code. The two commissioners that voted in favor of this cell tower basically said there was no plan in place for Goochland. Their approach was they're not going to listen to the voice of the people. They only going to go through the actual requirements in the code. I think we need to enhance the code for cell phone towers in residential areas, that we incorporate the feedback of the neighborhoods. Maybe it's a sign-off of 2/3 of all property owners within that are adjacent to the property, and maybe another sign-off by those within 1,000 feet of the proposed cell tower. So I hope you join me today, my fellow citizens, in voting against this cell tower. It's against the natural beauty of our county, why we're all here, and also it illustrate the natural intelligent development that we're all striving to have here in Goochland County. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Owens.
I'm happy to donate to the county if you want it.
Anyone else? Okay, so seeing none? Yeah, exactly.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Ms. McGee, Ms. Piskewicz, Mr. Budeski. My name is Manny Alvarez. I live at 2960 Willow Trace Lane in Sandy Hook. You've heard a lot of concerns tonight. You've heard the same concerns over the last 8 years on every tower that has come forward. And none of the concerns have really come to fruition. Most of the towers do disappear after they're built. You've heard that there's no need for additional coverage. You've also heard from some folks that there is a need. Right now, we only have one provider really that you can count on in all of Goochland County. Years ago, I talked to AT&T, and what they were trying to do was move from, they were coming up 2 ways along the east end, along 288, and then 522, and they were spreading from there. This, I believe, is part of that expansion. two citizens who spoke against the tower on Miller's Lane years ago have come to me and said, I wish I had an opportunity to withdraw my opposition because service has become poorer over time. You heard one citizen opposing the tower talking about the increase in residential folks in the area. Those folks take up a bandwidth from existing towers. And it's estimated that by 2 years from now, the average person will have 14 devices that are connected. Luckily for most of these folks, they have Comcast cable, so they can connect through their broadband connection. They're basically a hard line connection. But for a lot of folks to the west of this location, they don't have that, and they need the wireless in order to survive. Property values, if you drive into Rivergate or West Oak, which are two gated subdivisions, probably the most expensive subdivisions in Goochland County, you'll see a huge tower in the background. There's $1 million homes within 200 feet of those towers. You've heard about the health effects. Everybody sitting behind me probably has a cell phone in their pocket, purse, really close to their body. That's where the most radiation comes from, more so than being under a tower. And if these folks have good cell coverage, it's because there's a tower and an ugly, so-called ugly tower in somebody else's backyard, providing them that bandwidth. Lastly, the county's broadband plan calls for encouraging private expansion of the technologies that help us connect. And I think rejecting this tower would sort of reject that commitment. I'll close on that. I recommend that you do vote for approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
John Perkins, 1005 Hermitage Road. I will be just across from this beautiful tower if it goes up. I'm here in opposition to it. Funny enough, my company that gave us Verizon and AT&T is moving us all to AT&T, so I would actually benefit from having this from an AT&T point of view. I don't want the tower, okay? We need competition in the county. I think having AT&T grow a presence in the county is a good thing. I think Verizon could use some competition. For the life of me, I don't understand why we would take this particular cluster with the homeowners like myself sitting here and saying we're going to plop this thing right in the middle of our homes. It makes no sense to me. So big coverage. They showed you a big coverage of areas that don't have cell service. For me, I don't understand why we don't put it up close to the firehouse. The firehouse is, I don't know, a mile from my house. So with the area they showed you of all this coverage, why wouldn't we put it where the county has it? Put it right there next to 6. I don't think anyone would object with that. So the last thing I want to make is you've heard a lot around it. It hits the ordinance, the ordinance that matches the ordinance. If it was a question of just matching the ordinance, then why would you be listening to it, right? So there has to be some judgment here around, are we making the right calls? Not does it check the box and hit the ordinance. So I'm all for it in the right place. I'm not for it in the middle of a bunch of residential homes like mine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
I'm David DeVise. I'm at 604 Joe Brook Lane and 355 First Flight Lane. I'm a little north and a little south of the original area there. But I would just like to add my support for those who are asking you to oppose this. I really don't think it belongs in the residential area. This particular part of the county, regardless of appraised value, it seems that the homes in this area are well maintained and people seem to have pride of residence there. I would just like to see it located somewhere else. If indeed the codes allow for this proposal to be passed, I would like to see maybe some kind of consideration to make the code more restrictive so that we can keep these out of the residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeVise. I'm saying it right. Yes. Anyone else? Oh, there you go, sorry. I didn't know if you were getting up to.
Hi, my name's Lisa Perkins. I live at 1005 Hermitage Road, and I'll be right across, kind of a little diagonal from where the cell tower's coming up. And as they said in the Planning Commission, one of the members were saying all the opposition was just that we didn't want it in our backyard. I don't think it needs to be in anybody's backyard. It needs to be somewhere, as they said before, in more of a commercial area. And as I noticed in some of the, as I've been kind of going around the county, I've noticed cell towers that are like along the railroad tracks, along James River, as industrial parks, along the interstates like at Drive Shack, and like the one that's on the poster. I've actually seen that one. That's actually right close to some swampland off of Patterson. So it's not in anybody's backyard. Another thing I was concerned about is in the applicant's proposal, the photos that he had, they were taken during June when all the trees they keep talking about, all the nice trees and cover, is taken in June. Now, this is a 199-foot tower. And I did a little research. All the trees that are in our area, all of the loblolly pines and the oaks and the hickories, they don't grow more than 100-foot tall. So that is twice the size of any trees in our area. So tell me how you can't see that from any of the photos, because they were taken at nice angles underneath the tree cover at the right angle. And none of them were taken up the street from my house, straight up Hermitage. And you could see the dots on that. And I could see it clearly from my driveway. My backyard will be really visible. And another thing is, as somebody from the Planning Commission meeting stated, there's an ordinance that said they could add another 12 foot to it later on. And I'm just kind of wondering, when they add that additional 12 foot, will they be able to add lights onto it at that time? Is there a condition where they can say no lights? So, because I know sometimes we have helicopters that do fly over. I don't know if it's military maneuvers or what it is, but I may need lights on it, if they do add some more to it. So that might be something you might want to consider. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Perkins. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this case. Okay, board. Any additional questions, comments, discussion, motions? All right. So, before we do that, then, we'll allow the applicant to make any comments, in rebuttal to the citizen comments.
Okay, I apologize if I didn't do that before. Thank you very much. We've heard a lot. We've heard a lot, and we've heard from good people on both sides of the equation. Nobody is trying to pick on anyone tonight. No one is trying to change someone's lifestyle or change the enjoyment of their house. All we're trying to do is provide infrastructure and all that comes with that. Cellular is now called by many people the fourth utility. For most folks, we're just as important as power, water, telco, sewer. We worked hard to get here tonight. We did not pick on anybody. We found a 25-acre property. There weren't a lot of 25-acre properties in that search ring. It has incredible tree cover. Some of the trees, yes, are deciduous. We did a balloon test timed to our community meeting. We had an independent group do the balloon test. They were to go out, float the balloon, and take pictures. Nobody was playing with angles. No one was trying to play any games. All we're trying to do, we're not trying to harm anyone. We're just trying to give everyone throughout the entire county the same options. Mr. Alvarez said it best. All these folks have cell phones they can use right now in other parts of the county. That's because they're driving through someone else's neighborhood where the phones will work. You saw what Ms. Hunter put up. There's a hole in that area. The 3 closest towers, AT&T's on them. They're already on them. We have a right to try to bring the infrastructure to the folks of Goochland. We're coming in with the monopole style. We're coming in at a height that does not require air navigation lighting. We're coming back, despite the tree cover, we're going to landscape all around it. This facility puts out no light, noise, odor, fumes, vibration, or glare. After a 45 to 60 day build time, AT&T will visit on average 8 to 10 times a year to tinker with the equipment and make sure it's operating. We don't create any traffic. We do not create any harm. Do we enhance the surrounding area? Yes, we do, by having choice of infrastructure. We can fight progress, or we can accept progress. Wireless is progress. The landline is going to be a thing of the past. Someone told me the other day, because I'm not young, and you can tell that all the young folks today will never hear a dial tone. They don't know what a dial tone was. When I tell folks about the phone where I had to dial and it had to come back down, I had to come back down, they laugh at me. This is the future, and it's important to Goochland's future. In no way are we picking on anyone. You heard from Ms. Dove. Yes, we paid her fees to come here, but she has a license to protect. She has her integrity to protect, and she came here to tell the truth, which she did. She told the truth of what her intensive study in Raleigh did. If I thought I was harming anyone, I wouldn't be here. I could find something else to do. But I've been doing this for 25 years because I know for a fact I'm helping people. There's a term in zoning called the common burden of citizenship. What it means, we're all in it together for a county to work or a city to work. You saw the maps. There are no towers in that area. AT&T is on the 3 closest. They need this to make their network work. It will provide voice and advanced broadband. It will also provide FirstNet services. But it will be part of a continuation to bring Goochland up to the equivalent of other counties in Virginia where the coverage is robust throughout and for all people. It's a tough decision for you tonight, and I understand that, and I appreciate all these people who came. I don't agree with them, but I understand why they're concerned. And what I want to stress on you, as Mr. Alvarez talked about too, a lot of times I walk into rooms like this, not as much recently. When I started this 25 years ago, everything was a fight. There were some counties where they had to get sheriff's deputies to walk us to our cars. But like Mr. Alvarez, more than once, people have reached back to me and said, you know, after the first week I was there, I didn't even see it. It's like you don't see all the telephone poles as you drive down the road. They become part of your peripheral vision. And yes, I got to use a phone inside my house for the first time. I didn't know I have to go out into the yard. We do bring something that's important for all. The fact that one carrier has adequate coverage, that's not fair. The young lady talked about it. The citizens of Goochland should be able to pick any carrier they want, and they should be able to have that coverage throughout the county. That's all we're trying to do. And again, at the end, look at my property. 25 acres, heavily treed. And when we talk about Goochland County, the Manitou family, their ownership in this family goes back to the 1860s. They have a long history with this county. They are not Johnny-come-latelys. This is something they decided to do, and they decided to do it, I think, for the right reasons. They didn't need to rent us the space for the tower. But the fact of the matter is they provided us with a perfect space for the tower in the context of where it is. At the end of the day, remember, I will provide infrastructure. I will provide access to public safety. I will not provide light, noise, vibration, odor, or glare. You really won't know I'm there except for the fact your phone will work, your broadband will work, and God forbid you need 911, you can get them. I thank y'all so much. I know it's a tough one, and I just hope you can work with us. Thank y'all.
Mr. Yates, 1 moment, please. Does the board have any additional questions for the applicant? This point, Mr. Sharp.
Yes, sir, Mr. Sharp.
Who do you have going on the tower now?
AT&T is, AT&T and FirstNet will be the initial tenants. Mr. Sharp is designed for 3 others also. AT&T will be at the top, then we have space for the other 3 licensed carriers in the market below. And on the ground, we also have space for all 4 of their equipment when and if they're ready to go. At this point, AT&T will be the anchor.
Okay, so that's the only one at the moment.
At the moment, yes, sir, Mr. Sharp.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Yes, sir.
There was a question brought up at the planning commission meeting about the road, and I know that you said you had moved it, that if it could be curved a little bit so you couldn't see it directly back to the tower site. Has that been taken into consideration at all?
Yes, we, working in conjunction with planning staff, we did move the road. The original way we had it was a little bit closer. We agreed to Mr. Mason's house, so we pulled it a little bit back into the middle of the property. We still had some concerns, and Ms. Hunter can help me. I think we had certain setbacks. We had to get the road back from the intersection, so in meeting those. With the road itself, the road will run, it's a 12-foot gravel road, and it runs about 536 feet. As you can see, can we go back to that slide? I actually have it on a board, but it might be easier. I'm low-tech in a high-tech business, I apologize. Nick, you want to bring, we can hold this out.
This one is curved, okay.
We'll have it. What we tried to do is bring it more into the middle of the property, but we can still work. Richard's good at the design. We can still work on putting an angle on it if we need to. So if we need to bring it in from here and make it turn so it breaks and there's not a straight shot, that we can do. Generally with 536 feet, with that kind of tree cover all around, you won't see it. But if the board would like, we could probably put an angle on the end, and so you couldn't see straight through.
Anything else? Questions? Mr. Peterson?
For the applicant.
Yes, sir, Mr. Peterson.
Can we talk about 5G for just a minute? 5G towers, will they be 200 feet, or will they be telephone pole size, or will, I've heard pizza boxes? What, could you talk about 5G for just a second? Thank you.
I'm going to let Mr. Rosenfeld assist me with 5G. He's more the expert. 5G is just, it's a radio, it's a frequency, and they will be on towers of this sort. They will be in urban areas, on light poles, that kind of thing. So it's going to be all over. Richard, you want to talk a little bit about 5G?
How you going with this?
Hi, Richard Rosenfeld again. 5G is, technology. They just add Gs to every tower. So if we had a tower up and we started off with 1G, they would just add 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G. So all these towers that are already out there, they are improving the towers to become a 5G tower. I don't know if that really answers your question, but
Maybe just ask it a little slightly different way. Does 5G have the same range? Do you need smaller cells to deliver the service?
it all depends on capacity. So if you have a large group of people in one area, you can go down low. But in places like where we need to improve coverage, where we are on this location, we can go up high, and it doesn't go very far. Though I heard someone say that the 3 miles between towers, it was what it used to be. Now with 5G, or actually every G, we get smaller and smaller. So 5G, it's not so much the height, it's the distance. So we're more or less looking at about 1.5 miles coverage for 5G.
For 5G.
From the center of the tower. So,
Okay.
I don't know if that answers.
Yeah, I mean, that answers the question. So 5G from the top of this tower would reach the bottom of the tower. It would, yeah, okay. Thanks.
It's not that tall. It's not that.
Right. Okay. Answer your question? Okay. Any other questions?
I guess, for the applicant. I wouldn't mind, a couple of questions for the appraiser,
Yes, sir.
if I
Ms.
may.
Dove?
And I apologize in advance if I'm asking you something that you addressed, but I heard a lot about Raleigh. And I heard you talk about concentric circles at 1/4 mile going out.
Yes, sir.
We have a couple of houses in the 300-foot range, and I think one of them was 800 feet. Well, at 800 feet, that's like 0.15 mile, and the others are 5/100ths of a mile away. So I'm trying to, I want to take what you've given us and apply it, but I'm having a hard time applying. I don't know whether you're in downtown Raleigh or where you're talking about.
It was in the suburbs, closer out to the, Raleigh has like an inner circle and an outer circle interstate, and all of them are out closer to the northeast, northwest, and southeast, closer to the.
Glenwood area?
Glenwood was one of them.
Okay, so you're in the Glenwood, that's a very populated area. So your professional opinion is that these houses, all well within 1/4 mile, are not going to be adversely impacted by the tower?
It is my opinion, yes, sir.
And that's based on what your experience, what you calculated in Raleigh?
Everything that I learned from the study in Raleigh and studying the cell tower here and the height and the wooded coverage, the size of the site, all those things considered all together, it is my opinion, yes, sir, that those homes won't be damaged as a result.
We have that gentleman holding that tower and picture in the back. Did the Raleigh tower look like that?
Many of them did. The one that was 275 feet was a lot different. It was more like a big base, and it kind of went up. It like an Eiffel Tower kind of crazy looking thing. But the other four were more monopole, more very typical of the subject. Yes.
Thank you for.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yates, Ms. Perkins, I believe, had mentioned something about adding onto the tower in height. I believe it was mentioned 12 feet later. Is that something that you are planning to do, can do, capable of doing?
We would make it a condition that the tower height be limited to 199 feet. It's actually a 195-foot tower with a 4-foot lightning rod. There is and county attorney can address it better than I, there is a federal statute contained in the Middle Class Tax Relief Act that addresses the ability to raise a tower that's already existing. We would make it a condition of our approval that this tower could never exceed 199 feet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yates.
In case it helps, it is in the proposed condition.
I did see that, but the question was raised, so I felt I needed to ask. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And if you don't go over 200 feet, no lights are required, no red or white lights are required.
That's the key, yeah. For the most part in the country, 200 feet and above is when you have to put the air nav lights on. If you are close to an airport, it can go a little bit lower. So that's why there is a magic number in 200. And in this one, and it was included in our packet, we have the determination from the FAA. Two important parts of the determination. One, no hazard air navigation. Second, marking and lights not necessary. So under 200, generally throughout most of the United States, under 200, no lights. We've been approved by the FAA for no lights.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yates.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Okay. Decision time. Any other comments, thoughts?
Madam Chair, if I could?
Absolutely.
Thank you. One of the hallmarks of this board is we try to listen to citizens, and this application has given me an opportunity to do a lot of listening to my neighbors and my friends. And what I've tried to do is kind of catalog all the issues that have been raised and work through them and see where we stand. And we've heard one of them, the health, we're not allowed to consider, so we won't. And I'll ask the county attorney, as I go through the list of issues that I've heard, if I'm not allowed to consider some of them, please let me know, and we'll treat them as out of bounds.
Perhaps, Mr. Peterson, Madam Chairman, if I could, it might help if for me to at least give the whole board a little bit of the things by state law in particular we're not
Yeah.
allowed to consider, so that the record doesn't get muddled by the question of whether or not you did consider something you mentioned.
That'd be even better, thank you.
And there's a number of them, and they're detailed, so I may miss something, so I'm happy to cut on my mic. But it is not, again, this is a land use application before this board, and whether this parcel of land should be appropriately used for a tower. It is not within this board's purview to determine what providers are going to be on it, what the business need of this provider is to use this piece of property. The board knows well, everybody, after all these years, that we're not entitled to say, don't go here, go there. That's not within our purview. We're not entitled to, again, sort of get into the business of this tower, how it will provide. We can't discriminate on the basis of who's going on the tower or who will own the tower, or impose any unreasonable requirements regarding the presentation or appearance of the project, including the materials used or the arranging and screening and so forth of the tower. And I think that goes a little bit towards the concept of a tree. It is true, I think some of us have seen them, maybe many, that the towers can be hidden. That's not what's before you. This tower at this place, its impact on the neighborhood, whether or not this parcel is a good place to put it, is really what's before you. So I haven't gone through, I think, everything that the folks discussed, and I'm happy to, but I'm trying to just make that overall point, that the land use decision is before. And there are plenty of land use comments that the citizens made and that you should consider.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Miskey.
Yeah, appreciate that, thank you. I don't think any of the some of the concerns I guess we've heard tonight or before touched on some of those areas, and we'll just assume that we can't go to there, so we won't go there. And I will say that most of the issues that were raised, there was folks on both sides of the same issue. Not at all like the Super Bowl, whether you're a Chiefs or a Niners fan, and folks generally don't swap jerseys and change teams. They're just, this is where I am, and that's it. But at the same issue, they're on the same side of this, or different sides of the same issue. So appearance is one of them. There is people who have told me that I can't see the tower, or I can see it and I don't care. There are people that told me I can see it and I care a lot. It is ugly. Both sides of the same issue. We had photos taken at a number of different places, but I noticed none of them are in the backyards of any homes. They're all on the roads. So I don't know what the appearance looks like from some of the folks that may have commented on how it looks from their place as opposed to some of the photos that were taken. But clearly there's folks on both sides of that issue. I don't care or I do care. Putting in a residential area, certainly there are a lot of them in residential areas. But what I've heard from folks is there's lots of them in residential areas. They're part of life. I don't even see them. Other ones say it absolutely, a commercial does not belong in a residential area. Two sides of the same issue again. Coverage, do you need it or not? There's multiple providers. They're in competition out there. I guess it depends on which provider you have, whether you perceive a need or don't. Some say don't need it, got coverage. Others say need it, don't have coverage. Both sides of the same issue, coverage. Property values. We heard someone today touch on the fact that your property might go up in value if you could raise your phone in the air and get bars. We've heard other people say my property will drop like a stone if you put that tower up. Both sides of the same issue. Property value, does a tower help or hurt? Public safety. This is what I just wanted to clarify as well. Our public safety services, and that includes the Sheriff's Department and Fire Rescue, they use radio waves. They don't use the wireless communication towers. And there is ubiquitous coverage throughout Goochland for our Fire Rescue and our Sheriff's Department to talk among themselves. When the citizens interact with our 911 call system, that is going to depend on who your private provider is. But don't worry about our We spent a lot of money on a brand-new radio system with towers and coverage throughout the county for our public services themselves, the public safety. It just depends on whether you have coverage or not, whether that public safety is an issue or not. That the not in my backyard, on that one, I've heard everybody wants coverage and nobody wants a tower. So if we had no towers, we'd have no coverage. So I don't know how you get both sides of the NIMBY issue, if you will. What signal does it send if we approve or disapprove? Some folks have said if you disapprove the tower, it sends a signal that you don't put this tower or this commercial in this area. Others have said, well, it'll send a signal that Goochland doesn't want any towers anywhere. Well, those are extreme, but they're both sides of the same issue. So Goochland generally is underserved and generally does need more towers. And I think we all know that. We've heard people stipulate to that. If I kind of go through these, there's arguments to be made on both sides. My job, as I've said before, and this is probably the right time for me to say it, is to make everybody happy all the time. And I don't know how to do that here, given there's two sides to every issue here. Somebody suggested a compromise. How about half a tower? You can't really go there. So we up here are going to have to decide and work through all this and say, where do we come out? And as I think through this and try to balance it out and take a 50,000-foot view, which is taller than the tower, where do I come out? I go back through history, and I guess we've been through this before with the Miller's Lane application, and perhaps maybe I'll ask Joanne if you wouldn't come up and pull up the land use, the comp plan, because I think, Ms. McGee, you mentioned this is a land use decision, and so I'd like to pull up our comp plan, which guides our land use. I think that's inbounds, so.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
So we have, this is a blown-up view or
The blown-up view of the, there you go. I don't know if you recall where in Miller's Lane, but we did have an application for a cell tower on Miller's Lane not too long ago, a few years back. And that went through the same process. There was a community meeting. There was an awful lot of pushback. There was a planning commission meeting, I believe, again, a lot of pushback. And eventually that application was pulled, and it never got to this board. We later on had another commercial application, not commercial application, perhaps maybe a church, I guess it was, adjacent to Dover Hall. Again, community meeting, a lot of pushback. Again, that application was pulled. Both of those were inside this deep run hunt club community, which is circled in green. And right around that time, those citizens got organized. They formed an organization, a group, they elected officers, and they approached the county and engaged the county and engaged me and said, how do we send a signal that this is not the right place to put commercial things like cell towers and other type things? And based on that citizen input, we, on our comp plan, modified the comp plan to introduce this concept of a deep run hunt country community, with the idea that things inside that boundary would be to facilitate or encourage equestrian uses, residential uses, beautiful landscape type activities, but not so much commercial activities. And so I guess where I come out, you can go through all of those issues that were raised, and if you come down on the one side of enough of those issues, you can say cell towers are needed in Goochland and belong in Goochland, and we embrace competition, and we are open for business, we're technology savvy, but where the citizens have spoken to me is everywhere in Goochland, but not inside this green boundary. And they put that in there to send the signal to developers that if you try to put something commercial inside there, there'll be pushback at the community meeting, which there was. There'll be pushback at the planning commission, which there was. There'll be pushback tonight, which there was. And all along the way, what's been communicated to me is this tower would clearly provide extra coverage. The question is that the right land use here in this district? Do they have a preference for additional coverage or preference for non-commercial type activities in that land use area? So the reason this was put in the comp plan was to send a signal, broadcast, if you want to come inside there, just know that there's going to be a lot of pushback and it's going to be a very difficult thing to do because this area has been put in our land use plan as an area that you really shouldn't have that much commercial development. So Madam Chair, I guess I'll yield back the rest of my time if I have any, but I wanted to share all of the issues, let the citizens know that I listened to everything they had to say, and that you're on both sides of the issue. There's no way to make everybody happy here, so I fall back on the history and our land use and our comprehensive land use plan. So, thank you, and I'll yield back.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other comments from other board members? Mr. Sharp?
I just have one thing. As we travel around Goochland, you're making a call and all of a sudden you hit a dead zone. My mother always used to laugh and say, "Oh, I called you back because you were in the trees." I said, "Yeah, I was in the trees." She knew exactly where that was. But we have people that travel throughout the county. There's people that have cell phone towers in their neighborhoods that everybody else in Goochland gets the benefit of. I went out and looked at this site. I came back and there's a cell phone tower right outside of our neighborhood on River Road. And I drove by and I asked my wife, "Where is that darn tower?" And she had to point it out to me. It's been there for a couple of years. We don't even know it. We don't even see it's there. But it provides continuous service to everybody as they're going through. So I've had complaints from a lot of people that say, you know, every time I go down Mannequin or Hermitage Road, I lose my calls. I'm doing business, I'm doing whatever, and I don't have any service. I don't know who they're on. Apparently it's not Verizon, but Verizon doesn't have a lock on the service. So I think that's a consideration, you know, as well as the land use and everything else, that cell phone towers provide service to everybody, no matter where you're going. So, and I think a lot of times, the overreaction in my yard, people just don't notice it after the initial shock.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Sharp. Any other comments? All right, anyone interested in making a motion?
Yep. Madam Chair, I'd like to go ahead and move that we disapprove conditional use 2019-00018 by Beacon Towers LLC as presented.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. No second, so the motion fails for lack of a second. Do we have any other motions?
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve the motion to approve the cell tower by Beacon Towers for the conditional use of the 199-foot communication tower.
Thank you, Mr. Spoonhour. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Sharp. Now, I'd just like to have a point of order here, that it was, there were some comments about, I believe it was condition number 13. Do we want to clean that language up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The word prior needs to be removed from condition 13. It's a grammatical or typographical error that it wasn't removed when a change was made. If Mr. Spoonhour's motion and with the consent of Mr. Sharp as the seconder, it would then be a motion to approve as amended. On the other hand, the applicant spoke about the CUP and the removal of the tower. There's a difference between language in the ordinance about how long you have to remove it and what would be in this conditional use. It is appropriate for a conditional use permit to have, to offer something more than the ordinance does. So I don't feel that there's a need to address the concern of the Sands Anderson attorney who pointed out that the length of time to remove it is different in the CUP than it is in the ordinance language. That's still legally appropriate in a CUP and in compliance with the state law requirements. So my only suggestion would be to correct the grammatical error with removing prior, if the movant and seconder agree.
I'm happy to amend my motion to account for that.
And Mr. Sharp, good? Okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve with amendment of condition number 13. Any other special questions or comments at this point? Nope. All right, Mr. Podesky, want to do roll call?
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp? Yes. Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
No.
Approved 3-0. 3-2, I'm sorry, 3-2.
All right. So we are going to take about, what time is it, 10 after? About a 10-minute break before we begin our next hearing on Mannequin Town. Thank you. A rezoning and a conditional use permit. We will have one combined staff presentation, one combined public comment period, but it will require 2 votes, 1 on each application. So, Ms. Hunter, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. As Ms. Les Glenn indicated, this is a request by Town and Country Partners for a rezoning and a CUP for a project known as Mannequin Town. The property is located in the eastern portion of the county in the Centerville Village. The property is on the comprehensive plan for commercial uses. And I did want to show you the Centerville Core. The Centerville Core is the only location where you can apply for the MPUD. You can see a faint purple line that runs generally from Mannequin Road, picks up this parcel around down to Ashland Road and on north and south of Broad within that purple area. The zoning map shows that the property is primarily zone B1. There is a small portion of about 5 acres located here that's currently zoned R1. And you can see the aerial photo. This is the area generally where the farmer's market is. You can see Essex Bank that's located here. Yard Works is across the site, and Satterwhite's Restaurant is to the west. So with the existing zoning, the property can currently have commercial development. The front and the lollipop portion was zoned in 1990 to B1. Proffers of that case do allow 200,000 square feet of commercial development. It also allows 5 acres of the R1 zoning, which would be probably about 20 residential lots. And then for the rear piece, there also is a CUP currently in existence for a hotel and convention center on that rear portion. The applicant has revised this application numerous times throughout this process. Currently, the application is to request rezoning of the entire parcel, 39.05 acres, from the B1 and R1 to the MPUD zoning. I wanted to give some background on the mixed plan unit development zoning. This ordinance was approved by the Board of Supervisors in June of 2015. MPUD requests are limited to the Centerville core area, which I showed to you on the map. When we were developing this ordinance, there was a numerous number of joint board and PC work sessions with the development of the MPUD. Mannequin Town was the impetus to developing the ordinance. It was discussed as part of the development of that ordinance. At that time, there was a desire to have the ability to allow apartments and higher density developments in limited quantity in areas outside of the West Creek area. Currently, before this ordinance was adopted in 2015, the only place you could do apartments was 60 acres within the West Creek planned industrial park. The board did want to be careful with the allowing additional apartments and high-density development through that process. So there was a strong commitment that any project that came forward would have a strong commercial component attached to the project. The MPUD requirements is, it does require both a rezoning and a CUP for a conceptual master plan. To apply for it, the parcel has to have a minimum of 20 acres served by public water and sewer. The uses that are allowed, there's no uses allowed by right in the MPUD district. The uses are identified through the CUP process, and the uses that are allowed are single-family, multifamily, which includes duplex, apartments, condos, and townhouses. Also any neighborhood commercial uses, which is the BN district. I think there was some confusion. People didn't know what the BN district was. That was previously known as the B2 district when we adopted the new zoning ordinance, which took effect January 1. That B2 district was changed to BN Business Neighborhood District, but it's the same uses that was in the B2 district. Through the master plan, you can also request other uses through the CUP to be allowed in the MPUD project. The ordinance also allows special exceptions through the CUP process to any development standard. And there is a land use ratio requirement for the MPUD district for a maximum 50% residential, 30% commercial, and 20% open space. What this proposal is including is 93,478 square feet of retail and office space. I should note that there are new revised proffers and a revised CUP resolution that has been placed on the dais to address some of the concerns that the applicant made. The applicant, when this first went to the Planning Commission, it was for 263 residential units. Previously, prior to this week, the applicant was proposing 245 residential units. The applicant did make a revision yesterday and dropped the number of residential units down to 234 residential units. That would include townhouses, condominiums, and apartments. So there'd be approximately about 187 apartments. Those would be located in the Mannequin Row and the flats portions of the project. 39 townhomes located in the towns, and 8 condominium units, which are located in the lofts, and they are residential over the commercial uses. This does bring the density to 6.0 units per acre per residential density. So the applicant had been previously requesting a special exception for the density, with them dropping the number of residential units to 234. They are in compliance with the ordinance, and no special exception is required for the density. The proposal also includes a Phase 4, which is the rear piece, which we've been calling the lollipop piece. That is proposed for future commercial and open space. No additional residential units would be allowed on that property, since they have maxed out the density through the MPUD district. And any development before that can occur in Phase 4, they would have to come back before the Board of Supervisors to have the conceptual master plan approved for that portion of the property. I'm going to briefly describe some of the neighborhoods. The front 2 buildings along Broad Street are called the shops. Those will be 2 buildings for retail and office uses. They would total about 21,200 square feet. Behind that, the next 2 buildings are the lofts. Those would be two buildings with a square footage of 12,358 square feet. That's where the 8 condominium units would be located. The third grouping of blue buildings here would be the offices. Those would be 2 buildings with a square footage of about 36,000 square feet. Mannequin Row is an apartment building that would have approximately 133 apartment units, and then the flats is this area in the back. That would also be apartments, and they would have approximately 54 apartments. Again, so it's total of 187 apartments. Those numbers may shift a little bit of, whether they have, 54 back here or 60, but total, the number of apartments would be 187 apartments. On the western side of the property, along Sycamore Creek, there would be 39 townhomes. Those are located here. And then James River Retail is this portion to the east of the project, would be additional square footage for retail office, about 24,000 square feet. And then this is what we're calling the lollipop, and that would be future commercial and open space. I wanted to show you the phasing plan. As I indicated, when the board created the MPUD district, having a strong commercial component was important, and a strong opinion was to make sure the commercial was built, a big chunk of the commercial is built up front prior to just somebody building an apartment complex and not ever building the commercial uses. So everything in yellow is shown as phase 1. So everything that would be required in phase 1 would be all the road and interchange improvements. So that would include the applicant building the connection to Plaza Drive, which is on our comprehensive plan. They would be building a right turn lane and improvements to Sycamore Creek here. They would be adding a southbound turn lane at Mannequin and Broad. They would also be responsible for any changes and modifications needed to the traffic signal as you build additional lanes. And then in phase 1, they would have to get a certificate of occupancy for 45,000 square feet of commercial uses. So all of that needs to occur before the first residential unit is occupied on site. Phase 2 would include the townhouses, the Mannequin Row, which is this apartment building, and the flats, which is the apartments in the rear. Phase 3 are the bluish purple. That would include the office buildings and the James River Retail. And then phase 4 would be the future commercial development. And before anything can occur on 2, 3, and 4, I just want to be clear that all the road improvements would need to be built before any occupancy occurs on any of those other phases. The MPUD district does allow, by special exception, the ability to modify any requirement in the MPUD district. The applicant is currently only asking for one special exception. This is for the residential setback 500 feet from an arterial road. The applicant proposes a 350-foot setback from Broad Street Road. Staff has, when they first developed the ordinance, the purpose of that 500-foot setback was so that commercial development area along Broad would be maintained for commercial uses. As I've thought about this, when you look at this property is also in the Centerville Village. The Centerville Village Overlay District does encourage buildings that are at pedestrian scale and smaller scale buildings. With the reduced setback from 500 feet to 350 feet, we are reassuring that we are getting smaller scale buildings, as you can see from the conceptual master plan, that they're buildings that are 2 stories in line with being more pedestrian in character. Parking, there'll be 894 parking spaces. This would include surface parking, a garage under the Mannequin Row, covered carport near the offices, parallel parking spaces along some of the roadways, and garage and driveway spaces for the townhouses. Open space with this front portion, there'll be about 5.17 acres of open space. It does meet the minimum requirement of 20%. It's 24.8. And then the rear portion, which is the lollipop, an additional 20% of open space would be required for the rear. So you can see in green where the open spaces are. One thing to point out with this project is when this application came forward early in the process, they had 2 entrances on Broad Street, one located here. It's not really picking up. One located here and one here. Through conversations, we were able to get the applicant to reduce the number of intersections on Broad Street to route to 1. This allows what was going to be a road through here now becomes a pedestrian walkway. There'll be landscaping there, architectural pavings, there'll be benches, things like that, so it would create an identity and a sense of public space for the project. In terms of uses, as I indicated, with the MPUD district, you can have single-family, multifamily uses, neighborhood commercial uses, which is BN or previously known as B2, and any other use that you request through the CUP. So these are the BN uses or the previously B2 uses. So any of these uses would be allowed through the MPUD. These are types of smaller retail services, child care centers, banks, personal services such as beauty salons, restaurants. So these are things that sort of people would use in a day-to-day as part of what they would need just to meet their commercial needs of a development. The applicant is requesting additional uses as allowed by the zoning ordinance. So what they are proposing for Section 4 is all of those BN uses that I just reviewed with you. They have made some changes, and you'll see them through strike-through. They had originally proposed drugstores. They have since eliminated that use, so it is struck through. So they are proposing theaters, churches. Previously, they had been proposed funeral homes. They have eliminated that. That's been struck through. Hotels and convention centers, clubs, lodges, golf driving ranges, golf courses, country club, and other similar commercial recreation. They had been looking at nursing home and assisted living facility. They have since struck through nursing home but kept assisted living facility and also farmers market. So through proffers, those are the uses that they are requesting for Section 4. The amenities covered in the master plan include a number of public open spaces. They have the farmers market would be located to the rear of the site. You can see it here in this picture. This would be where the farmers market would be located. They have dog parks in the flats area. They have various pocket parks and trails throughout the project, and residents of the development would have access to private amenities, including a clubhouse, pool, and the recreation area, which would be located in the center of Mannequin Row. The master plan details the landscaping. It meets all of our landscaping requirements. They have plans for entrance landscaping, streetscape, perimeter, parking area, and foundation landscaping. Sidewalks, you can see in the areas in pink are where the sidewalks are located. The MPUD district is focused to be a pedestrian-oriented project where people can walk from uses to uses. They have met all of our standards for meeting pedestrian connections throughout the project. The architecture, each neighborhood in the Mannequin town will have a unique architecture design. The architecture is meant to be cohesive, and the applicant has proffered quality building materials, including modular brick, slate, faux slate roofs, EFIS, precast concrete or stone panel veneers for accent. Just quickly run through the different projects, the different types of development in the project, and what the architecture would look like. These would be the buildings closest to Broad Street. You can see they are at a much lower scale, start from 1-story, transition back to 2-story. So the image from Broad Street would be low scale and pedestrian oriented. The lofts are the next 2 buildings back. This would be the retail spaces below with the 8 condominium units above. Behind the 4 retail buildings in the front. We have the 2 office buildings with covered parking, which you can see over here. The office has been changed, the architecture. There were some questions or concerns about the previous architecture for the offices, so they have modified it to have it what they felt was more barn-like or rural, have a rural character to fit better in with the Goochland. This is an example of what the towns would look like. These would be adjacent to Sycamore Creek. There would be 39 of them. That shows you the front and the rear. They do have garages in the rear. There would be an alley that serves here between the units. This is Mannequin Row. This is the larger of the 2 apartment complex. It's designed in a U-shaped pattern with the pool and the amenities being in the center of the U. It is a 3-story building from Broad Street because the topo drops down as you move further back on the site. It would be a 4-story in the rear. This is the Flats, which is the dogleg in the back. You can see that architecture. And then the James River Retail, which is also along Broad Street, which is phase 3, would match the commercial architecture of the other projects along the promenade. Some of the questions and concerns have dealt with traffic. The applicant was required to do a traffic impact analysis. Because this project is already approved for 200,000 square feet of commercial development, the TIA determined that this project, which actually have less vehicle trips per day than the existing zoning, they did identify that there's already existing delays for 11 turning movements in the studding area. The Mannequin and Broad Street intersection currently operates at a level of service B during the AM peak and level of service C during the PM peak. Including the background traffic and Mannequin Town traffic, the intersection projects to operate a level of service D and F. With that information, the applicant did make some proffers to make some improvements to the Mannequin and Broad intersection. So in order to address the traffic impacts, the applicant has offered the full cash proffer for transportation projects. Prior to the first CO being issued on the property for residential or commercial, the applicant is proposing to make a connection to Plaza Drive. This road is on our comprehensive plan. We do believe it's a significant relief valve to allow people to circulate through the area, and pleased that the applicant has made that offer to build that through this project. In addition, prior to the first CO, the developer shall approve the Mannequin and Broad intersection by creating a southbound turn lane and a southbound through right lane, which is, you can see here on the red, and again, also make any necessary changes to the traffic signal. They are also going to be doing a right turn lane to Sycamore Creek, and improvements to the Sycamore Creek Drive would also be required. And of course, they would have to also build any of their on-site roads. As with any residential project, we did run the capital impact model for this project. It's based on the number of projected population for apartments and townhouses. The impact model shows an impact of $4,555. The applicant did offer the full cash proffer and agreed with the capital impact model. There was a community meeting June of 2019, so this project's been around for quite some time. Supervisors Lascalette, Peterson, and Alvarez, Commissioners Duke and Patuk, and about 80 people attended the meeting. Regarding the overall development, there were questions about traffic, building materials, location of dumpsters, amount of parking, phasing of commercial and residential uses, whether uses would be owner-occupied or rental. Were questions about was there a market for commercial space and the potential for high-end retail. There was also discussion about the potential development of nearby properties, the TCSD, rural character, and the site plan review process. There are some residents at the meeting who opposed the request, and then there are some that were in favor of this request. I will say since that community meeting, there have been a significant number of changes to the application, and the applicant has addressed all of staff's concerns and have made many modifications that would address some of these concerns from the community meeting. The Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission heard this in September. They did recommend approval with a 5-0 vote. 5 people spoke in support of the request, 5 spoke in opposition, 2 speakers were generally neutral. They identified concerns included traffic, lack of owner-occupied units, rural character, proximity to the golf course, residential setback to Broad Street, the density and overcrowding of schools. So I am going to review proffers. The proffers are things that the applicant voluntarily offered, and because there's also a CUP, the CUP allows staff to put conditions, recommend conditions that the board can adopt as part of the project. So first I'm going to review the proffers. One is that the property would be in conformance with the conceptual plan as shown to you in the presentation this evening. Connection to Plaza Drive prior to the issuance of the first CO. I'm going to say CO, it's Certificate of Occupancy. The developer shall construct a new road segment connecting Mannequin Town Boulevard to Plaza Drive. Mannequin Road and Broad Street intersection prior to the issuance of the first CO. The developer shall construct a southbound left turn lane and a southbound through right lane on Mannequin at the intersection of Broad. The construction shall include necessary improvements to the traffic signal and meet all of VDOT requirements for the intersection improvements. All utilities would be underground. Number 5 has been revised from 245 units to 234 residential units. Commercial, there shall be a minimum of 93,000 square feet of commercial and or office on the property. Sidewalks shall be provided as shown in the master plan, was shown to you in the presentation. As I indicated, he has offered the full cash proffer of $4,555, which is consistent with the capital impact model. Phasing, this is an important one. A certificate of occupancy shall be issued for a minimum of 45,000 square feet of commercial and or office space prior to the issuance of any residential CO. So that's the phasing plan. Before any COs or anybody can move into the property, they will get a CO for 45,000 square feet. Again, the CO is important because it's not just the building permit, it's not just under construction, it has to be occupiable and receive their CO. Number 10, Sycamore Creek Drive, prior to the issuance of the first CO, again, improvements to Sycamore Creek Drive shall be in accordance with the master plan. Mannequin Town Boulevard, prior to the issuance of the first CO, improvements shall be provided in accordance with the Mannequin Town Master Plan. Capitol Park Drive, which is one of the main drives in the development, prior to the issuance of the first CO for the property, improvements shall be provided in accordance with the master plan. Right turn lane, Mannequin Road, prior to the issuance of the first residential CO, the developer shall improve the northbound right turn lane on Mannequin Road at the intersection with Sycamore Creek Drive. So you can see all of these 5 or 6 proffers right here. Everything before they can get a CO, all the road improvements have to be made. The next few proffers deal with Phase 4, which was the lollipop piece that has been added in the last few weeks. No certificate of occupancy permits will be issued on Phase 2, 3, or 4 until all Phase 1 improvements are complete and a certificate of occupancy has been issued for a minimum of 45,000 square feet of commercial. Proffer 15, prior to the development of Phase 4, a conceptual master plan shall be approved by the Board of Supervisors. So because there are no uses for that property, they will have to come back before the Board of Supervisors to get a conceptual master plan for that property and show all the details that they're showing on the front portion, which goes everything from architecture to landscaping to parking the whole gamut. The Phase 4 uses, the site would be limited to BN business neighborhood uses and the following additional uses. I'm just going to read the ones, not the strike-through ones, would be theaters, churches, hotel and convention centers, clubs and lodges, golf driving ranges, and similar forms of commercial recreation, assisted living facilities, and farmers markets. So those are all the proffers. That's what the applicant has offered. In terms of conditions, one, the use would be a mixed plan unit development. Two, it would be in compliance with the master plan. Three, this has been modified because it did include exception language previous to the change. That was taken out since the applicant is now in compliance with the density requirements. So it would be density limitations and requirements. It would read, residential development on the property shall not exceed 234 units. Development shall include a minimum of 93,000 square feet of retail or office square footage. 4, residential setback. The applicant requests an exception to the 500-foot setback from Broad Street is granted, but only to the extent that no residential structure shall be closer than 350 feet from Broad Street Road. 5, permitted uses, residential, multifamily dwellings such as apartments, condominiums, and townhouses are permitted in accordance with the master plan. It also recommends that none of those units would have more than 2 bedrooms. That would be the apartments in Mannequin Row, the flats, and the lofts. Permitted uses, commercial, permitted uses set forth in the BN district. And some of these need to be strike through. We missed that. We would need to strike through drugstores, funeral homes, nursing home. Conditional, number 7, conditional uses commercial. Conditional uses set forth in the BN district may be permitted with approval of a CUP. Density ratio calculations, the developer shall provide with each plan of development or subdivision application calculations to demonstrate compliance with the mixed plan unit development regulations, which include but are not limited to land uses, density, roads, common area signage, and other features. The parking plan, which shown as the master plan, it commits it to that. The applicant will need to get a certificate of approval since this is in the overlay district. Phasing, amenity, and open space. Amenities, open space, and buffers will be in accordance with the master plan. They cannot block access to any roads. No loading, unloading, trash pickup, or other typical activities associated with commercial development can block or limit site access. The applicant will have protective covenants for the project and our standard transfer of ownership and lease. Again, this is 2 different applications, so we will ask after the public hearing that you have 2 separate votes on both the rezoning and the CUP application. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hunter. Any questions for Ms. Hunter at this point? I do have one. On that, one of the first slides you put up with showing the master plan, show me where 350 feet is and where 500 is again.
So the,
one before that, I think
yes,
it's
so the setback is for both the townhouses and the Mannequin, the row.
Where's the line? Where's the 350-foot
So
line?
this is about 370 feet to the townhouses. The road is about 350 feet back. So the, if you did the 500-foot setback, the 500-foot setback would be generally right about here.
So we do have townhouses within that are the townhouses more than 350 feet back?
They're about 370 feet back.
Okay.
And the apartment is about 380, the Mannequin Row.
So from the street to 350 feet is only commercial?
Yes.
Maybe commercial with residence above?
Residential above for these two buildings. And the way the ordinance is written, it's for a residential structure. The condominiums is a mixed-use building, and that was designed as part of the ordinance to allow that type of development within the 500 feet. But you can see that it sort of lines up with Essex Bank, sort of has the same commercial footage. There's commercial development along here. So it does preserve the commercial development along Broad Street. It does allow it to be smaller scale. If it was 500 feet back, they'd probably want to build a much larger building. Excuse me, I hit that by accident. And then also, we are tied to where this road can be located, which seems to be a natural split for the project. So this is the fire station. This is the daycare center. This is where Plaza Drive needs to come out without negatively impacting any businesses along Plaza Drive. And this is shown on our comprehensive plan for this road, which we do consider important, and it was part of the arterial management plan.
So within the first 350 feet off of Broad Street, there are no residential units other than
The 8
residents above
above.
the commercial?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to be sure it's clear on that. Thank you very much. Okay?
And if I may, one procedural thing, it is correct that you have 2 votes before you this evening or morning, we'll see. But in any event, in this situation, the MPUD district is unique in our ordinance, and so it actually would not be appropriate to have a no vote on one and a yes vote on another. That's happened before when you have rezonings and CUPs, but the MPUD district does not lend itself to that. You could have no votes, or you could have yes on the motion, not vote, but the board could not end up saying yes to rezoning and no to the CUP. The MPUD district requires that a CUP with a master plan be adopted. So, however the first one comes down will direct sort of how the board's going on the next one.
So you're saying that there's a requirement for the master plan to be adopted for the MPUD zoning?
Yes, ma'am.
For all of it?
You're saying, could you amend like conditions that are in the CUP or portions of the
No, I'm
master
just asking a
plan?
question. We're saying we need the master plan. Does the master plan have to apply to the entire property that's being zoned M?
No, they can show future, like they're showing, they don't have an entire master plan for Phase 4, but you can adopt the master plan with the caveat that they would come back before the board. So at some point, the master plan for every portion needs to be reviewed by the board.
Right. And that's what I understood you to say, but then you confused me. So
Okay.
we're back to.
Didn't mean to confuse
That's
you.
okay. We're back to, all right, thank you. I just want to be sure I'm totally clear on what we're talking about here. Okay, any other questions, Mrs. Brunel?
Ms. Hunter, can you talk a little bit about from a planning perspective, the purpose of the 500-foot setback for the residential?
Sure. As I said, that when we were developing this ordinance, we had numerous planning commission and board work sessions. We had a team of staff that included economic development employees, planning officials, things like that. And the concern was if we allowed this, the commercial component was very important. We have limited frontage along Broad where it's served by public utilities. So we wanted to make sure that the frontage along Broad typically is what, anybody from a business perspective, if they're looking to develop commercial or office, they want to have that frontage along Broad. So we did want to preserve that. The 500 feet was not a magic number. We were just sort of taking a look at if somebody wanted to do a big box store or something like that, how much distance would they need? and that was the 500 feet. The one benefit with this is with it being reduced is it does keep the scale of the buildings along Broad Street at a more pedestrian scale instead of a big box scale.
Any other questions? Okay. All right, thank you. Oops. Thank you, Ms. Hunter. So, applicant, have anything to say?
It's thinking. It's thinking. It's probably a big file. Do you want to entertain them while we're waiting? There we go. And, you know, forward, back, and highlight.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. Good evening, everyone. My name is Scott Gazer. I live at 1505 Mannequin Road. I'm happy to present to you Mannequin Town tonight. I appreciate the input that Ms. Hunter has given you and explained what we've been doing. I think the first thing I wanted to say is we wanted to show up at this meeting and try to clear as much of the air as possible. So you are aware that we have amended our position to 234 units, and which is 6 units to the acre. And you know, what's unique is we're the first to apply for MPUD in Goochland. And it's important that if we're going to do this, we get it right. And so as part of the process, and before the board could hear this redevelopment, a lot of pre-planning and detail had to occur. We brought in a lot of professionals. We brought in our traffic engineer, which I have Mr. Strohecker here. We brought in Towns Engineering as our engineer, 510 architects and site design. They all helped us as part of this process. And then we went to the citizens and the planning department and heard what they said. As Ms. Hunter said, there have been many changes, not too many. But when we started hearing what the public wanted and what the community wanted, we tried to address it as best we could. That feedback, along with valuable input from planning staff, has brought about the plan we have created for you today. This is the master plan for Mannequin Town. It's a big book. It's got a lot of information in it. And it's come with a lot of hard work, not only from me, but from my advisors, my associates, and from the county. And so we stand before you today with this master plan and telling you that this is the most master plan community, approved or not approved, in Goochland County. And so this is how we're going to develop the property. And as Ms. Hunter said, if we make changes, they'll be implemented into the plan. Let's see if I get this going. Sorry. So my partners and I have been longtime supporters of the village plan. And 20 years ago, we decided that it was important enough for us to buy the property adjoining us. So we bought the property, the 40 acres that Broad and Mannequin, and we planted these trees. And over 18 years, they've grown up to be real pretty trees, and I'm pretty proud of them. The property, as Mrs. Hunter said, is located in the center of the core of the village. We are Zone B1. It turns out that I met with a neighbor over there in Old Oaks, well, in the far neighborhood, and she had a copy of the site plan, the original site plan. So you can see, right here is our project. I'm going to jump in a little closer. This is the 1990 layout for the project. It shows a shopping center here, B1, the driving range, and the hotel motel convention center, all surrounded by the golf course, Sycamore Creek, neighborhoods. And so that was the original site plan. Just a little bit closer, it was laid out as a big shopping center. So we purchased this property in 1990. I'm sorry, the property was rezoned in 1990 B1 as part of the Sycamore Creek Golf Course and was supposed to be the commercial section overlooking the golf course. We purchased it in 2000. In 2002, Essex Bank purchased a small parcel from us and we built the roadways. We later joined the Tuckahoe Creek Service District in 2004. We installed water and sewer to the site. In 2009, I think it's important to point out, we donated right-of-way for the widening of Broad Street. That was about 50 feet. So we've actually penalized ourselves. We're now 50 feet closer to Broad Street than we were before. So that's where 50 of the feet went. In 2014, the MPUD ordinance was adopted, and since that time, we have been working diligently to put together a plan that would be satisfactory to the community. So this is the plan we have today, and Mrs. Hunter has gone over it, and the blue buildings are the commercial buildings, and the yellow buildings are the residential buildings. And we have a park in the back, and we have some future land in the back. So this is a little bit of a close-up on it. And the roadway, Plaza Drive, does kind of serve as a separator. How, you know, separates the property into two pieces, really. So we have commercial property on the front in blue and yellow in the back, but we do have commercial property that goes back beyond 500 feet. So we do have the two office buildings, which are, we have the two office buildings, number 15. So it's not the only thing we have beyond the 500 feet, and we added the property to the rear to bring in some more commercial also. So at the conclusion of our last meeting, and after hearing some concerns, I think what we heard was this property is too dense. We don't like 11.2 units to the acre. Phasing, we need more commercial buildings built up front. A residential setback, I think there was an issue between the 300 feet and the 500 feet. And the MPUD, as I stated earlier, we added the additional commercial land to the back because we thought that would offset the closeness of the residential to Broad Street. So in density, just to show you what we did, we went from 11.2 units to acre to 6 units to the acre. We did increase our acreage to 39.5 units. We've proffered 20% open space on the entire project, so there's about 8 acres of open space on the entire 40 acres. We removed 29 units from the project, which the majority of those were the apartments. The phasing plan Mrs. Hunter went over, it does require everything in yellow or beige to be done up front. So there is no residential sales or development that will occur until the 45,000 square feet of commercial is built and the road improvements. The question was asked, where is that 350-foot line? It's right there along the roadway, Mrs. Lascalette, if you can see it on the screen. And that is where 350 feet falls, right on that roadway. So as Ms. Hunter pointed out, 500 feet would be a little further back. But Mannequin Town Boulevard, that's what we call it, it's a really good separation between the commercial residential uses on site. It was built originally for Essex Bank, but it was built according to the comp plan. We saw the comp plan and we put it there. The county has desired this connection for 30 years, so we started it when Mr. Bob Hammond was here, and with the intent of finishing it to Plaza Drive. The property to the rear was added to address concerns of limited business on the site, and so we decided to include the property to the rear. And again, the 36,000 square feet of offices are within the 500 feet, or beyond the 350 feet, excuse me. Mrs. Hunter went through the plan. Up front, we have a shops with a pedestrian arcade. We're closing that entrance, so we only have one entrance to Broad Street. And then we have, these are a little bit different versions. We have the condos, the offices. We have an alternative design with our Dutch barn, the townhomes, which you've seen, Mannequin Row, the flats in the rear where we removed an 18-unit building and added a dog park. What's most important here is that we're in Centerville Village. And, you know, 80% of this county is rural and 20% of it is commercial and/or developable. I just call it commercial. And Mannequin is in a designated growth area in the Eastern Growth Management Plan. It's in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, in the core of Centerville Village, on Broad Street, and subject to overlay guidelines. And I just want to point out, this is just a small part of Goochland County, okay? It's not a big part of Goochland County. So if you can imagine, the eastern growth area might be 20%, but villages might only account for 5% of the property in Goochland. And these are the areas where we want to see business. So we are in an area that is a designated growth area where people, or where the county has decided we want to see business. The comp plan shows those two little arrows where Plaza Drive was supposed to jump over, where we were going to continue the Plaza Drive. And this is the comp plan map that we used originally, and that is still available today. So again, the comp plan calls for major villages as a place for designated growth areas where new development should be encouraged and concentrated. Major villages are a logical location for new residential options, which we've tried to create, and are appropriate areas for a greater variety of housing types. We have 4, and densities. New development should include a desirable mixture of uses, combining commercial services with residential development. Major villages are envisioned to be pedestrian-friendly, characterized by attractive streets, buildings, and other structures. We basically designed our project to work with the comp plan. Again, designated growth areas, Tuckahoe Creek Service District. The Tuckahoe Creek Service District is intended to serve as the economic driver for the county during the time horizon of this plan and beyond. Development within the TCSD is critical for achieving the long-term goals of this plan by encouraging more intense land uses, allowing higher residential densities, expanding and diversifying the county's tax base through commercial development, facilitating a desirable mix of land uses, reducing pressure in rural areas, and promoting high-quality plan development. That's the key. The key is if you develop the villages and you put high-quality development there, you'll save the farmland. The idea is not to develop the farmland. The idea is to develop the villages where we have utilities. And I heard someone say today that Wi-Fi is now a 4th utility, and that is correct. There are many people who require cable or Wi-Fi services as a utility. Broad Street, the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, Centerville Village, that's the place for this type of development. Again, just a few more major villages encourage density towards the center. We're in the core of the village. You guys are familiar with that. The TCSD remaining payments, I just want to point this out. It's really important for us who live within the TCSD, and that is the TCSD, probably the most eastern part of the county. And you guys really solved our TCSD problem for us, but we still have approximately $5 million of debt service a year. And that goes up and up and up on this. I pulled this from the county. So those of us who are in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District have pledged our property as collateral. So that means if someone doesn't develop, my taxes might go up. If someone does develop something good in the district, my taxes might go down. So the more good development that occurs within the Tuckahoe Creek Service District is good for us. It's laid out in the comp plan, and it's laid out in this map. The major thoroughfare plan also promotes and fosters growth and development in these designated growth areas. And it encourages stub street connections in commercial areas to promote interconnectivity. And that's another thing we did. Ms. Hunter already alluded to that a CUP shall accompany every MPUD application, and that's why we had given a CUP before. And the board may, by special exception, modify any requirements set forth in this article. And we have requested a 350-foot setback because we donated some right-of-way, and our road is where it is, and we're off a little bit. Traffic study. I have my traffic engineer here. I think this is really important. An analysis of by right traffic, and he can answer this in more detail. was done at Mannequin and Broad. And it was evaluated that we need improvements at Mannequin and Broad once everything is built out. So right now, they're saying that Mannequin and Broad will operate with a 158-second wait. But with the improvements that Mrs. Hunter has told you about that we're willing to make to the intersection, by adding another turn lane and improving the signaling, we'll drop that to 55.8 seconds. So it'll cut the waiting time in 2/3. Traffic impacts. Currently, we have a proposed site of 7,000, I got it backwards, but anyway, it's 12,000 vehicles per day versus 7,800 vehicles per day. So there's actually 4,638 less cars per day if you build a village versus a full commercial development. Correct? Thank you. So again, Ms. Hunter pointed out the improvements. On the left side, we have the interchange, which shows in red lines the improvements we're going to make. So there's going to be signaling improvements, a lane addition, and those improvements will go all the way down to Sycamore Creek Drive. The next map over shows the improvements with the Fire Station Road to Plaza Drive, the interchange improvements. Some more improvements over here on our Sycamore Creek Drive in the back. Just kind of a look I thought you might want to see. We're going to add another lane in there. So there was a question about what uses are permitted in B1 and B2, and what is B2 and what is BN. And B2 and BN are the same thing. So these are the B2 uses permitted by right that we can do, and most of them are smaller retail office type of uses. B1 uses are 31. We've requested 7 out of the 31. We feel like it's important that we have the ability to market this property to potential business users. And we didn't want to leave out uses that people were looking for. So if we have a certain amount of marketable property in the eastern area, in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, we should try to maximize those opportunities. So we've pulled 7 uses out, and they're not the big ones. They're not the auto dealerships. They're not the lumber manufacturers. But that 4th section will require, first of all, for us to come to you and bring you a layout of that section and have you approve it. Second of all, that 4th section is over 1,000 feet from Broad Street. It's not visible. It would be very hard to see what's going on back there unless you drove onto the site. It's 900 feet from Mannequin and 1,200 feet from Broad. So based on the information I provided you today, we were zoned in 1990 and we are existing B1. So we have, on the left side, we have our existing B1. On the right side, we have MPUD. So currently, we have no proffers with B1, and we would be giving the county $1,102,500 in MPUD. The traffic in B1 could potentially increase by 5,000 cars per day, and with a village in MPUD, it could reduce by 5,000 cars per day. We've proffered a Route 250 signal improvement, turn lane, improving the Sycamore Creek entrance, improving the Sycamore Creek Road, improving Capitol Park Drive, improving Mannequin Town Boulevard, and making a off-site connection to Plaza Drive. Just alone, that's $1,250,000 in cost. The residential, we have 0 in B1, and now, I forgot to amend it, it would be 234 homes in MPUD. Commercial, right now, we have 350,000 square feet in B1 on both parcels and 93,000 square feet in MPUD plus the rear. And again, open space. It's pretty interesting to look back and see that we've had RPUD on the books for about 18 years. And if you look, RPUD is the most used zoning in our area. In fact, this is not RPUD. This is MPUD. So it's different. But when RPUD was created, it was all about the open space. It was, look, if we can get some open space, then we're doing better than some of our neighboring counties. So with 20 or 30% open space, what I heard said was, well, at least 20 or 30% of our residential areas will be rural or will be parkland or undeveloped. We've proffered 20% of this project in open space. That's 8 acres. So if everybody proffered 20%, 20% of Centerville would be open space. Again, this is where we are today. It's antiquated, it's 30 years old, and this is where we want to be. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Gazer. Any questions or comments from the board at this point? I do have one. Mr. Gazer, you took 11 units, residential units out, and I thank you for that, for making it exactly a 6.0 density. Do you mind telling me, do you know yet where those are coming from?
Yes, ma'am, they're coming from the apartments here and the apartments here. So we had already taken out 18, so the 11 will come out of here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
They'll come out of the apartments. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, ready for the public hearing? All right. Okay, so we'll open the public hearing. Anyone would like to make a comment on this application, either one of them combined? Please come forward, give us your name, your address, and please keep your comments to about 3 minutes. Seeing none? No. Sorry, I thought I'd give it a try. Yeah, it doesn't always work, right?
My name's Marie Owens. I live at 621 Fed Lane in Mannequin-Sabat. And since these new changes just happened this week, blew out my speech completely. So now, the things that I have left that I'm still concerned about is the fact that he added that big squatch of land in the back that nobody can see. Still kept all the buildings in the front kind of squished and tall, like little bitty soldier sardines. And if you make him have to put some buildings back there, like small single-family homes, affordable small single-family homes or multi-family homes, he can lower his density in the front, and then these buildings won't, maybe he can make the apartments wider and bigger. Because you definitely, we're trying to make, we know it needs to be developed. That's probably not the argument, but it needs to be developed nicely and keeping the rural concept in play. The 500-foot setback, my only concern about that is setting a precedence, because like a whole bunch of other people can jump in on that same bandwagon and go, oh wait, you gave it to him, what about me and me and me and me and me, all the rest of the way through the county. So that kind of bugs me. And I don't like the fact that a lot of the places are apartments and not owner occupied. Like, owners tend to take better care of their property, I think, as a general rule of thumb, because if something breaks, you have to fix it. You don't just go, hey, landlord person, I trashed this, can you fix it? I would like to see more of those be owner occupied instead of apartment dwellings. But that's just my personal thing. And he knows I got a thing about his trees. I want to keep those big trees in the back because that's very rural, very big mature trees, not the little short street trees, which are cute, but they're not like rural. So that's my big things. I'd like to spread him out some more. Now that he's met the comp plan of 6 units per, I would like to see them kind of spread it in that back direction.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Owen.
I'm Michelle Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin-Sabat, and I'm just giving him my few minutes.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Rob Williamson, live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive, Mannequin-Sabat, 23103. First, I'd like to thank the board, the staff, and Mr. Gazer for making the changes that made the whole project MPUD and brought density back into compliance. For that, we thank all the groups for working together. In my opinion, the first MPUD will set the standard for compliance for all future requests. So we find ourselves with many changes in Mannequin Town. However, the setback is still an issue as discussed. And I find it ironic, I think, during the cell tower conversation that they had to comply with their setbacks. But anyway, The village deserves every effort in achieving full compliance. And with the addition of the 14.5 acres, that could be achieved if you redesign the footprint. So there needs to be some effort there, I believe. But also have a concern with Proffer 16. First, it should simply state BN uses only, because approving B1 uses in the first MPUD will permanently apply these B1 uses to all 261 eligible acres. MPU never intended to marry mixed use with B1. And now is not the time to pre-approve B1 uses that we'll be stuck with forever. In my old business world, pre-approving something meant you gave your signature away. But anyway, we don't want phase 4. We don't even know what phase 4 looks like yet, so pre-approval seems inappropriate. If approved, all future MPUD requests will be peppered with B1 requests. So approval of Proffer 16 will weaken Proffer 15. Although 15 gives you the approval power over the phase 4 conceptual plan, pre-approving B1 uses will take away your flexibility and your ability to deny any of the B1 changes, especially after you identify what the final phase actually looks like. So what if a future MPUD request uses these same B1s pre-approved and it's a more undesirable and incompatible combination? Your ability to manage these B1s has been diminished. Specifically, let's look at a couple other things with Proffer 16. The hotel. Is the board ready tonight to pre-approve a Mannequin Town Hotel and Convention Center under MPUD? Because basically, or essentially, that's what you're being asked to do. Likewise, theaters. Is the board ready to pre-approve tonight a potential 18-screen multiplex or any combination of multiplexes that may or may not be appropriate at the time? How about item H, recently modified to assisted living? There's no indication or limit on how many of these dwelling units will be built in phase 4. Understand that assisted living facilities are residential units in function. It makes no difference if they're considered official density or not, they will impact the community. And where's the analysis on this impact? How many 911 calls can the emergency services groups expect? Will there be multiple calls per day? Will there be hundreds of new calls per year? Tonight we can't say. But what we can say, adding assisted living facilities is a way of adding unofficial residential dwellings and bypassing density of 6.0 we just established in Proffer 5. It may be perfectly fine to have assisted living in another area of the village, but Mannequin Town is filled up at 6.00 already. My understanding is it's also bypassing the $4,500 per unit cash proffer placed on residential units, but not in this case. And that's a burden on the county and its taxpayers. So again, is the board ready tonight to pre-approve a potential Mannequin Town assisted living facility? Because that's the unintended consequence of saying yes to the B1 uses. And also I had a question on the Mannequin Road southbound lane. I've seen it listed or discussed as adding a second left turn lane on the Broad Street East. In my initial review of the master plan, that's not the way it's written. It's shown as a single lane, a through lane, and a right turn lane. So I think there needs to be some clarification there. So in conclusion, please do not complicate MPUD by adding B1 uses. It's not necessary. Do not dilute your authority in phase 4 or any future projects by pre-approving B1 uses tonight. So please keep MPUD, B2, BN, whatever we'll call it now, only, and don't complicate it with the B1. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin Sabbath. I'm just here to say thank you to Mr. Gazer for working with the density part, and I support everything that Mr. Rob Williamson said in his speech, and I won't take any more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Nancy Laundry, 2140 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabot. I'm here just to say that I support Rob Williamson and what he presented to you. We thank Mr. Gazer for all of his time and effort to get the density down to 6.0, which we really were hoping for, praying for. He did. We just need you to do just one more little thing, and we're good. So hope you take that into consideration. Again, thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Douglas Mock, 2613 Mannequin Road, and I'm going to be quick also and just say I thought Mr. Williamson's presentation was very powerful and effective. Hope you'll take it into consideration.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Ron Payne. I live at 3 Deer Run Road in Mannequin-Sabot. I've been here for 30 years. I've watched this project unfold in the various public forums that it's come up with. This group has bent over backwards, I think, to meet all the requests of the public and of the board. The project to me is a crown jewel of what Goochland can do in the way of a mixed-use village concept type of situation. I think it's something we would be proud of. And I think it will be, a place that will attract business, be a stimulant for economic growth in Goochland, a tremendous revenue base, and something we could use to model in the other village areas that are allowed in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lisa Dearden. I live at 3330 Cedar Plains Road in Sandy Hook. I've lived there 18 years. I've known Scott Gazer for almost 15 years. And for the last 10 years have leased property from him to run the farmer's market right there behind under those gorgeous trees that I wouldn't really like to see torn down either. I want to speak in support of this project. I know Scott has worked for many, many, many years on this project and has really considered the comprehensive plan, has worked hand in hand with members of the community, with members of the board and the all of the county officials, and has also developed many other facilities in other areas where he's developed a sense of community and offered community amenities that have been really valuable for the members of the community that live in those spaces. This mixed-use plan development in particular, I think is super important for the village of Centerville. It will connect the village in a way that no other plan that I've seen has. I haven't seen any other plans for a village in Centerville with the sidewalks and the all of the open space and the dog parks and the permanent spot for a farmer's market, which is very community-based, and offering a place for people to gather and have retail space. It's just a super important project for our community. The alternative to this project by right is to have a Costco or a Walmart with no proffers, with no community amenities, with no sidewalks, with nothing other than a big box store and a parking lot. That is the alternative by right. So I really urge you to consider that. It's not a perfect plan for everybody. It's not ever going to be perfect for everybody, but it's the very, very best that this community can work with, and I really hope that you approve it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dearden.
Hi, my name is Marcia Anderson, and I live at 2290 Wheatlands Drive. I've been a resident of this area for the last 26 years. I love Goochland County. I love Mannequin-Sabot and Centerville. And I would simply like to say I'm a neighbor of Rob Williamson's, and I totally support all of his recommendations, and I hope the board will carefully listen. As all of the neighbors, we have been to most of these meetings. We have talked about it. We've thought about all of the issues, and I'm in total agreement to his comments. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Hello, my name is Sarah Friedman. I live at 1526 Knuckles Lane in Mannequin-Sabot. Lisa Dearden pretty much said everything that I wanted to say, but I want to reiterate that that I am very supportive of this. We are active with our farmers market. We've known Scott for a very long time. He's worked very, very hard on this. He's made all the changes that were requested of him, and a lot like what Lisa said, you know, the alternative is grocery carts and Walmart and Costco, and I would much rather have something beautiful that I can drive past than driving past something that's a big box store. So the alternative is not that good. So I support this, and I hope that you guys vote to do this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Friedman.
Hello, my name is Ronica Lower. My husband and I own Lola's Farmhouse Bistro on Mannequin Road, and we're very excited about this project. We moved here 13 years ago, and we've watched the neighborhoods grow, and we feel like we deserve a sense of community and a place to meet. I myself, we have a plan of opening another restaurant in there, cafe, kind of ice cream meeting place, you know. So I think Scott's worked very hard on it. It looks beautiful, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, board members. Mike Parrish, 3825 Whitehall Road, Sandy Hook, Virginia. I've seen a lot of these rezoning cases throughout my years here in Goochland, and this is the first true village plan that I've ever seen. And it's located in the middle of the Centerville Village. It agrees with the comp plan of the village concept. When I say a true village, one thing comes to mind is the setbacks. The setbacks are very important to a village. When you see it, all the improvements set way back off the road and the parking lot out front, to me, that's not a village concept. The plan that Scott has that he's worked on for years really makes me proud, and I'd like to see that done. A true village also has retail, office, and it has people, and this plan has all of that. I've talked to several older Goochland residents that have lived here all their life or most of their lives, and they live on 3 acres plus with larger houses. They're getting older, they can't maintain their land or the large house. They want places to live. These apartments in this plan with the townhomes and condos, that offers them an option that they could use. I feel certain that they could use that. I think this plan would benefit the people in Centerville. I think it'll benefit all the citizens of Goochland County as they use the retail and the office spaces. And this plan is, I think, is the most well planned out plan before it even gets started that I've ever seen as well. I support this project and ask for y'all's support also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish.
Good evening, Paul Costello, 2011 Sycamore Creek Drive, Mannequin-Sabot. First, I'd like to thank the applicant for their comprehensive review. I mean, you have done a very significant plan, and I really appreciate the way you've engaged with the community and the willingness to engage with the community. And also Joanne and her whole staff. I mean, I think the insight and feedback and the way this has evolved has really been a credit to her and her team. And just the proactive communications and diligence throughout this project is very well done, and I would hold it up as best practice in terms of a process for review. I support the project. I think it's been well done, but I also support what Rob Williamson has talked about, in that since the applicant has to come back to this board to look at a Phase 4 project, I think it would be prudent to see how the first 3 phases evolve before the board pre-approves special exemptions. I mean, I think there's a wide range of uses already by right. So I think, again, it would be prudent to do that, with the exception, though I do understand and support the desire to maintain the existing farmers market at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Costello.
Good afternoon, good evening, Board. My name is Dustin Griffey, 512 Three Chop Road, Mannequin Sabbath, 23103. I'm a little perplexed by the idea of sending traffic west off of Mannequin Road. I thought we would be looking at having an additional lane going eastbound instead of sending people 4 miles west so that they can go ahead and join the lineup of cars getting on Oilville Road to go ahead and try and get on 64. I too agree that the MPUD with this last section of B1 should not be included in this. I'm looking at also the idea of increasing traffic on Plaza Drive. I presume that would be the primary way for bringing vehicles out of this neighborhood. And the way I figured it very quickly with the 187 units, total 190 apartments, and the 39 townhouses, and I came up with a rough count of about 520 bedrooms, and I understand that there's 800 parking places for these 520 bedrooms. Looks like there might be a little bit of a traffic problem getting out of here. And if it's all going to go out onto Plaza Drive or come onto Mannequin Road, and I know that the, I'll say the west side of Mannequin Road, right behind Satterwhite's, is going to be developed. It's already in the plans. There's going to be some issues there. To try and add an additional lane coming from on Mannequin Road for a right turn that only runs a portion of the way from Sycamore Drive is going to create a little bit of a traffic issue as people are trying to get there. Right now, traffic is moving quite well going east, but it also backs up considerably in the morning and in the evening. You're going to bring out traffic from the development onto Broad Street, and it's going to be creating a bit of an issue because they're going to come out going west. You need to figure a way to deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffey.
Hello, I'm Joanne McCartney Yonts. I live at 1904 Camberley Court in Mannequin Sabbath. I like to joke sometimes that we can practically see Satterwhite's from our backyard, so we're close enough to this development that we have, of course, a great interest in it. But when we moved here almost 7 years ago, I had many conversations with Ken Peterson and Bob Minnick at the time, because we had concerns. We saw the growth coming. We saw McDonald's, we saw Taco Bell, and we sort of started to have visions of, you know, fast food row. But as they pointed out to me, the board doesn't really have jurisdiction over businesses who want to come into properly zoned areas. So, of course, we understood that. We're business people ourselves. But I have to say, you know, we have loved living in Mannequin. I love being able to, I go to my food line multiple times a week. I've got 2 kennels for our dogs. I've got physical therapy from, we have surgeries. I mean, we have everything we could want. We have restaurants. What Scott is offering is more of that, I think, but only better. I love it when I can stay in Mannequin and I don't have to go to Shore Pump for everything. So I understand the concerns people have. I think they're valid. This is not perfect, as Lisa said. It's not about perfection. It's about the comp plan is what it is. We live in Centerville Village. You say you want this kind of development that fits a village, but is the kind of growth you want. And as I said to Bob on his last time sitting here, if this isn't what you want, what do you really want? Because I think this checks off so many boxes that it would be really a shame to not approve it. I think Scott's gone out of his way to try and address a lot of the concerns, and I'm sure that will continue. So I just want to say I fully support Scott's project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy-Young.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. My name is Keith Yonts. I live at 1904 Kimberly Court. I can look straight across Yardworks operation, and I can see the corner of Mannequin and Broad. So I wonder what it is I could tell you that would sway you or give you additional information that you haven't heard in these very detailed presentations. And I think perhaps it's maybe the perception of a resident who will live right there, right beside what Mannequin Town would become. I would see it every day. I would have to travel past it every day. So I've been to the meetings, beginning with the community meetings, going through the Planning Commission. I've met with you, with the board before. And somewhat like Mr. Peterson, I've been through this process seeing the same thing, the pros, the cons, the pros and cons for every single item that is discussed. In the early days, I heard that we should be talking about a library and not Mannequin Town. Well, there's plenty of room for a library in Centerville. I've heard that you, as a board, should not consider giving any waivers. Well, that's your prerogative. That's what waivers are for, to modify good projects when you need to. I've heard that there will be traffic, that there will be burdens on services, but we're bringing in people who will support those services and provide growth for the village. So I asked myself, what's the real core of this issue that we're wrestling with, that we can't come to grips with? And from my perspective, I think it's simply change. And change is very hard for people. But this kind of change is good growth for Mannequin, good growth for Centerville. It fits the village. I would recommend that you go forward with this project. I don't want to sit in my home and look at some big box sitting across the street that draws people from Henrico County to come and buy things and then go back, but not stop and enjoy the businesses that we have in Centerville and support us. I think as you add people who will have some vested interest, you're going to support those businesses, you're going to support growth, the tax base is there, and I fully support what Scott is trying to do with Mannequin Town. I think it's a wonderful project, and I encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yonts.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, board members, and the Honorable County Attorney. My name is George Andrews. I live at 9302 Belfort Road. I've been a businessman in the Centerville area for 43 years. First of all, I would like to commend Joanne and Tom and all of y'all for the foresight years ago to come up with this plan, to start working on it. There was a lot of talk going on about what was happening to places like Chippenham Mall, where you just build a big mall or big stores, and you don't have the local people to support it. All throughout America, this is a trend now, is to put these kind of developments in, especially in the villages, so that you've got people living together, working together, so you don't have to drive miles just to do anything at all. This will create a sense of community for us, and this is what we desperately want in Centerville. We do not want just big shopping centers. I would much prefer to see this and go up and have lunch here and eat and meet new people and represent these folks in the future, as with all the other business people right there. People, if you put big box stores, they'll come, they'll go. We won't get to know them. You will destroy the village concept. A lot of thought, a tremendous amount of thought has gone into coming up with this plan. And again, I want to commend all the board members that have worked on this so hard. I recommend this plan to you. I don't think you're going to find a better one. I really don't. It's my understanding that not only you could put one hotel on this property as it's owned, you could put six hotels. I thank you for your time, and I encourage you to support this 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews.
My name is Patricia Hendy. I live on Wheatlands Drive in Mannequin Sabbath. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but I changed my mind. What I want to say is, and something that you know, and I think the older board members probably better than the new ones, this is very complicated. It's not about what's right now, like Mr. Right and Mr. Right now. This takes a lot of thought. It encompasses things that haven't even been brought up tonight. It's Goochland 35 years from now. It's our county concept of who we are and where we're going. There's been a lot of improvements in this plan, and we've talked about this village for 20 years, more, 30. And every year it changes. And you don't have to make this decision. You've got about 15 decisions you will be making when you cast your vote, yea or nay, tonight. And not all of them have been really thought through for the future, for the next 15, 10, even 5 years. It's going to require a lot more thought, and I think Mr. Gazer's up to it. I hope the board is, especially the new members. We've been here, probably this is the 15th meeting these residents have attended. Each proposal has been an improvement. More problems have been brought to light. Think long and hard about what Mr. Williamson said. There's a lot of truth there. A lot of things you haven't considered. Are you really ready to vote on it? People are anxious to get going, get over it, get on with it. We've had enough time now to think about it this far. It just needs to be thought through a little bit more, and there's no shame in that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Handy.
My name is Cecil Martin. I have property at 105 Broad Street, which is right across the street from Scott. I knew Scott when he had black hair. That was at the start of this process. And I think he has done a fantastic job. He has a B1. He could have put anything in the world there. And it's coming. Could have been a car dealership. Could have been Walmart. You all have worked him to death, really, working on this. And I think he's done a great job sticking with it. I don't know if I could have stuck with it like he did. So I hope you'll go ahead and vote him in tonight and let him get on with this project, because I want to see it from across the street. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Good evening. My name is Dan Zoden. I live at 1697 Centerville Park Lane, Mannequin Sabbath. Love it here, 10 years now. We're talking about the beginning of this process, which began back in June, and the first we heard of it was Richmond Biz Sense on June 18th, 2019. And in there, Mr. Gazer said, "We want to make this reflective and inclusive of the community. We are willing to make any required improvements to make this a reality." The first meetings we went to, many of the concerns were simply spoken over. We talked about the densities, and part of the reaction from Mr. Gazer, in a nice way. I mean, I like the concept of this project, but that if without a certain amount of density, that it wouldn't be economically viable for the developers to put this in. So This has been going on for some time. It's been deferred many times, and there has been a lot of improvement made to it. I agree. Again, love the concept. The village concept is great, but I don't think we're there yet. I want to get to yes on this. When we look at the last two proposals we see here in that overlay, and it's simply there, was the last time around, the portion that's now MPUD was, I believe it was R1. So the density didn't work. The density at that time for the MPUD was 11.0, which is way above that permitted in this concept. So this time around, we see phase 4. So phase 4 is now tacked on. It's the lollipop that says, this will get our density down. I think that's a canard, frankly. I think that saying that lollipop out there has anything to do with the density of the rest of the area is just an excuse. Sorry to say it that way, but the portions of the parts that are dense where they are. Then to tack on a lollipop with a whole bunch of open space that's really kind of overlays, looks like places that I've lost a lot of golf balls, that potentially would, if developed, you'd have to either close the golf course or change it radically. So I think we're getting closer and closer. I'd like to hold Mr. Gazer to what he said, that we can get the right answer. And when we remember that this is the first MPUD in the county, that if we bend the rules or look the other way, then we're opening ourselves to further and further sliding down as we go. So I commend you guys for all the work you've had to do, sitting again through meetings, all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for your due diligence.
All right, thank you, Mr. Soden.
Jonathan Lau, 1521. I am a through the woods neighbor of Mr. Gazer's. And Scott, all I can say is I think of the Grateful Dead. What a long, strange trip it's been. I'm also a little disappointed that the traffic engineer hasn't come up and talked yet, so maybe that's going to happen a little later. I'm at yes with one period, and that would be on Proffer 16, where you put a period after uses. So it would be phase 4 uses, site would be limited to BN business neighborhood uses, period. So that would take out all of the kind of added in B1 type of uses. And I think keeping MPUD and BN kind of, I don't want to use the word pure, but I guess I will. Pure would be something I could, get all excited about. Très bon, mon ami, très bon. And then the last thing, and this is a little more housekeeping, but on the statement of proffer, and I'm sure this is just technical, but it has Kevin M. Brandt as the owner of the tax parcels, but then Scott, you're signing it down here as the owner of the tax parcels. So
We have two documents.
okay, I got the wrong document. All right, he answered the question. So I'm at yes with one period after the word uses, and I'll sit down. You can turn on the red light.
Okay, wow. Thank you, Mr. Lau.
Wait a minute.
What?
We did have a sheriff's campaign, and one of the reasons that we want to put a period there is that I heard that if we bring hotels to Goochland, we're bringing a certain industry that we don't want in Goochland, so I'm just not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Time's up.
Thank you, Board. My name is Manny Alvarez. I live at 2960 Willow Trace Lane. Before I start, after the last hearing, one of the citizens that was opposed to the tower accused me of working for AT&T. In fact, he says he's going to prove it. So I hope he does, because then I'd like to get some of the money that I haven't gotten. So before I start, I want to make sure that everybody knows that I do not work for Scott Gazer. Never have worked for him, but I am available now that I'm retired. I met Scott right after being elected in 2011. I think I met with him sometime early 2012 at Satterwhite's. He wouldn't even buy my breakfast. But we started talking about this, and he told me his plans, and I said, Scott, you need to vet this through the community. And over time, I don't think any other developer has held as many community meetings, meetings with the board, meeting with other folks, as Scott has done over the last 8 or plus years. Actually, I think this starts way back in 2005. Early on, and I've sort of heard a little bit tonight, people say, well, he hasn't really listened. But this plan has changed so drastically from when I first met with Scott at Satterwhite's years ago, but it even changed yesterday with a few more reductions in units. I think this plan, and I want to kind of echo what Mr. Parrish said, because I was going to talk about my next step would be to move to some place where I don't have to cut grass or maintain a well or any of those things. But I think this plan is really about building a great village. It'll actually be the first village in Goochland other than the courthouse area, because there's not a village there now. It's just a bunch of buildings. You've heard Scott commit to millions of dollars of road improvements prior to any development. When I was sitting in your seats, I was concerned about the commercial not being developed before all the housing comes in. He's committed to doing that. And I think the lollipop was added because people wanted it added. They wanted to know what's coming there. And I think this kind of puts some boundaries around it. So I would just say I think this is now a great plan. I think it will enhance the village. It keeps the farmers market in place. And I think you should approve it and not delay it any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you.
All right, any other thoughts? Okay, going once, twice? Okay, close the public hearing. Would the applicant like to comment?
Hi.
Hi.
So specifically, if there's anything the board wants me to comment on, I'd be happy to. But first, I want to thank everybody who spoke, both for and against. And I really have a genuine desire to build a really nice community. It's been hard to to bring this around with so many different people, with so many different ideas. But I have reached out hard to everyone. And if you meet with me, I'll sit down with you, I'll make time with you, and we'll talk about it. All the changes that we made were based on comments that we received from the community. And I heard it, and I just want MPUD. If that's MPUD, if the whole thing's MPUD, we'll support you. And then I make it MPUD. And then, well, we don't like the uses back there. Well, we've held this 20 years, and the taxes have gone up 400%. And at some point, we got to do something with it. So we have put a lot of time, energy, and money into this. And this week, when we came up with the final uses, Joanne and I sat down, and we went over them, and we picked 31, and we together looked at 7 that we thought were good uses for this project, and we picked them. Being that it's the 4th section, I've got to build roadways, I've got to get them engineered, I've got to build 45,000 square foot of buildings before I start the residential portion of the project. It's going to be 8 years till I get back there. Okay, it's going to be some time. I mean, what 20 acres is developed in Centerville in the last 20 years? Nothing. So it's going to take some time to develop the front section. We definitely want some uses that we can market in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District, and we tried to make those uses fit the project. So based on that, I want my partner wants to speak too, but I just want to say something. We're very proud to live here. We don't not only live here, we operate our businesses here. We put a lot of time and energy in this, and I'm glad to hear from the local citizens. As residents and business owners in the village, and as people who live there and work there every day, this will affect us more than anybody. We are the ones who are trying to build this village. We're going to invest in our community and build a central space where we can all meet. This is our vision. Do I want to meet here and see all my neighbors here once a month? No. I'd rather be at a restaurant or an ice cream store. So I appreciate everything they've said, and I've realized something through this. I can't make everybody happy. I would like to make everybody happy, but I can't. So the reality is, we have a lot of work to do. And it's going to start here, and all the details are here. Any one of these neighbors can tell you that I have reached out to them numerous times to talk, to try to talk to them about this project, to hear what they have to say. And sometimes I agree and sometimes I don't. But over the last 5 years, I've incorporated a lot of that into our position. We're very proud to present this project. We think we have done the best we possibly can. And giving the option of leaving it as B1 or building a village, we think that the village is the best possible opportunity. So before my partner speaks, I just want to ask you some questions. We have this genuine desire to positively affect the change of the village. And you as supervisors can help us with that charge. You have to ask yourself this question. Is it in the best health, welfare, and safety of our residents and future residences, evidenced by our road improvements? Does it follow the comp plan? Will it create new housing opportunities in our community and serve people who need one-story living? Do we desire a village in Centerville? And does this get us going in the right direction? And is this the best use of the property? Or would what we have today, a big commercial shopping center, be a better use? We appreciate all your efforts and considerations in this process and know this is not an easy decision. This is going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort, and we're looking forward to it. And thank you for your consideration. Mr. Brand.
I want to thank all of you for having us here. The people who spoke for and against it, the project. And I think I've got a little laryngitis, so I'll be very short. I think everyone said, and Scott particularly, what we feel. He and I and my partner have worked very hard to try and build the best community we can here with this project. We live here. I've been here 25 years. No, I'm almost 30 now. I really like this. I think we've worked with the community, but also we've worked a lot with your staff, and they've been great, and they've come up with ideas that have helped this project a lot. Like, I love the open space between the commercial buildings where people can walk and get together and sit out at cafes and not have cars running through it. And we've got 75, 80 feet between the buildings with trees. This is going to be a place for people to get together, to really be a community. We don't have any place like that in Goochland. No place where people go to all be together, to hang out, to be at their shopping without having to go to Short Pump. We're not going to have the big supermarkets or anything else. We want groceries, little delis. We want bakeries. We want family-owned businesses. And they're all calling us and saying they'd like to come to this. You've heard some of the people talk about, as they've gotten older, wanting to move into our apartments. You know, I keep hearing that, oh, these are all going to be transient people. I don't think so. I think it's going to be our community. And to be able to walk and have all those families there, I think is a really positive thing. Every time, though, we've come up with some fix, something else becomes an issue. We added the back because we were asked to. We said this solved the density. But we gave up tremendous amounts of things we could do there as of right and sat with the county and got down to 6 or 7 that we thought were appropriate. The only one of those 6 or 7 that I listened and I could understand, and I'd really say you all should decide, is the Hotel and Convention Center. I actually think something like that would be a big positive if we could get one eventually back there. It's a perfect location on a golf course. It's away from the street, and it would bring a lot of money and business to Goochland and support all of our stores and all of our businesses that are coming there. But if you all don't think so, we're perfectly willing, and I talked to Scott before he came, to take that one off the table, because there is, the issue of, well, we don't want a hotel. I think there are going to be hotels here anyhow. Other people are planning them. I just thought that would be a nice spot for a nice small convention center and hotel. I appreciate all the thought and effort that's gone into this, and I hope we can move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. Okay, team. So we have, let's see. All right, so the first item is actually the cup itself.
The first item, ma'am, is the rezoning.
Right, this is rezoning, okay, you're right, reading it wrong. Okay, rezoning with the proffers. And the proffers are on page 181 of our packet, I believe that's correct. At this point, one item has been changed, that's item number 5 to 234 units. Which of these items did we take off, Ms. Hunter? On 16, I think I can't find my note, we took out.
There's also a change to number 8, where the word lot in the cash proffer was changed to unit. There was a handout. There is a writing that was handed out, so it's not in your book, but at least it does contain the changes. So if a motion is made, you can certainly make that motion based on the amended proffers that were before the board in writing from the applicant tonight, as amended by the applicant tonight.
Okay, so, on item number 16, items removed are A, drugstores, D, funeral homes, H, nursing homes, and assisted living stays.
Yep.
Right?
Yes. And farmers market stays.
And farmers market stays. Okay. All right, so that is the proffer that's on the table at this point. Is that correct?
And the option.
Yeah, I was going to say, Madam Chair.
Are you making the offer on the hotels and convention?
No. Yes, I was saying that I would ask the supervisors who've heard all this, you all decide on that is, if you'd like it in, we'll leave it in. If you think it shouldn't be in, we won't leave it in. We're trying to figure out what's best. I don't want one item there to ruin it for anyone. So if you all want to talk among yourselves and you decide it's better to be in or out, I'm perfectly willing either way.
Madam Chair, I won't comment on that.
Okay, Mr. Lumpkins.
That kind of caught me off guard at the end of the presentation, but I think if that's the offer, I'd like to just make sure with the county attorney, how do we adopt that and implement it and have it stricken?
Proffers are offered to you by the applicant. You can accept them or not accept them. And so if you chose to accept the proffers as provided but not accept 16E, you can. You could also ask the applicant to come up and withdraw 16E.
I think that's just what happened, if I'm observing. I think that's what just happened, so I think,
Well, what I actually did was say, maybe you all discuss it among yourselves. If you all feel that way, we'll do that.
I think
it's a
the
matter of
applicant
opinion.
would come back up if it's a request that it be of the board. I'd like to have it more clearly in the
So the
record.
proffers are as they stand, but I think what Mr. Brand is trying to say is, we as applicants, we're not trying to put uses in here that people thought were egregious to the property. We were trying to put uses in here that we could reasonably market, and because a convention center attracts people and they stay there, they typically don't drive. A convention center is a place where you go and you have classes, and then you go play golf, and then you go eat. It's a good use. So, and a hotel goes along with that. So, the Greenbrier, something like that, we have a golf course, we have shops. But what Mr. Brand is saying is, it's in your purview, you're the board. So what we've offered you is here, but if the board thinks they would approve it without hotels and convention centers, we would be willing to accept that. Is that what you said?
All right, thank you, Mr. Gazer.
For right now, I'm going to leave it. It's easier.
We have what we have in front of us, and then, right. No,
One clarification. I know there's been some suggestion and a request even to put a period after BN uses, but in the B1 uses that are listed, the 7, we include farmer's market, Joanne. I just want to clarify. If we put a period, we exclude the farmer's market as well, and so I don't think there's an intent to exclude the farmer's market. So you have to include at least some of, in this discussion and ultimate consideration, leaving that in amongst others that you can consider.
That's correct.
And I'll ask Ms. Hunter, if you don't mind. Okay, so if we were to approve this with item 16, BN uses, including I, farmer's market, only, just saying now, stay with me, then the applicant could come back at a later time and rezone. It wouldn't be rezone, it would be, well, no, how would that work? Could they come back at a later time?
They're going to come back before you only for the conceptual master plan review. So that would be more of what the architecture looks like, the landscaping, things like that. I guess if we could figure out a way probably to say that for phase 4, the uses would be determined during the conceptual master plan review.
Okay, no, I don't like that.
Okay.
No. All right, well, thank you. I was just trying to think of a way, because honestly, I'm probably having more heartburn over the assisted living than I am the hotels. That's me personally.
Again,
Me too.
I'd be glad to take that off and leave the hotel. We weren't married to this. We sat down and I tried to think of the things that would be best back there.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I think there's a significant amount of discussion that
Alright.
should take place on the board here. There's a lot of folks who want to chat.
So we're still discussing the proffers.
Ms. Hunter, would it be possible for you to just talk through, we've heard, well, out of what I heard, I did hear more about assisted living than I did conventions, but just more in general about, so it's MPUD, we're creating the zoning for this. That's the whole purpose of it. So it's not like we're taking B1 or BN. We could just pick a list of things and uses, and we're going to that. Can you talk to that process a little bit, and then what does that mean? Because I did hear loud and clear from the citizens, this is important. We want to do this smart. We're going to have growth. Let's make sure it's smart growth. So when this comes back around, whether it's 6 years from now, like Mr. Gazer said, what is the process going to be for that?
So a plan unit development, which this is a unique zoning district. It's sort of a floating zoning district. In all of our other zoning districts, we have uses that are permitted by right, uses that are conditional uses, and then very specific setbacks, height requirements, things like that. A plan unit development provides the ultimate flexibility. So when you adopt the zoning for a plan unit development, you're actually creating your own zoning district for that project. So when we were looking at it, said, well, no uses are permitted by right because you're creating your own zoning district. So, we identified some uses that would be appropriate and any of the neighborhood commercials, but it wasn't a restriction that you couldn't add any other uses, or it's an exception if you're adding other uses. It was meant to look at the project specifically and what would fit in that project. So that's how it's designed, that the conditional use permit identifies what uses are permitted. So it's not like we're trying to mix B1. I mean, they could pick an M1 use out or a residential use or anything to be considered as part of the MPUD.
So then going back to what was just stated just a little bit ago, once it's agreed upon what can be there, that's the last it'll become to the board until it's part of the master plan. So if it's a hotel and convention center, they don't have to come back to make sure that it's good to go. It becomes by right then.
The use is by right, but they would still have to come back to the Board of Supervisors to get the conceptual master plan approved. So they'd have to come back and show you architecture,
Right.
signage, landscaping, but the use would be allowed. The only way that could be changed is through a full proffer amendment or a CUP amendment.
All right, thank you. And I believe I'm correct on this, that the proffers are being offered by the applicant. So it would be their choice to make any changes. But what I'd like to do maybe, if the board is willing, of the uses in item number 16, where is their concern? Do we have concerns? I've stated mine. I'm concerned about the assisted living facilities, and lesser so on the hotels, but the assisted living probably would be the one I'd be most concerned about. Does anyone else would like to chime in?
I'm exactly with you.
Okay.
I'll follow up if I may.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Lumpkins.
The applicant needs to put their best offer out there now. You've made proffers. I'm a little frustrated. Mr. Williamson talked about, he makes some good points that I was prepared to address, but I thought these are your proffers, and this has been going on for years. I thought you would come to us with your best offer, addressing the community concerns. Are you taking out the hotel and convention centers, and will you take out assisted living facilities? I would like to know what we're working with. And then we can effectively address some of the concerns that have come forth. But clearly, the more you take out of the B1 uses, I think that's what the community has asked for. So here at the last minute, you're offering to take out some more. Take them out and tell us what we're working with.
Yeah, you can't tell them.
Well, but they said they're putting it back on us.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I'm getting frustrated. But you're putting it back on us for us to pick.
Madam Chair, I look at this. The last time the board saw this, it was 11.27 density. So in order to bring the density down to the maximum in MPUD, the lollipop piece was thrown in.
Correct.
It was B1.
Correct.
But we were asked to make that MPUD to get the density down to be acceptable, but then we're going to backdoor and put a bunch of B1 uses in there. Is it B1 or is it MPUD? MPUD can be all these other things. But when I look at NB, it says the district is designed to provide a limited range of commercial uses needed to meet the daily convenient shopping and service needs of residents of a neighborhood or small community. You could say a funeral home could meet that of a small community because we're all going to be there someday. You could say a lot of other things, but I don't see a lot of these B1 uses as something that meets the daily convenient shopping and service needs of neighborhood or small community. So
Madam Chair, can I respond?
that's my thought. Is it MPUD or is it going to be B1? Because it's B1, our density's back up. If it's MPUD, our density's down. Let's look at
The use.
uses that,
Residential, the problem is residential density.
yeah, residential density.
All right, so we'll take out hotels and convention centers and assisted living facilities. There really is nothing else on there except theaters and churches. And based on that, I think Mr. Sharp, I mean, he again, we could go on for days and hours and months and years. We don't know what's going to happen on the back of that property. And Mr. Sharp is correct. I mean, we were trying to find neighborhood uses, but being at Section 4, we have to come back with a site plan and bring it in front of you. That's fine. My partner has stated that we are willing to get rid of the hotels and convention centers and assisted livings, and I ask that you look to approve it with these amended proffers. Thank you.
Mrs. Spoonhour, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, so kind of to what Mr. Sharp was saying. And when I heard the conversations going on in the last meeting in December, to me it was, and when citizens contacted me, it was moving from B1 to the MPUD to limit the residential, not anything to do with commercial. So that's why I locked onto the assisted living, because to me that, it may not be by planning and ordinance laws, that may not be residential, but to me it feels residential. So to protect what I thought the intent of the actual moving to MPUD was, that was the concern of mine. So unless I misheard the folks who were talking to me, it was, hey, we don't want it to be one because then hey, just come back and just bump up the residential some other time. And this was a tool to prevent that, is what I heard.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spoonhour. Comments? Mr. Peterson? Hayes will weigh in.
Yeah, I don't want to complicate things here at the last minute. As I listened to the comments from the citizens, it sounded like they were appreciative of all the changes and right there at the edge. And the concerns that I heard from the citizens that were in opposition still were the B1 uses, and shouldn't that be BN, which is neighborhood businesses, not international businesses? And was there any discussion, Joanne or the applicant, about maximum height or scale to say a neighborhood scale as opposed to an international scale? Was there any discussion along those lines?
It would be subject to both the MPUD ordinance requirements as well as the overlay. So the height restriction would be 45 feet, so it could be 45 feet. However, it is in the overlay district where it talks about pedestrian scale and things like that, not to have facades that have more than 100 feet in width without breaking it up and things like that.
Sorry, Ms.
So
Hunter, I was really referring to the lollipop section.
the lollipop.
Since that's not in the overlay district, right? Is that, it's 500 feet is the overlay?
Well, yeah,
Extended?
that's an
Oh, because
overlay.
you're coming down Mannequin to
Yeah.
500. Okay. So the lollipop section, whatever goes in there would be limited to 45 feet in height, which would be roughly 3 stories.
You could do
Plus
4
roof.
stories.
Was there? So was there any discussion with the applicant along those lines, or was it really just about the uses? And okay, all right, well, thank you.
Okay. So where are we, board? Would anyone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the application by Town and Country Partners to rezone the property to MPUD including proffers 1 through 15, the BN uses, and 16 G and I only.
You mean to keep G and I?
Keep G and I in under 16.
Look to the county attorney. Is that a permitted, is that a permitted?
Proffers are, as I said earlier, offered to you, and you may accept them or not accept them. In this situation, you would be accepting a portion of a proffer. I'm not aware of your inability to do that.
Well, if we approve that and the applicant doesn't want that, where does that leave the outcome? If we second that motion and approve it, then we've just approved something that the applicant has not asked for.
Similarly, I mean, again, in order for, the applicant has not conditioned his proffers on, you have to accept all of these or else I withdraw them all, which applicants have the opportunity to do. Therefore, I believe that what is being offered can be accepted or not accepted in whole or in part by the board. I agree that it's unusual to have, not unusual, but it's not common to have a proffer that has identifiable pieces. But at the same time, they are being offered and there is an action by the board to accept or not accept.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve. 1 through 15 is written. I guess, well, yeah, we got this, the 234, okay. And the change made in item number 8. And on item 16, you're saying, keep
Except BN and 16 G and I.
G and I remain in, the rest do not, is the motion.
Which keeps it what I think what the intent of MPUD would be.
Okay, so that's the motion on the table. Do we have a second? Okay, I'm going to second it to have the discussion. So right now, at this point, we've got BN uses with 2 exceptions, G and I. So we have a motion and we have a second. If there's any further discussion, let's do a roll call.
Madam,
Just to make it easier, we're okay with amending the proffers to just G and I based on Mr. Sharp's motion.
Okay, so you're,
I mean, if that just, it's not to complicate things with Ms. McGee, but, you know, we are where we are. So if that's the purview of where the board wants to go, I think we've told you, we tried to pick uses that we could market within the T. We didn't think they were uses, you know, that were, so again, I accept Mr. Sharp's motion if it's acceptable to the board, and we will accept those 2 uses because the farmer's market and the golf are already uses there. Thank you.
My thinking in this is, I think the applicant has come a long way from the first that I've seen of this. And everything has gone down. It's a nice-looking project. The scale, which has been mentioned by so many people, the scale looks good. It's just keeping the sense of a village and a neighborhood as opposed to something that doesn't look like a neighborhood. But I think the project looks nice. I think it'll look great in the area. I just want to see it as a village and uses, and there's, you know, a whole page of typical type uses in NB and similar type things that could go in there, and, you know, there's plenty of other things that could go in to meet the daily convenience shopping and service needs. you know, it doesn't list a bakery here, but certainly a bakery would fit. So, you know, we come back and we look at that and say, yeah, let's do that. Let's do an ice cream store. Let's do things like that that might fit.
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was a bit anxious and uncertain about acting on some motion where the proffers had not been offered. Proffered. Having heard the clarification from the applicant that this is now proffered and that what we're considering, I feel a lot more comfortable considering it now that it's been proffered. I just wanted to thank you for that and clarify that, so thank you.
Any further discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Lumpkins.
that's fine. I'll just go ahead and I'll say this, echo Mr. Peterson. Now that you've voluntarily made the proffers that consistent with the motion, I'm much more comfortable and I'm in favor. I want to say something that when the applicant offered what we've been calling the lollipop, I actually had some mixed feelings about it. I think this is all headed in a great direction and a direction that the community has wanted, but I'm going to leave tonight. I want to continue to understand our input and our vision for the village, and I want to continue to try to learn where this is heading. But I think this whole density argument is kind of silly because the concept, except for the residential things that you've taken out very recently to get it exactly to 6, we're talking about we like the vision, but this vision, this community is higher density than 6. We're kind of playing a little bit of a game by bringing that lollipop into this and not moving the residences into that lollipop. So if we like this and we're approving this, this tells me that we need to take another look at our MPUD zoning requirements. Because this applicant was fortunate enough to have a piece of land that was connected by a little strand that he could do this. If another applicant came along and didn't have that fortuitous ownership, would we not approve it if we still liked it? Because it goes to your point, the density.
You can't say with that, yeah.
I
You
don't know, but
Right,
I'm
you'd
saying,
have to see,
but
yeah.
I'm saying the objection that I heard, and I know there's a history that goes way back before me on this, and I've been trying to understand. I really do appreciate when folks speak about the history of this, both, you know, the applicant's effort over years, but I just, to me, I'm going to leave this. If we approve this tonight, I'm going to leave this with a strong sense that we need to take another look at our input ordinance, because if we like this, I don't think there's not going to be another applicant that can do this, but I think we're ending up in a good place where, you know, that we're getting some commitment. I agree with you. Who knows what's going to go in that back lollipop? But I think the future board that's going to be here when that time comes, many years down the road perhaps, has a good framework to work with, I think. And I appreciate the applicant's effort. I appreciate Ms. Hunter and your team. This has been long. I support the motion, and I'm glad we're here, but this was a long, strange trip it's been.
Yeah. Madam Chair?
Yes,
If
sir.
I could just get a clarification very quickly from our county attorney, Ms. McGee. As I understand this rezoning with these proffers would not necessarily set a precedent that would become a unique zoning, so that if those are concerned that if we do a 350 setback, they're all going to do that, that's not the case. That if we add this lollipop, they're all going to do that, that's not the case. That each time we approve a rezoning, it becomes a unique zoning to itself, that's it. And that it doesn't tie our hands in future, is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, I really.
You're doing a great job putting words in my mouth.
I thought you were going to say, is there a question in there somewhere?
Or at least, is there an answer in there somewhere?
I'll yield back.
Mr. Peterson, not only is that correct about zoning approvals generally, the MPUD ordinance is particularly
Right,
set up
because
for
it's-
uniqueness and to be a unique development in every time it comes before you. That's why there are no uses other than what the applicant tells you. That master plan is unique, and you will never see that master plan for another development. You will see one perhaps as detailed, but it is intended, all of MPUD is intended to have very unique decisions.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, board, we ready to vote? Ms. McGee, can you tell us exactly what we're voting on, so we're very, 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 very clear?
I would be happy to. Members of the board, before you and available to the public tonight were amended statements of proffer for this case. I believe the motion that has already been made, it accepts all of the changes as were provided by the applicant before the meeting started, and includes amendment that the applicant has made during the meeting, which is appropriate for the applicant to do, in which he eliminated 16A, B, C, D, E, F, and H, so that the proffer before you had the writing on it as it existed at the start of the meeting and the elimination of those before the board.
And there are other changes as well, right? In number 5 and number 8.
Yes,
and-
ma'am, but those were all in writing on the board's dais and available to the public. If you would like me to
Okay.
go back through them, I certainly will.
I just
They're-
want to be, well, if they're, yes.
5, the number 245 changes to 234. In 8, the word lot changes to unit. In 14, the number 48,000 changes to 45,000. Did I say 18? In 14? Sorry. Also, there's a change to the phasing number in number 14. It changes from what's there to phase 2, 3, or 4 at the end of the first line of 14. And then the changes to 16 that I've described incorporate both what was on the page beforehand and tonight, which 16 keeps the first line but eliminates A, B, C, D, E, F, and H.
And is there a period after that?
At least a comma.
If that makes you happy.
Okay, so, all right, board, so that's what we're voting on. Mr. Badesky, a roll call, please.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour,
Yes.
Mr. Sharp,
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette.
Yes.
One more to go.
Okay, one more to go. All right. The next item before us is the conditional use permit.
It is late, and I just wonder, because there are a couple of changes that need to be made here to comport with the changes that were made in the rezoning, I wondered if you wanted to take a 2-minute break and let Ms. Hunter and I just confer to make sure we catch whatever changes need to be made to the CUP.
Suits me, I'd rather get it right.
Thank you.
Yep. Okey doke. Okay, so we have the CUP application, Town and Country, and I believe we were looking at the conditions. Is that correct, Ms. McGee?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, what you got?
In the resolution, there would be an amendment in your, be it further resolved, where it says 245 dwellings, that would change to 234. The other changes are as Ms. Hunter showed you in her PowerPoint and in the document, again, that was handed out, the second resolution for the CUP. Those are in condition 3, the word exception is eliminated, the first sentence is eliminated, and then the number 245 changes to 234. The final change, which was based on what the applicant has removed from his proffers, would be in condition 6. You would remove from the word drugstores through the word lodges, and then remove nursing homes and assisted living facilities. And that would then have the conditions be consistent with how the rezoning was changed.
So that would match exactly, these conditions would match exactly with the proffers offered on the rezoning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Y'all ready for a motion?
Madam Chair, I would
Yes,
like
sir.
to move that we accept the Town and Country Partners CUP and conditions with changes to condition 6 to match the uses approved in the rezoning to MPUD, BN uses, and 16 GNI in the proffers.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second?
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Any additional comments or discussion? Okay, Mr. Podeski, roll call.
Mr. Spoon, or I'm sorry, Mr. Sharp,
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour,
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Ms. Lachelle.
Yes. All right, we got through it. Okay. So unless there's any other business before the board, we will adjourn as follows to Tuesday, February 18th at 2 p.m. for a budget session, Tuesday, February 25th at 2 p.m. for a budget session, and Wednesday, March 4th for our regular meeting at 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. All right, this evening's meeting's adjourned. This evening's adjourned.
All right, I'll see you at sunset.